discussion with some people, well, my family actually, not some people. So it took me a few minutes to get out of there. And today I'm excited because we're talking money. Anything that has to do with money is always valuable. So we are talking money this afternoon. It is afternoon, that's why I'm saying afternoon here, but whatever time it is for you over there. Thank you so much for joining. So for those that probably don't know the context, first of all I do on this channel, all I try to do on this page is to talk about, finance, coming to the UK, everything, CV, scholarship, all the above and more. So, but this time around, there was a tweet that I put out and it really went wild with people where I talked about how much you need to sort of like come into the UK for you to even step into the country. Rough estimate of how much you should be planning towards, and then now um get into the country and see how what you can do in terms of how much you can make money wise. So I thought to have this space and maybe delve a bit more into that conversation around finance coming into the UK. How can you make some money? Maybe better than what you probably would if you wouldn't have these conversations, so to speak. So it's going to be, obviously, first of all, this is open space. It is open to anyone to listen. It is being recorded. And so I am going to be as cautious as possible in everything that I say. I will try to stay on that part. The reason being that there are so many other ways or other things that can be discussed that I'm not going to delve into because I am online. So I am going to be very cautious with what I say. I still want you to know that you can make money and it could be legal. It is allowed. You have the right to do some of this, to do these things, but there are other things that may or may not um, be open to you that I'm not going to talk about. So if those are the things I'm not going to talk about, what I'm going to talk about are those things that you can legally do and still make money. So, for example, if you're coming from Nigerian context, you have spent a lot of money. The estimate I gave, I said was I used two schools. One school, I think it was about £11,000. The other school, it was about £8,000 roughly for you to be able to come into the country. So, but I didn't convert it to naira for those that are from Nigerian context because the exchange rate will differ. You can get from A, that's another way for you to I know from A is a bit challenging nowadays, but it's still possible. People are doing and using it. So you could get from A for you to be able to reduce how much you are going to eventually pay. So some people have given you estimates of 5 million, 6 million, 7 million. Roughly around that range is what you will be expected to sort of like have before you can hopefully enter into the country. But 5 million would differ from 6 million or 7 million, depending on the exchange rate you're able to use, you're able to get. So your exchange rate will determine sort of how much, in addition to obviously the school you're looking at, the course itself, the location, and so many other factors that would roughly add into how much that conversion gets to eventually. So that's why I have left that financial estimate in pounds. So for roughly £8,000 for this certain school. Now, how much would that be in naira depends on how you're able to do the conversion, the exchange rate you get, or if you're able to use Form A to pay your school fees and the rest of that. So now let's say you're into the country. That's where I want to focus on this afternoon because I'm afternoon here. Sorry. Today, that's what I want to focus on. You are in the UK and you want to think about how can you make money? What are the strategies that you can use to make money? The thing I will first say is that when you are into the country, I'm focusing on UK because that's the context that I'm sort of using as my starting point. But I think this would sort of like link to other contexts outside the UK as well. So the first thing you're thinking about is once you come in, I mean, I know how this whole situation, I remember when I came into UK years ago, it was not an easy ride, right? So you already come in, you've literally dusted everything at home, you scrapped the bottom of the pot, you're in the country, and you want to start hustling. So I would say make sure you are not selective. So that's the first thing. Don't be selective, and you'll be surprised because you'll be like, "Oh, Fola, how can I be selective?" There are some people they come here and they're like, "I can't do this job," and you introduce them to that job, and it's like, "Nah, nah, I don't like it." If you're not selective, you will make money. So don't be selective. Be ready to roll your sleeves and work. So long as it's legal, and it's also paying. That's all you need, as far as I'm concerned. So if you can have that mindset, you can most likely you would make some money as you come in. Now, your student visa allows for you to work 20 hours per week. That is the legal allowance that you have in the UK. Right now, you're allowed to work 20 hours. So that's the minimum in terms of that's the threshold in terms of working time. So, but how can you maximize how much you make or you will make from that 20 hours and other things that is attached as you go on in your program is what I would like to talk about. So the first thing to note is that once you come in, immediately you're entering the country. I hope you have pen and paper down for those that are in the process of entering UK or planning towards it. Immediately you come in, you're landing the next day. Don't even wait for 2 days after. The next day, call the NI office immediately. The reason is that most jobs will require for you to have your NI number, and that thing can take a while for you to get. So rather than wait, and you don't have to go out, everything is online. So even if I mean, it's not nowadays, it's not done that you need to quarantine, but I know some people will be like, I'm under quarantine. It doesn't matter, even if you just get that sorted. So once you call them, they will add you to the list of people, they will send you the form. So while you're waiting for the form and all that, at least your NI is rolling, your NI is going on. So you're processing that. The next thing is to start applying. As soon as you enter the country, start applying. And the application will depend on what kind of jobs you can get. I'm going to list out a few, what's it called now? Few job sites that you can actually sort of like look into that would help you as soon as you come in to start seeing what you can get from them. So once you get your NI rolling, then you go in to start applying for jobs. You start applying for jobs, irrespective, so long as it's job, apply. The first one I would say is if you go to Indeed. Indeed is a very good website where you will see so many part-time jobs because you're working part-time, right? So you can't really apply for full-time immediately. So part-time jobs are on Indeed. You would get on CV Library. CV Library is also a very good place. Sometimes just Google any student job, just Google without even, you'll see so many of these websites would also come up for you to be able to apply. Now, one thing I would say is one of the easiest jobs that you can get in the UK right now is care and support, right? So care and support is like, I mean, not easy, but it depends on the location you are, but it's easily accessible for most international students. And while some other jobs will probably require some UK experience or they will be selective in, they can't take you up because it's 20 hours. This job, they are usually very open to international students and they are willing to take you even at 20 hours per week. So try and not be restrictive in terms of where you would like to work. Just take something, it will bring something into your pocket per week. Now, with most care and support jobs, you will be paid roughly about 10 to 12 pounds, depending on what location you are within the country. Some might be slightly below, but it should be around that range. So with 20, let's say 10 pounds an hour, that would give you 200 pounds a week. So at least 200 pounds a week. And if you multiply that to a month, you'll be getting about 800 pounds in a month legally, right? So you can be expected to make that amount. Depending on your location, you would consider feeding and accommodation. Accommodation is usually the biggest one for you to consider. With accommodation, you're coming in. I mean, I think this one is no brainer. Look for the cheapest space, the cheapest location, the cheapest rooms. If you go to spare rooms or even Gumtree, you will see a lot of accommodation that you can get through the landlord. So you're not really doing much of agents payments, down payment. Some landlords are so nice, they would even take you in without necessarily paying any deposit. So I would suggest looking into all of that. Me, when I came into the UK, I mean, obviously it's been a long time now, so it might be different, but I didn't get accommodation before coming from Nigeria because most of these websites are not there as of that time, and I didn't have anyone to help me. So what I did was I came into the UK and I stayed in an hotel for 1 week. Obviously, I looked for the cheapest hotel. Like I got in and I told the taxi driver that was going to help me because I had a lot of bag. I mean, I brought a lot of things. So I told the guy, please, any the cheapest hotel around. So he took me, and thankfully I was able to get a nice deal. I got £90 per week, which was a very good deal even at that time. So I stayed in that hotel. So while staying in that hotel, I went out looking for accommodation, everywhere. If you go to all these shops, especially if there are some Asian shops around, you will see they will post accommodation adverts, they will post room adverts. Those ones are usually from the landlord, and you most likely will not need to pay for deposits, or you might, even if you're paying deposit, it might be deposit of 1 week. And most time they also allow you to pay weekly, unlike when you get accommodation from agents where you will pay monthly, and that kind of fund at that time might not be available. So if you can try and get those ones of weekly, it would help you before the next week you work or you do some whatever you have to do, get another amount and the rest of that. So that was how I did it at that time. Nowadays, you can still get some rooms digital, but try and look for rooms that are straight from the landlord, because then you can negotiate even further, especially the deposit, you can negotiate it and the rest of that. If you get from agents, most likely agents would not take weekly from you, most likely. Not all, but most. So in doing that, it helps you to sort of like cough out this amount bit by bit rather than at a go, like the case may be. So that would be something I would say you should try and consider. If you have family members, obviously, even if you're going to be sleeping on the floor, um I think that would be a good thing in terms of if you have any family member that is willing to accommodate you, depending on where your school is in relation to their location. That would definitely save you some money as you sort of like get your foot in the system and sort of like get balance. So the NI, like I was saying, depending on, because nowadays I think things have sort of like differ because of COVID. But prior to COVID, the NI, you will be expecting it to come out maybe within 4 to 8 weeks. But now it just differ. I know someone that waited like 3 4 months, and some other person with way less than that. So that's why immediately you come in, get your NI going. So once you get your NI going, they now give you sort of like a reference number. So you can use that number to start applying for jobs, to tell them I'm waiting for my NI. So they give you like a temporary number. It's sort of like a temporary NI number that helps you to start getting work or to start applying for jobs while you wait for your actual NI. Like I've said, jobs that are willing to take you up, they are not going to be fancy, because you haven't got local experience. So don't be selective. I've mentioned care. Care is a hot one. Support is definitely another one. Factory work. Um, what's it called? Yeah, factory work. Parcel sorter. So those are the people that are sorting parcel in all these mail company like the Royal Mail. You're sorting parcel. You're moving things around for them. I did it as well. I mean, I've done literally all these things I'm telling you. Those that are working in, is it McDonald's, yeah, like waiter or waitress, different restaurants. So all these kind of jobs, they are more open to international students, to few hours a week rather than some well structured jobs. So I would suggest maybe just trying to get those initially, because at least you can start getting something coming in before you now, balance yourself into, right, how am I going to strategize and get something more tangible? So that would be my suggestion. Um, like I calculated, you should be expecting roughly 800 pounds in a week. Sorry, in a month. Yeah, I wish a week was the case. In a month, you should be expecting roughly 800 pounds, depending on how you where you get your money and how you set yourself. Now, outside this that I've mentioned, there are other things that you can do, but these they will require certain amounts. They will require you to spend some money, and so this is, I would say, maybe when you start this one of 800 pounds, or to roughly 1,000 pounds a month, if you can start that for the next few weeks or even maybe 2 months or so, you should by then get your balance to an extent. Then you can start thinking of how you can expand, how you can make more money legally. Very important. So one thing I would say is, if you have connection with people, you can start thinking about how you can maybe do a cleaning business. You're allowed to do some certain, you know, business network with people, but you're not allowed to own a company, so you can't register it, but you can word of mouth talk to people. Hi, do you need someone to clean your flat? Maybe somebody moving out here. If you're moving out, you will be asked to clean your flat, and some people just don't like it, so they can give you such a, so depending on, and this is where local support comes in. Very important. For those that are Christian, please go to your church. You cannot come to the UK and think you will stay alone and make, I mean, obviously, if you're big man's daughter or son, that's fine. But if you are struggling human being like me, you cannot do it alone. So immediately you come in, start making connection. Your connection start with your friends in your classmates in class. Then it goes all the way to people outside your class, church members, community members. Start linking up with them. So some of these things are available, and they will just give you that job. Okay, you want to clean, help me clean this flat. I'm going to pay you 50 pounds. That 50 pounds, for example, is off the books. So you can do that. For ladies, if you know how to make hair, hair in the UK is a lot of money. Oh. People spend a lot to make hair. So if you know you have that skill, or you have it but it's not well refined, try and refine it and start using that, because that gives you money off the books that you can also be using. I mean, you can do that after class, you can do that over weekend, you can squeeze in time. I know a friend that makes hair, and she will just sometimes even 9, 10 p.m. make appointment, and people will come, and people are ready to pay, because your price will be slightly lesser than the normal salon hairstyle type of thing. So you can do that roughly. One hairstyle, depending on, can give you 40, 50, 60, even 80 pounds, depending on the complexity of it, of course. So all these type of skills, if you have them, s- start getting it ready. But the way you will make money from it is if you have that connection. So as you're coming in, you have to be open, you have to embrace people, you have to welcome people into your circle. Go into places, like I said, churches, especially churches, a big deal here, because that's where people make connections. So look for African church and go there. You will make money from them, and they also are people that have been here for a while, so they would also be able to help you navigate different things that you're not even aware of. So that would be another suggestion. The other thing I would say is, if you know how to drive, if you have that skill, you can drive back in Nigeria or in wherever your country is, but I'm using Nigeria as a context for now. You can actually come into the UK and use your driver's license. If you have a valid Nigerian license, you can use it for 1 year. Use that driver's license for 1 year before you have to convert it to a UK license. So within that 1 year, I would suggest you get a car, right? And you might think, oh my God, Fola, I'm just coming, I'm just settling. Car is not luxury. Your car is going to make you money. That's why I'm saying get a car. So you get a car. Once you get a car, you either do, food service delivery, which is like a big thing now. Everybody is ordering food online. You do delivery for Amazon, you do for all these hems and all these other delivery companies. They require you to do some of these things to help them. So and that will be paid service, of course. You now might think, okay, how do I get a car? When I didn't get a car immediately I came to UK, truth be told, but I know someone that did because he was driving already in Nigeria. So I got a car from auction, and that's what I would say. Don't think you'll be spending thousands of pounds. My first car was £200 that I auctioned. I got it from the auction. £200 was what I got. Imagine if you were able, I mean, that was a while ago. So I'm not saying you will get £200 again, but I'm just saying, like, it's not a lot of money. I got that car for £200. It was a very small Ford car, very small. Of course, it was just me. So it's not like I needed anything big. So long as it could drive and is allowed on the road, that was enough for me. So I got that car at £200. I I did the what did I I just did some things I can't remember. Oh, I changed the battery, and then how I spent few things just tidying up some things, and that car was what I used for so long, getting work, getting shift. And even when I finished, I was able to sell that car for how much, guess? £500 was what I sold the car. So it was as if I spent money on that car, I used it to make money, and I sold it for how much I bought it, and how much I spent on it. So it's almost like I didn't spend, I got all my money back. So I would say go to auction. There are so many local auctions depending on where you are. There are several local options, but auctions, car auction, that you can get a very cheap car that you can use so long as you bring your driver's license from your country. It will do you two things. One is that it would help you. I mean, you would have seen on Twitter circulating about how much people are spending to learn to drive in the UK. So it will help you avoid that, because once you can drive for 1 year and you're able to save that amount, you're able to refine your driving skills for UK road, of course. The next thing is you just go and do your driving test. You don't need to I would suggest maybe you go to driving school for like an hour or two, or maybe 3 hours, just to polish up whatever else tips that they may have for you. But you will be confident and most likely you will pass. So if you do that, it saves you hundreds of pounds, if not even thousands, to learn to drive. All you need is just your own car, maybe one friend that can show you, or even if you don't, if even if there's no friend that can show you, so long as you've been driving before, you learn as you go along. You're allowed to do that because you're allowed to bring your driver's license for 1 year legally. Of course, don't bash anyone, so you don't have to pay, but you're allowed to do that. So, but now you're going to save money, because after that 1 year pass and you have not used your license, you will need to now learn, and then now you know do your test before you get on the road. So you avoid that. Try and catch that 1 year. That's what I would suggest. It saves you a lot of money. Also, you will now be able to use that car for different things that I've mentioned. So, Amazon delivery, Uber Eats, or Deliveroo, and all these other companies that you can deliver for at your leisure time, outside your class hours. You can do that at your leisure time, right? The next thing is for those that are thinking of care and support, just to say that there are some places you don't get enough shift. And the reason why you don't get enough shifts is because you're not driving. So car also help. It's not luxury. It's not luxury. Don't think, oh my God, yeah, it's a luxury. I can't. It's an investment. Getting a car is going to be an investment, because all those shifts. I remember when I started driving, before they will call somebody else for that shift, they will call me, because they know I can find my way to that place ASAP, as soon as needed. So getting a car would help you get that money that you're looking for, that you're interested in. So I would say definitely get a car. Now for ladies, in addition, if you can cook, this is another way of making money off the book. If you can cook and you enjoy cooking, um open that up, talk to people, do some, personal mouth to word of mouth campaign. There are so many students that are willing to pay you to cook something for them. Just the other day, a friend of mine got jollof rice for 35 pounds, and I was just like, really? Is this what you paid for? But I mean, he was happy, especially the guys. I don't know, they just don't, really fancy cooking, right? But he was happy to pay it because at least he gets something to eat. So if that's something you can do, immediately you come in, start doing it, or start telling people. And like I said, social spaces is where you can put your word out there. For me, I didn't cook for money, but I enjoy cooking, right? But I didn't cook for money. But what I did then was, I remember we had a cultural event in my school, and I decided to cook. I actually made poundo yam and vegetable, and my friend made jollof rice. So both of us, we decided to do that together. So when we did that, people had it, they tasted it, and they were like, wow, when would you, I would like for you to cook for me. I would like to make other. I mean, I wasn't too, I mean, now I realize, like, oh shit, I missed business opportunity, because if I had really followed up on it, that would have been my way of making money on the side. And this is why I'm telling you this. A lot of people were willing to pay us to, cook for them. But we just felt like it's far away from London. How am I going to be going to? I didn't have a car. See, another thing. If I had a car, I would have thought, okay, drive down to London. It's just 2 hours away. Go get the ingredients, come and cook and make money. But I didn't think that far as of that time. So this is me giving you that hint. It's possible. Do some cooking. I know several students in Bournemouth now that's what they do. They sort of like, just put themselves out there. You do one for free. Sometimes you can even throw a mini party, right? Just do the cooking, let people come and eat, and then share your intention with them and intend to, start this business. Honestly, it picks up. It will pick up eventually. So that will be another thing to talk about. If you can do tailoring, the other day I took my clothes to adjust for adjustment. It was too long and I wanted them to cut it short. I paid £10 per one. And it was so killing because I was like, gosh, this thing is not even up to how much in that, in my home country is, to so to speak. So if that's something you can do, just get yourself one machine in your house. It can get you money that is off the books as well. So all of these would add to how you can make money, or how fast you can make money in the UK. The other thing that I would like to mention very quickly is the fact that you need to be strategic about the term time that you have. Remember, your term time is 20 hours, right? But you are allowed to actually work beyond 20 hours outside term time. And so for that, for me, when I was in school, what I did was I always would check at the end of the at the beginning of an academic year, I would check when school is going on break, right? So you check when you will be on break, you note that in your calendar. And guess what? I also note, like yesterday that passed and Monday that is coming, I also note all the public holidays that are in my calendar. The reason being, public holiday, from it depends on where you're working, but for UK to an extent, you most likely will either get half a time and half, so that means half of your pay added extra for working that time, or you would even get double. So I note those days down, like from the start of term, I note them down. So okay, within this term, we have 3 bank holidays, this day, this day, this day. And then this is when school is going on break, and this is when we're resuming. So I will send that. First of all, I would note them, and I would also send them maybe a month or two, depending on to where I'm working. So I tell them, I know I'm on, because they will know you're a student. They would have your documents, right? So, but I tell them, and they know, most of these places, they know you're allowed to work full time outside term time. So I tell them, this time I'm going to be school is going to close this date to this date. Can you book me ahead? Can you book me down if anything comes in? So when you do that, it actually helps for them to remember you once. So you're not telling them 2 days or 1 week before, because by then they're like, oh, we've already sorted out all the shift or all the staff requirements for the month. No, you do it way ahead. I try to do that way ahead. I get them to sign me up for shifts weeks before, knowing that one school is going to be on break, so I can fully have that time to work, because I am allowed to work. And if you do it properly, you can make, depending on, you can make close to £1,000, if not more, within just that break. For example, right now, school is on break. It's been on break for like a week plus, and it's going to be on break for even about the same amount of, yeah, about a week plus as well. Within these weeks, you could actually make 1,000, if not more, pounds. And I used to make it, especially when I had my car. I think I've tweeted it a while ago. I would put everything, my things are in my car. Like I put clothes, I put changing clothes, food, water, different things. I just pack them and drop in at the back of my car, right? And I'm going from one shift to the next. You're allowed to do it though. It's not illegal. That's what I'm saying. It's legal. You're allowed. School is on break, jump in and work. You would be able to make a lot of money. And depending on how long lengthy the break is, imagine if you have a break of and I'm going to come to that in a minute, where you have a break of months, you would actually be able to make so much money. I mean, I'm not going to tell you how to spend it, but if you have outstandings and whatnot, you can pay off as as I mean, not easy. It's hard work, but you can pay off, is what I'm trying to say. If you plan yourself ahead. So don't wait until the break actually comes and then the places you're going to work are telling you, oh, sorry, we don't we've already booked everyone. Because keep in mind, where you're working, there are people that are actually working full-time permanently with them as well, in most cases. And so those people are readily available. So they would have given them. So if you don't put yourself out there as soon as I'm like, please, I'm ready for this certain period, I'm off. These are, sometimes they will ask you for your school calendar, because they want to be sure. They will ask you for a letter. You get that ready and send to them like weeks or months before, and say, we are going to be off by June 7th, for example, all the way to September 1st. Please, can I have this book down? So they already know that you're available, and they will treat you like they will treat the permanent full-time staff that they have. So that is also very important. Another thing to think about is the fact that you cannot put all your eggs in one basket. So you cannot, even if there's a place you're working and they are giving you so much shift every day, you're getting shift during your, break period, is what I'm saying. Remember that these most of these places, because you're working part-time, is usually no contract, most of them. So you cannot put your egg in one basket and be with them like, oh, they're always having work for me. It can change. So I would always say have at least 2 to 3 places that you're registered for with. So when one is struggling, you move to the next place. I was doing that. I never had, I can't remember any time that I will have one place working at just at a certain period. I would always have 2 or 3. As soon as I realize they are struggling here, you're calling them. And also, yeah, make sure you're the one that is looking for money. Call them. I used to call nonstop sometimes, especially when the shifts are struggling. You will call them. You need to call them. Don't let them rest, because the more you keep quiet, the more they forget about you. There are so many people they have on their books. So I call them, you call them constantly. So sometimes when I'm calling and I'm realizing this thing is not coming, I'm calling the other people, even if they pay me less, because obviously different places pay more than some places. So for example, maybe another place is paying me £13 an hour, and there's this place that is going to pay me maybe 11 or £10 an hour. Now normally I would want to work with the one that gives higher pay. So but where the higher pay one is struggling, I go to the other one, better than none. So I go to the one that is paying less and be like, guys, I'm back. Please give me shifts, right? Also, you don't ignore, this is something I try not to do. I don't completely ignore a place completely. So what I mean is that sometimes I would work, I want to work with the place that is paying me more, and that's where I will focus my energy on. But once in a while, where the other places called me like 3 4 times, I've told them no, no, no. And especially if you're not on contract, you can actually tell them no. when you feel like telling them no, you're like, no, I don't feel like working. No questions asked. So, but sometimes I would go back to them once in a while. So I may do one shift with them in like a month. The reason I do that is just for them to know that I'm still there, relatively still there. So they just know that Fola is still in our books, she's still our staff. So you don't completely ignore them, because then when you need them, they might not easily respond to you. So at least once in a while, do one shift with them and then go back to where you're making more money. And if the where you're making more money is now struggling, go back to the other place and be like, yeah, I'm ready now. They will be happy to sort you out. So definitely have more than one or two, more than two or three, if possible, places for you to be able to get work, as the case may be. The other thing, I think that I would also say is that as you're doing all these shifts, you're planning your days ahead. You plan December is one period that like is a major period in the UK, especially for international students, because they usually have a lot of work. You have a lot of shifts going on. You have, depending on where you're working, like I said, it doesn't really matter. You would most likely have a lot of requests. I try and I target some places that I know, because there are some places, especially that December. I mean, obviously, if you're going to take that day off, that's fine, especially the Christmas day. If you're going to take it off, that's fine. It's allowed. I mean, you respect your faith and belief, and no amount of money can can go beyond that. Yeah, that's the word. So no amount of money is what is worth more than your faith. So if you want to take, for example, Christmas Day off, you are allowed to do so. You just tell them, I'm not working certain day. If you are not on contract, obviously, if you're on contract that binds you, that might be a bit difficult. But if you're not on contract, you're allowed to say, I'm not working Christmas Day. Now, but for me personally, when I used to work this shift, Christmas period is money, right? And I like money. So I'm looking out for that period. I know the places that I would work that they will pay me double or even triple what I would get on a normal day. For example, let me give you an example. There was a place that I worked. I mean that happened just by, it wasn't, I call them, and they're like, Fola, we don't have anything. And I was like, shit, am I going to be home? I hardly ever stay home during Christmas period, right? When I was in school, I hardly ever, I can't remember ever staying home. I don't. So I remember, yes, when I got my job, my lecturing job, I actually struggled because the first Christmas, that was my first Christmas ever of not working since I came to the UK. And I didn't even know how to, I was like, wow, so, because me, I'm always working. I mean, as of that time, I would always find a way to get shift during those periods because it's a lot of money, right? So I called these people, and luckily for me, I got a 20, I think it was like 27 or 28 hours shift. So from morning till night, and then the next day. I mean, it was support. So you support shift is like you're going to look after one younger brother, sister person. It's just chill, make some breakfast, have a good chat, watch TV. So it wasn't that much of a deal. And then sleep, there's always sleep time. You can sleep. So I went in, sleep, wake up the next morning, help them, and I'm off my way. I was paid £625 for that shift, just that one shift. So it's because I target them. I know these people, they don't joke with Christmas and they pay heavily. So I targeted, I knew I had to get it. Just that period, you're talking of almost 2 to 3,000 pounds that I made. If you plan yourself well, you will make a lot of money legally. Very important, right? You will make a lot of money as a student that you'll be able to use to sort obviously your outstandings and whatever bills you may have. So I think for now, I've been talking for a while. Maybe I should be quiet for now, see if there's any question that may come up that I can obviously expand or focus on a bit more, as the case may be. So these are the things that I would like to share with you. If anything comes to mind, I will definitely say it out as well. I think I can see a few requests. Please do request if you have questions, clarification, as whatever the case may be. I am happy to to answer questions, or if you have comments that you would like to add, of course, that is also something I'm open to. It's all about making money. If you do, if you try to do as I've sort of like laid out, you should be able to make roughly. Oh yes, I remember something. Also, if you're coming in, obviously your coming in depends on how you're able to come into the country. But I would suggest, if you can come in, if possible, if you can come in January, right? January intakes usually would have that summer period. You come in January, you do your program till I think May, and then you go on break. That break from May, June, all the way to September, you can work, my dears. You can work fully. And that period is where you can make a lot of money, right? If you plan yourself, like I said. So if it's possible, if it's possible that you can come in January, I would advise you take a January start than a September start. If the school offers the same course you're going to do in January and September, then January starts. Because September, that summer period, you will still be in school because it's that period that you would actually do your projects. So, and that you can't work. But where you, because I tweeted it a while ago and somebody was like, oh, I contacted my school and they said I can't work. And I was like, yeah, that's because your September intake, your program still runs over that summer period. But where you come in January, that's period of summer period, you are allowed to work because you will be off class, and then the next September is where you start your second term, rather than the way September folks do it. So usually January intakes are longer than September intake. Also, I mean, this is no brainer. If your program, if you have option of 1 year and 2 years, I beg, take your 2 years because it gives you more time, and obviously you can make more money legally, as I've said before. So just to also mention that if you can do January, definitely January intake is better for you. I can see a question here. How long does it take to learn to drive in the UK? Okay, that's a different that's another entire conversation. So in the UK, there's no amount of time. I've actually seen someone that drove that learned to drive and did her test for like almost 10 times. So there's no limit in how many times you can try. And I've heard of someone that did for 16 times. I mean, that's just ridiculous. But I heard someone did their driving test for 16 times. However, I did my driving test once and I was lucky enough to pass. I was determined, you get, right? I was determined. I knew I needed to drive because I needed the money. It's going to give me, then they were, shifts were literally going past my head. Every time I asked for shift, they're like, it's far away. You can't drive. Bus won't take you there. And they just keep me and take it. So I knew that, okay, this I need to do. So I took it like I was writing an exam. That was I took my driving. Like I said, I got out my car for £200. I changed one or two things, spent like roughly another £200 on it. It was ready for me to drive. I looked for a friend. Thankfully, I had a friend who's been in the UK and was willing to learn to teach me. So I was able to learn. I also watched YouTube videos like nonstop. I was on YouTube. Like I said, it was like an exam for me. I dedicated that period. I think I started learning in August, early August, and I did my exam end of September. So roughly 2 months. But it wasn't a 2 months of just, it was intense. Where I'm not learning, I am that's when I'm not behind the wheels to learn. I am in front of YouTube, writing down, learning, so that when I get to practice, I will be able to do to try everything that I've learned on YouTube, the different science techniques and whatnot that I needed to learn. I also, after all of that, I was able to then go on to a professional. So my friend was like, I would advise you have a professional teach you for 4 hours. So I booked 4 hours, and that was like 25 pounds. As of that time, it was about 25 pounds. So I booked 4 hours, which was roughly around £100. So the man just brushed up what I've learned, obviously, just helped me brush up. And he too was like, Fola, you're ready, go, you will pass this. And thankfully I did, and that was the one time I tried. So, but you can actually learn for as long as possible. But I'm telling you, the cheapest and easiest way is for you to come into the UK with your driver's license, get yourself a small car, and learn while you're on the road that way. Because even if you get stopped by um, um, police or whoever, they would see that you have international license, and it's still within 1 year of you coming to the UK, you are allowed to do that. They are going to let you go. But where your license is beyond 1 year of you coming into the UK, it's no more valid. And then that means you have to go to the proper learning channel to learn, or you get a car, have someone who's got license for 3 years. They have to have their license for at least 3 years to be able to teach you, and then for you to go and do your driving test. What bringing your license to UK does for you from Nigeria is that it allows you to start driving even without passing UK test. But when you miss that opportunity, you must pass UK test before you can drive on UK road as an individual by yourself. So hopefully that's clear. And rough estimate, I think people have estimated it, at least you'll be spending maybe 20 hours with a professional. And from that 20 hours with a professional, you would also need, and that would, right now they are saying, is about 30 to 35 pounds for an hour. And so you're talking of over £1,000. um well, close to. But you would also, it depends on you, and you would also book for your actual driving test, and that takes certain amount. I think it's roughly 60 or 70 pounds. You would also do your theory test and all of that. So just come into the UK with your license will be the cheapest route that I would suggest. What about May intake? Can they work during summer? Well, May intake, it depends on the school. It's very slim that you'll be able to work during summer, because your May intake is actually the start of your starting May, and so you'll be in class over the summer period. Rather than January intake, is just, from my experience, for most schools that I'm aware of, January intake is the best. But the problem with January intake, you also have to balance all of this. The problem with January intake is that it doesn't give you that opportunity to make to get, sorry, excuse me, I'm just gonna mute you for a second. If you want to speak, just raise your hand or request. I'm happy to respond. So yeah, what happens with January intake, unfortunately, you have to balance it, like I said, is that when you come in January, if you are intending to try scholarship routes, scholarships are not very common for January. So you have limited scholarships for January than you would for September. So I think it's a give or take. Obviously, if you have scholarship, why would you want to wait till September, right? If you are able to get scholarship for that period, then that's obviously the best option. But where scholarship is not feasible, and um you're thinking of doing this by yourself, in terms of you're thinking of paying from your pocket, then January will be better if you are able to get it. Any Okay, must I if you have question, please just raise your hand, but I can see some other questions here. Must the driver license be an international driver license or the normal Nigerian license? Um, it's normal Nigerian license will be accepted, so long as you have a license from Nigeria. At least from what I know, you are able to get this. Yeah, sorry, you are able to use it in the UK for that 1 year period. So just bring your license, and you're able to use it. I would like to know what kinds of jobs are available for graduates, students. Okay, so for graduate students, it depends. It depends really. It depends on your field. It depends on, you can get work that are within your actual field. So that means if you're, for example, in tech, you can get work with tech. If you're an engineer, you can get Those jobs are available, but they are not very many. Truth be told, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. They are not very many. It's not like you have them. Some people do. I think I tweeted a while ago about someone I know who managed to get one, and we're so excited about it because it's not everyone that would get it. But outside that, you can also do some. You can think of, like I said, there's all these smaller jobs that you can do to see yourself through school. I'm not going to tell you exactly how much, but let's say in rough estimate, if you're able to get during the term time, let's say 800 to 1,000 pounds. Outside term time, if you can get, and how many breaks? Let's if you use January, you have um Easter break, which is where we're in right now, and you also have summer break. So within Easter break, you can target about £1,000. Within summer break, you should be able to target maybe like £3,000. It might even be more, depending on where you're working. Like I said, these periods you're allowed to work full time. So maybe 3,000 or so. And then you also have your Christmas break, which would give you roughly, because Christmas break have quite a few bank holidays in it, you should be able to also get roughly maybe £2,000. You're talking about six, if we add maybe 6 to 7,000 pounds, it might be more depending on how you position yourself. But roughly, that should be something for you to target legally um, as a student. Yes, or organs. Sorry if I pronounced that wrongly.
All right. Dr. Fola, thank you very much for this wonderful session you're having with us. There are a couple of questions someone raised. I just want to, throw more light on it, so it could help a lot more other persons who are here.
Thank you.
My name is Hans. I live in the UK. I work with NHS presently. So someone asked about job opportunities for those who are graduate students who are, of course, who are in the UK. As Dr. has rightly said, there are really limited jobs for tech and a lot of other areas, but the jobs that are always available, not that they're easy to get, but they're always available, are just within the health related sector. For instance, you must have heard about the carer jobs, the healthcare assistant jobs. If you're a student and you have, of course, your usual 20 hours per week, you can find a way to get engaged in either of these health related jobs. Well, they are a bit tedious, I won't lie, because I'm there, I know how it is, but they are always available if you're able to meet up and do the job. Now, you could be paid, say, £9 per hour or £10 per hour within that range. And if you're able to work more hours, it's guaranteed that you make quite a lot of money. But again, it's very hectic because you have to really work your ass off to make that money. So that's for those who are actually looking for job opportunities, maybe within their study period or even after you're done with your study in the UK. Then, on the aspect of driving, for those, of course, this meeting is more like a heterogeneous one where there are people who are already in the UK and there are a lot of persons who are still in Nigeria or wherever they are. Before coming to the UK, it would have been advisable that you go learn how to drive. Now, it will save you a lot of pounds because when you come here, as I speak to you, people who teach people how to drive collect nothing less than 30 to 35 pounds. So you could save yourself that money. You learn how to actually drive in Nigeria before coming to UK and get your international driver's license. You can get that from the FRSC people. Yeah, you can get that from there, your 1 year international driver's license. And come in already skilled in driving. So what you'll be doing here in the UK is probably just get someone to just brush you up in just the relevant areas you may need to, acquaint yourself with. Especially now, why people waste a lot of time learning how to drive in the UK is not because they can't actually turn the steering and all that. The area where you're going to have a lot of problems is trying to understand the signs, the highway signs, the road signs. They have a lot of them here in the UK that we do have in Nigeria. So that's where you're going to have a lot of problems. Here in the UK, the cameras are there, the road signs are different from Nigeria. The patterns of the roads, a lot of things are so different. But of course, In Nigeria, we have the left hand drive, but here is right hand. So you are going to get used to driving in a different pattern from what you're used to in Nigeria. That is where your problem is going to be. And it's not easy to just come to the UK, or I can drive in Nigeria. You just come here, take a car, and just start driving. You're going to have a lot of problems. And remember, if you break the road codes, you're going to pay heavily for it with your international driver. So you have to come in, take your time, understand how the roads are, understand how things work before you jump into driving in the UK. I have experienced it. My friends have experienced it. You just came in, pick a car, the next moment you're in trouble. And you're going to pay, because for fines here is about £100. If you're caught breaking traffic rules or whatever it is, you're going to pay £100. And if you keep paying £100 every time you drive, you can imagine how much you're spending. So the most important thing you need to do is to let someone put you through the roads. You need to understand how you can drive safely in the UK. I think that's the most important thing. Learn how to drive before you come. If your opportunity not to be in the UK already, learn how to drive before you come. Get a driver license and come here and just sharpen your skill if you want to drive. So that's on the part of drive. I just want to contribute to this people. As time progresses, as more questions come up, maybe I could maybe add a little bit of my voice to it. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you so much. Yep, that was very valuable. Yeah, I do agree with all of that. Be within UK before you are allowed to drive, um, or it will be good, as he has mentioned. Try and learn the road signs. I just when I did mine, I just got what's it called? Let me call the name. I just got this app. Yeah, there's one app like that. So I just got the app and I was able to learn all the road signs on that app before I was, you know, able to then go into the actual driving. So yes, that would be very valuable to learn all the road signs before. And you can do that. Like I said, I did that for myself. It was more like I've told myself within the next 1 or 2 months I want to know how to drive, because I was in a desperate need to learn it because I needed it for money. So that was what I did. So you can literally just push yourself in that regard, and you will be able to get on the road as soon as possible. Okay, so let's go to, I have few questions in my inbox. I'm just going to read out a few of them. This one said, please, I would like to ask a question. If my course have an option of 1 or 2 years, does the 2 year mean that it's part-time? Yes and no. Yes, because if it's part-time, they would tell you 2 years and you need to check for you to confirm. But if they say 2 years full-time, then it means you have 2 years for you to be able to do your course. So you need to confirm it. If it's 2 years, 1 year full time, 2 years part time, then obviously that means the 2 years is part time. But if it's 1 year and then a 2 years another one of 2 years intake full time, then it means you are actually given that option. And we know quite a few schools. I mean, everybody probably know of T-side. That's one of the schools that would give you 2 years option. There are some of their courses that are 1 year and some that are 2 years. So that's why I said yes and no. I hope I've answered that very briefly. I'm trying to get requests, but I can't seem to find. I don't know what's happening. Please try and send the request again. I'm not really sure why the request is not showing up. I'm hearing from my inbox that I have been sent requests, but I can't seem to find. Okay, I'm trying, but can you please send it again? I don't know why it's not showing up. Like I can't even see the person. Can I search? Yeah, can I search? I'm not sure if I can. Okay, let me try and okay. Just give me a second, people. Let me try and sort
Doc, you
this.
can go ahead and answer the questions. Keep answering the questions you have in your inbox. So at least folks start getting value as they're waiting. I think that's fine too.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, September versus January intake. We've talked on that. Good. What other question? Do you have a postgraduate work permit? Yes. If your master's is 18 months, yes. Even if, so long as your master's is beyond 1 year, you are allowed to have a postgraduate um, study visa of 2 years. You are allowed to have your 2 years so long as you have more than 1 year of study period. So your master's is 18 months, you are good to go. Your master's is 12 months, you are good to go. You can apply. Very quickly, do you have any advice for a Nigerian medical doctor looking to enter UK? Whoa. Okay. I mean, for that one, it would depend on you. I know you guys are allowed to have the PLAB route where you can write the PLAB exam, get yourself registered in the UK, and then you're able to come in and work. But I know somebody that's or some people, let me generalize it, that would also use the student visa route, which means they come into the UK for a master's or a postgraduate program and then use during that period to write their PLAB exams and also get in. I tweeted a while ago, some people you might, I tweeted a while ago about one of my students who is doing, I mean, we are Niger now, so I'm not going to falter in any way. I understand her hustle. She came in for a master's, she did the PLAB, she didn't pass, and she registered for a PhD. And so while doing the PhD, she retried the PLAB and then she passed and she was able to, obviously, during that time, she was working part time. You know, she's allowed to work part time. So she was working part time, gaining more experience, local experience, and that helped her to pass the exam. And immediately she passed the exam, she got a job and she just dropped our PhD, which is sad for me as a supervisor because I was counting on having additional, completion to my record, and she just put it in the mud. But anyway, such is life. So those are the ways that I know people come in as medical practitioner. The choice will be yours in terms of which route you want to try. Um, Oluomo of Derby, thank you so much. I don't know why it took me, it was just a struggle to get you in, but thankfully you're here now. Thank you so much for joining us. What about us that are married and it's our wife that wants to school, and are we going and we're going with two kids as dependent? Okay, so for that question, I would say very briefly, if your wife is the one registered to study, she is the one that is limited to 20 hours per week during term time. And so you as the dependent, who will be the husband, you are allowed to actually work full time, however many hours you want, at any time during your stay in the country. Obviously, having two kids, you would have to work out the modalities in terms of what would be more, what would how would you manage the kids. If these children are below 14 years, I believe you're not allowed to leave them alone in the house. It's illegal and you can get into trouble if they find out you're leaving them alone. So it would be for you to work between you and your wife how you're going to stay with the children. So some couple that I know, well, while the wife is away in class, the husband will be home, take the children to school, and then he can go and do some shift or do some hustling and then go back to either pick the children or have school bus drop them, depending on how what arrangement you have. And sometimes while the wife is at home with the children at night, husband go to work night shift, as the case may be. It just depends on how you're able to manage around. I know a couple whose family, the wife was husband was doing a PhD and the wife was working with Barclays, so she was able to get like a proper job, right? And so while she's working, the husband is at home. He's doing his PhD because PhD is a bit more flexible. You sort of like have a bit more say on where you want to work. So he chose to work from home all the time. He will be home while the children go to school, come back, take care of them, and then in at night he can then go to his own shift within his 20 hours, and the wife have her own job. So it all depends on how you can work around it between yourself. But I would just say if those children are below staying alone, as the UK law states, please don't leave them alone because you may have more trouble than than the money you are trying to make. So once you can work around that, you can actually work full time while your partner work in terms of the 20 hours limit, and they can work full time obviously once school closes as well. I understand that if you're on scholarship, your award might not allow you to apply for post study visa. In this case, what do you do? This is true and not true. It depends on the scholarship. I do know that Commonwealth and some other scholarships would put some clause on how your stay in the country, and so that is something you may need to consider, because part of your award for that scholarship is the fact that you're going back to your home country to use what you have learned. One way you can get around that is to apply for another program. So I know someone who had a Commonwealth scholarship, and he was able to then go on to get another scholarship. Actually, he got a PhD scholarship, so he was allowed. I see Aaron is coming to give us the nugget on that one. Yes, as a Commonwealth scholar. Lovely. Thank you for that. So yes, he was allowed to move on to PhD, and obviously after that he can choose. He's still in the country. He chose to remain in the country after that period. So please, it's possible, but it also depends on how you go about not staying in the country. Also, the visa has allowed you to work 20 hours at least. Not at least, is at most during time, not at least. That's the maximum during time. If you're on a scholarship, are you still allowed to work such hours? I heard that scholarships might not allow it. From my experience, I know the scholarship allowed it. I had my friend, which we worked closely together during my masters. He was on Commonwealth scholarship, and we were working the same hours throughout that time. I'm going to allow Aaron to chip in here because he's more into that space than I am. Thank you, Aaron.
Yeah, hi Doc, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We certainly can.
Yes. Yes, so just to respond quickly to that question, I was on the Commonwealth Scholarship as well in 2016, Commonwealth Shared Scholarship, and I can't remember, there wasn't any clause that did not allow us to work. I mean, we got stipends every month, but I personally worked. Most of my friends that were on the scholarship, I think there were 6 of us from Africa in my school at the time, and all of us worked. I mean, we kept to the hours, and we didn't have restrictions at all in terms of working. So yeah, you can work if you're on scholarship. About going back home, as far as I know, again, just like you mentioned, the Commonwealth, for instance, will ask you to go back home and develop your. I mean, the idea is that you've gotten that skill to go back home to your home country to use those skills to develop your country. I mean, that's the clause there. But it doesn't like say how long you have to stay to stay in your country to do that development process, right? I know that for the Chipman scholarship, we have like, I'm not sure if that has changed or I'm not updated, but it used to be like you have to go back and stay for at least a period of time in your country, which was kind of set. Again, apologies if I'm not getting my facts right. But for the Commonwealth Shared Scholarship, the Commonwealth Scholarship, there wasn't like a set time that, okay, you had to stay in Nigeria or in your home country for a certain amount of time. They just said, okay, you could go back to, your country and, and do the development process. So yeah, like Dr. Fola said, the way around that is to continue for further studies. So I had friends at the time who just applied to go on to a PhD, and some people got that. For me, at the time, I tried to get a second master's scholarship in Oxford and Cambridge. At the time, I wasn't fortunate, and so I used up the remaining time of my visa just to work, and then I returned back to Nigeria. But yeah, the Commonwealth states clearly that one of the reasons that you'll be allowed to stay is if you are proceeding for further studies. In this case, PhD or maybe a second master's if you get a scholarship. So yeah, I hope that helps.
Absolutely, it does. Thank you, Aaron. Dr. Teo, thank you.
Hi. I'm so sorry. I was on the space at the start. I got a call and I basically muted the space. but I mean, I'm just contributing. So I was also a Commonwealth scholar, and I know that you are allowed. I don't know whether that has changed now, but I know that you are allowed to move on to a PhD, but not masters. So just to really clarify that, you can move on to further studies at PhD, but not at masters. So another masters, the Commonwealth will not really allow that. I just kind of like want to highlight, some of the things that you can do to get funding. And I'm sorry if that has been highlighted already. So whilst I was doing my masters, and even on my PhD, I did a lot of invigilation within my university, um, to get additional money. And the interesting thing is that the universities, working with the universities, the rates are actually a bit higher than doing other jobs. I realized. I did a bit of cleaning as well, but I mean, working as an invigilator with the university, the rates were really, really good. So it is something that is worth looking at. You could also look at the being an ambassador, a student ambassador for your country, or mostly from Africa, or for a particular region, and that also pays really well. Open days, you can support open days activities, and like all these things are opportunities with the university, and the rates are really, really a bit higher. Other things that you can do, you can actually look out for research assistantship opportunities. So at the moment, I have, well, I'm now, I now work as a lecturer, and I have a number of students working with me, one master's and two PhD students as graduate research assistants. And again, I'm paying them good rates. So, these are things that you can, in fact, the university will not even allow you to pay, below a particular threshold. So it is really, really good. And when you are doing all these things with the university, these are things that you can actually evidence on your CV, and you will pick up, additional academic or, other customer relationship skills. So it is a win-win. It is also adding to your personal development, as well as making your account and your pocket good. So yeah, worth considering, really. Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Tio, thank you so much. Yes, absolutely. You can work with the uni. I remember I worked with the uni as I worked as a lecturer at some point. I worked as a assessor where we were assessing students' presentation. I was paid, I think, £23 or so an hour for that one. And for the lecturing, part-time lecturing, it was about £49 an hour. But the thing to mention here is that was during my PhD, not during my master's. But the thing to mention here is that time does count as part of your 20 hours, and schools can be very, very, very strict on it. Like they don't joke, man. Your 20 hours with school, so that you can make a lot of money, but you have to keep an eye on. And for PhD, this is just to mention, for PhD, you are actually limited. Some schools limit you to 6 hours per week. So that is something to keep in mind. I remember I almost got into trouble because of it. Because of this, I worked 13 hours, right? And I submitted my timesheet for them to pay me, which I had already counted £49 an hour. Oh my God, this is going to be a nice week. And the finance lady called me, and these people are wicked. I'm sorry. Like the fear I had, I already saw myself in Nigeria. I was like, hey, my mama, oh, this one will come and pick me at the airport unexpectedly. Because of what? They sent email to the dean, they sent email to the head of department, they sent email to all my supervisors, they sent email to the lecturer that actually employed me for that contract. It was horrible. I felt like, if it's not because of the experience, I was like, I don't think I want to ever do this again. I just didn't like the way they were so, hard on me. And eventually, we now realized, they now counted it that the prep time is not added to the actual time. So eventually it was cut down to 4 hours. At that point, I didn't even want them to pay me. I was like, see, I'm even done. Don't even pay me a dime. I'm happy for you not to. But they cut it down to 4 hours. So just to keep in mind, if you're working with school, you have to be very, very cautious of not going beyond that threshold, especially if you're on your PhD. And even if you're on scholarship also, they have that clause for you to consider. Oh, your hand is gone now. I had someone here asking that the person is working remotely with a UK company and very flexible. And if they come to the UK, can they continue this? And it's not going to add to their 20 hours. I think that's the question. It says something about 8 hours work my laptop throughout the 8 hours. I don't have to be on my laptop throughout the 8 hours. Well, I mean, this is a bit tricky, and my experience is more towards where you're working in person within the country. So, remotely, I would say if you're going to be paid by using your UK bank account when you come into the UK, then you have to be on the safer side and adhere to that 20 hours, because if you're going to be paid, you're going to be paying tax, and that means you're working whether or not you're in person in that company you're working. And so still try and stay within that 20 hours limit would be my suggestion. But obviously I've told you some ways of how you can increase that money. I remember when I got my PhD scholarship during my masters, and they asked me to start immediately after my masters, right? They said start September, and I'm finishing my master's September. And I went and met the woman. I went and met her. I said, "Excuse me, ma, miss." Yeah, she was like, "What?" I said, I appreciate this scholarship, but it says I should start September. That I've not gone home since I came to the UK, which was a year, right? I've not gone home. I've not seen my family members. I would like to just, take time off. It's been an intense period, doing masters, applying for PhD, da 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 da. I immediately, she was like, "Oh, no, 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 no. I understand. I get it. I get it. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Would you mind January?" I said, "Yeah, January." She said January is the next intake. I said, "Yeah, January is fine." She changed my offer to January. My dear, I went home. I worked from that September all the way till the Sunday of that January. So January was starting on Monday 25th. I worked till Sunday because I'm allowed full time. You're allowed to work that period. I worked. I got back Monday morning, and she was like, "Oh, how are you? How you are well rested now?" I can say, "Yeah, I'm well rested. I'm well rested." The reason why I did that was I thought, wow, how am I going to miss out on the normal? You're allowed. This is me working 20 hours all this while. Now I'm allowed to work full time for 4 months, and you want to take it. Of course, I'm happy they gave me the scholarship, but I still had to beat my way around getting more money. And I think I made good use of that period. Just to say as well. Yes, Olga Hans, you have your hands up.
Okay, thank you very much, Fola. Just in addition to, you're supporting what a couple of persons have said, times have really changed. For instance, I came into UK with a title, a visa with the NHS. Now, for those who came in through certain kind of scholarship that would not allow them to remain, at the end of their, scholarships, they can also, try to get jobs that have sponsorships attached to them. I have a couple of friends who had that also, who had that opportunity. Though it may not work for everyone, but if you're able to get, of course, the health sector that make this thing very possible a lot of times, like we have mentioned earlier. So if you're able to get, jobs that could offer you sponsorship, and of course they give 5 years, then automatically you are able to remain even after the end of your scholarship. So after the end of your 5 years with the Type 2, then of course you can get your ILR if you're willing to do that. But really, I used to also advise people, study is great. If you're a scholar, yes, coming to the UK as a student is fantastic. But you should not also ignore the other options. For instance, the Type 2 visa is a good one. Most of the time, you don't spend a dime of your money to come into the UK. Most of them actually help you get your flight, accommodate you for a couple of months while you're settling in. So if you're also interested in coming to the UK, you can also explore the options of a Tier 2 visa. Some people even come with the talent, category of this visa as well. So the Tier 2 visa is great. Also, the student visa is also good. But if you can't afford it, if it's also something you want to go on with, you can go with that. But the Tier 2 visa is very open to a lot of people, and the health sector, like it's also common knowledge, are looking for quite a lot of people and are willing to give you the sponsorship if you meet up with the little requirements they demand of you. I think that's just an addition to what it is. For people who are also studying in the UK presently, if you're able to look out for jobs while you're doing your 20 hours per week, and by the way, for some courses, you can do more than 20 hours per week with the recent development. This is just like a month ago. You can do beyond your regular 20 hours per week now. If you're able to get a job that can issue you a sponsorship, then of course you can work beyond and over and also remain even after you have done your at the end of your course. You can get your 5 years from that organization that have offered you a sponsorship and stay right after you have studied, instead of going to apply for the regular 2-year postgraduate work permit like it used to be. So that's just, and this is not a space to talk about all that, but these are the possibilities that are presently available in the UK as we speak. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you so much for that. Yeah, absolutely. Just to yes, there are some courses now. I think it was released not too long ago, like you mentioned. If you're working within NHS, there are some courses that you're allowed to work beyond 20 hours. But the reason why I didn't really mention or focus on those is because not everyone, in fact, most people will not be eligible for that, and it's not beans to get work within NHS as well. You have to put yourself into it. So it is possible as well. And for the tier two, I think that's another whole conversation, a space on its own in terms of the different ways of getting in tier two. But like I would say, is not what I don't like is when people come into my inbox and say, Fola, how can I get scholarship? Or can I get scholarship? I don't know. There's a way they structure that question. For you to be thinking of scholarship, you should already have started doing your homework. I'm supposed to just add one or two things for you to, get on. Okay, I've done this. I've written my SOP, or I found this scholarship. I've already started the application. But for you to just say, how do I get scholarship? Is like seriously, you should have started. So same thing with tier two. There's a lot that goes into that, and you should have sort of like started finding your way around it, as the case may be. Yes, Oluwama of Dabi, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sister Paula. Thank you, Oga, as well. Just going to interject Oga quickly there regarding the 20 hours. Not every sector in the UK has it, but you have to be extremely careful because once you make a mistake, and you renew your visa and stuff, it can also affect you. So I would say, if you're not sure, just maybe ask your immigration officer there, because the funny part, the law keeps on changes all the time. Is that I remember last year I advised somebody they could do that, and then only for me to find out later that that person wasn't eligible for it. So, but I think if you work within the healthcare sector, you're very likely. But even within the healthcare sector, there's so many rules and stuff. So these days, when people come to me, I'm like, hey, I'm sorry, I'm not sure. You have to ask your lawyer or something just to be on the safe side. Because at the end of the day, I'd rather someone play safe than sorry, because by then it might be too late. So first, I was just going to talk quickly about what we saying regarding driving and some stuff. I've just noticed something lately about a lot of Nigerians come to the UK. A lot of people are just staying London, London, London. People need to understand that the UK is not just only London. UK is a big, big place. People have to come out of London. Otherwise, you're going to struggle. You're going to struggle. Understand? London's very expensive. London's one of the most expensive cities to live in the world. Some of us that haven't lived in London for many years, we have to run out of that place because by the time you pay bills, do that, you understand that what is going on? You have no savings. You understand that? So, but hey, people. A lot of Nigerians when you're back home, what knows London, they know Birmingham, they know Manchester, but people don't understand there's also many other cities. But hey, but if you decide you want to stay in London, that's your choice. Even in London itself, there's so many different zones. For example, some of the cheap areas to live in London, places like maybe New Cross, Southwark, Greenwich, Buckingham and Dagenham, which is a very much Nigerian community. Of course, Peckham is cheap. Lewisham, Elephant Castle,
Camberwell, Croydon, Catford, all those areas in London are cheap. But when I say they're even cheap, you're looking at about £500 a month just for a room in London. Now, when you look at places like, St. John's Wood, Swiss Cottage, Finchley, also is in London, but hey, those only look about £800 a month just for a room for rent. So, me, I advise people, especially if you're going to come to the UK, look out of London because maybe you like it or not, you have a 20 hours visa to work. As a student, you're going to struggle. There's no if, no but. You're going to basically be living from hands to mouth. I know a lot of nurses who are actually working in London. By the time they get paid from the NHS, looking about maybe £1,860 after tax. By the time they pay their rent, they want to do fine girl or this, send money back home to parents. You're basically broke already. Instant. So, but when by other cities, there's opportunities. We have places like Leeds, Huddersfield, Coventry. My beloved Derby. Derby is one of the cheapest places to live in England. Well, not the cheapest, but it's reasonable value for money. You have Sheffield, Northampton, all those places. So, for example, in a place like Derby, for example, now you can rent a two-bedroom house for £500 a month. So, even if you rent a two-bedroom house for £500 a month, you and somebody else, a student or someone, you can be sharing together £250 a month each. Maybe after bills, you can about £700 in total. So it could be £350, and you guys have a room, you have a parlor, your kitchen. So there's opportunities everywhere. So I think Nigerians need to just more change their mindset, not just London, Manchester, Birmingham. There's also other places to live in the UK as well. And then lastly, you talk about driving. People don't understand how driving is very important. Now, maybe if you live in London, London has a very good transportation system, one of the best in the world. Almost like a 24 hours transportation system. So now, if you're going to live in all these places I mentioned, like outside Derby, outside London, places like Leeds, Huddersfield, Coventry, Derby, Sheffield, Northampton, all those places, there's a lot of jobs. But the advantage there is if you're driving. So, for example, I work a recruitment company myself in Derby. So, if you drive, you have an advantage over someone who doesn't drive. Because a lot of the jobs you do is the outskirts, even if you want to go factory work, any part-time job you're doing. So, once you drive, it gives an advantage. And like Sister Fola said, once you come over here with a Nigerian driving license, you have 12 months to drive. So, you could, to even buy a car, you don't need to get, even, 2 weeks' wages to buy a car over here. £600. I remember my first car UK was £400 in Stan. That's many years ago, it was £400, and that car was a blessing. That car was that £400 turned to so much bills, so much financing. They made me so much money because when they come to do this, I'm like, I'm there. Instead of you, maybe you get 2-3 different buses. So the fact that you drive, they give an advantage over other people who doesn't drive. So that's the edge you have. So when you come to a place like outside London, for example, even if you earn 20 hours a week, at the end of the month, you could make up to £800 to £1,000 a month easily. So by the time you pay for maybe your rent, £400, and maybe put petrol in your car, or even if you get bus, whatever, you still have a lot of money to save, and that's the difference from living in London and living obviously outside London. I use the mic for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So much nuggets there. Absolutely. You can't go wrong with having a car. Obviously, we're not talking of luxurious, anything big fancy car, just something that can get you to from point A to point B. If you're living, especially outside London, it would help you get money. It's not luxury, it is a necessity. Yes, Aaron. Thank you.
Yeah, just add to, Romoli mentioned very great points there. I studied in Leeds, for instance, and I worked as a healthcare assistant, and I didn't have a car at the time. And I did a lot of jobs that were, the postcodes were really, really very, very far from my house, maybe sometimes an hour drive there. But I was fortunate, the company I was working with had arrangements with drivers, and I don't know if that system has kind of changed or how many companies still do that. And this was relatively, very student friendly to me. And the company I worked for had arrangement with drivers, people who just kind of picked us up in the morning. So our shift start at 6, they might pick us up at 5, or start at 7, they might pick us up at 6. And so to and fro, they take us to work, and they go back to pick us up, and they just take that money out of our own wage. So they pay the drivers directly when that pay comes, and then we get what is left. It wasn't entirely convenient, but it was really It was really fine for us. For me at the time, I didn't even have so much orientation about owning a car because it was the Commonwealth Scholarship was very quick. The idea was you're just going to go in and go out, and I was more concerned about, okay, let me just work as much as I can, save money, and then go back. So I don't know if the system has changed, but that's another thing for people to explore as well. Maybe when you just get in, maybe you can just ask around and find out if there are companies that still have that kind of system working, and if they do that, that might still work. But that was very, very effective for me. I worked with just one company, and that was what I used all through my stay in the UK until I finished and left back to Nigeria. So yeah, that might also be something to explore.
Yeah, thank you very much for that quickly. I mean, just like you said, I mean, so basically, I run a recruitment company myself that employs nurses and HCAs in Derby. So that's exactly what I do. I basically just charge £10, obviously, for to go and come back. So actually, make life easy for you, understand? So, but then obviously, I give people the option too because it don't be like, this man they cheat us. So my brother, if you don't get the bus day yourself, that's fine, understand? But my problem is the shift at 7:45. I mean, I work in Bolton, I work in Loughborough as well. So I mean, shift to Loughborough starts around 7. The one in Bolton starts 7:45. So my issue is that if you're not there by 7 or 7:45, we will have a problem. But if you're gonna jump on the company's buses instead, and it makes life easy for people. Just like you said, even not everybody can drive. I mean, I want to be fair as well. Not everybody can drive. Some people are scared. Some people, I mean, I have a gentleman who drives in Nigeria, and his friend is like driving license more than 4 times. He said, bros, no, the way they park, the drive, I was like, it's not rocket science, but it now looks like you're forcing it. So I just said, you know what, no problem. Just get on the bus if it makes you feel more better. So end of the day, it makes life a lot easier for people. So end of the day, if you do 3 or 4 shifts in a week with me, you're paying. So it takes £10 for transport, which means to go and come back instead. That's the advantage you get in obviously outside London. And I think a few companies I know in Leicester are doing the same thing as well. Northampton. And I mean, we do it in Derby, just like you said, in Leeds as well. So it's exactly nothing has changed. It's still the same old system. Because end of the day, there's a win-win for everybody. You understand? You want people to go to work on time. People are making money. So everybody's it's a win-win for everybody. So, but yeah, but driving like Sister Fuller said, you give it that extra edge. That's the difference in there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aaron and Oluom of Dabi. Absolutely. See, when I started, there was one company I worked for then. That was what they used to do with us. They would have us together with some drivers, and we would just pay them £10. We actually used to pay them from our pocket, and then so our full wages come in completely, but we pay them and then they pay us. So it's not like the way Aaron said. I think I work with another company who they did the other way, which they would ask you, how many times did you go to work with who, and you may obviously they will have the record and then they take it from your wages. But imagine £10. So what I did when I started driving, like I said, I bought my small car, £200. It was from an auction, so it was moving me from A to B. But then I now got another car. It was a Renault. I can't remember the model now, but it was Reynolds, those big one.
Renault Megane.
Yeah, I think it was. No, I think it was the big one, Reynolds something. I can't. Is that 7-seater?
Renault Chiatro or something.
Yes, that's the name.
But why you buying the 7-seater?
I was packing people. Hey, it's money. Excuse me, sir. £10 an hour. Sorry, £10 to go to work. So I pack people, like 7 people will follow me. And they are ready to pay. They'll be like, Fola, when are you going? I'm following you. Because obviously it's a Niger setting to an extent. So we also talk with G. So people want to follow me. And in addition to my normal shift of my, normal pay, I'm getting about £70. How much fuel am I taking to go to the work? I drive myself for free, and I drive everybody else and get about 60 to 70 pounds, depending on how many people follow me. And there's always requests like, can you help me? Can you follow me? And what I did for me personally was, because obviously it's also sort of like a competition to an extent. So I would drop people at places that are very convenient to them, for them to get to. Because normally the agency says meet at a certain place. So, but I would say, okay, where you staying? Okay, you're staying here. meet me this place, I will drive down to that place, just maybe 5 minute drive to that place, pick them up, add the other person and the other everybody else, and then we go. So because of that, they also want to join you because they have less distance to cover for them to meet you. Unlike somebody else, I'll be like, yeah, meet me at the central point, I'm not moving. So I do that, and I make that as part of money in addition to my actual wage. When I started driving, before I started driving, I also paid people. So when I started driving, I realized that those are like the things that motivated me. Like, this driving, it's almost like you're making double what you would make on a shift. Oh, I have to get it. So yes, that is an option. But if you want to make more money, having your own car is the best way to go about it. Thank you so much for the contributions. Somebody's just asked here, did schools in UK confirm POF, that's proof of statement, before issuing cards? I think this is probably related to the tweet I sent out a few days ago about proof of payment. So most schools now, like I said, are now sort of divided into two, where you have one school, a group of them would only give you what's it called now, a group of them would give you, you pay the deposit and they give you your cars, and you go to your visa office and sort out that way. And there's another group that would give you, you pay the deposit, they would ask you to submit your proof of fund before they now give you the cars. So that means you're going to give them the proof of fund, they would verify it. So somebody is asking if they verify. Yes, they do verify, at least the ones that I've heard about. There's a school that a student or prospective student submitted, and somehow they moved the money. They verified the first time, and then they moved the money. Unfortunately, the school decided to verify again, and the second time the money was not there. Obviously, they bounced the student. So yes, they do verify, long story short, on that question. So any advice for someone already in the UK who already has a PG diploma and planning to do a master's? Please, can you mute yourself? Thank you very much. I'm planning to do a master's with recognition of prior learning route. I absolutely do not understand this question. But any advice? I mean, if you want to do a master's, all you do is just apply from the diploma that you're already doing. All you need to do is to just apply. Maybe I'm not getting this question completely. So moving on, someone says, can my sibling or relatives be my dependents if I'm the one going for? Unfortunately not. Very long story short, no. Your sibling cannot be your dependent or any relative. It has to be your children or your spouse. That's the only, or those are the people that are allowed. You can't have sister, brother, cousins. No, it's not allowed. What is the best route for people who studied optometry in Nigeria? Whoa. Do you have any idea? Unfortunately, I do not have any idea. Uh, is there anyone that have idea of responding to that question? Optometry in Nigeria? I think the question is coming into the UK. I would imagine it will be
Yeah,
similar. Yes, but
yeah. So basically, you just have to try and register with look at the registration procedure and how. I mean, most of the health regulators. I think optometry is regulated by the HCPC, Health and Care Professions Council. I'm not quite sure, but I think it should fall under that. So look at the registration procedure. You should, from Nigeria, you should be registering through the international route, and after that, you can start searching for jobs. Once you get a job, you get a certificate of sponsorship from your employer, and you apply for visa, and you are welcome to the UK.
okay, I hope that helps with that question. I do know that you have to register, but I'm not entirely sure which organization, because these health programs, you definitely sorry, health professions, you definitely have to register with their body, whichever body it is that they have here. So I'm sorry for asking this question. I joined late. Da, 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 da. I just want to know how to fund studying abroad. Well, we've I just, this space was just to, I put out a tweet about how much you would need and broke it down, from start all the way till you entering into the UK. So I would advise you go check out that tweet that I did on how much you need and how to fund it. Well, it depends on you. There are so many routes. The best would be for you to have the money. But if you maybe would get it from family member, your parents, whatnot, that is all up to you. On You have to check your network and see how you can get such an amount. Unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to say. There are other ways that I don't think I want to get into on this space. Can a 17-year-old child stay back home and take care of the younger sibling of 10, 8, 7, or 4 while both parents are out? Ideally, it would be an 18-year-old, but I think 17-year-old should fly. I think, I'm not sure, don't quote me on this. My friend is a social worker, I am not, so maybe I should clarify with her. But I know anybody that is an adult from 18 years would, but 17, I think so. Anyway, I may have to ask her if what she thinks. Aaron, have you got anything for us on that one? Thank you.
Yeah, it's just on the previous question, Dr. Fona, which is how do you fund studying abroad? I know the space when it started was more of like people who wanted to self fund, but I think for many of us who are advocates of scholarship, the first thing to look out for is scholarships. Try to apply for scholarships. There are a few scholarships in the UK. A few people on the space studied in the UK. I studied in the UK, the Commonwealth Scholarship. You have the Children's Scholarship. You have other university-based scholarships that are funded by the universities. And these are, you can find them easily through the university website or even through dedicated websites. I know at the time I was looking out for scholarship. One website I used very, very well for my scholarship search was the UK website, jobs.ac.uk, which also posts, different opportunities. So, I mean, the first point of call, if you don't have the money, for many of us, I speak for myself, the only way I could have traveled out to study was through scholarship. I couldn't afford a dime. So, first point of call for you is to look out for scholarships. It saves you all the trouble. For me, I got a scholarship, went to the UK. All the money I was making on my job I was saving, and I returned to Nigeria with a bit of money when I finished, which facilitated my move into Australia when I got another scholarship. So yeah, please look out for scholarships first. I'm a strong advocate of scholarships, and start there. And if it doesn't work, then if you have the money, then you can explore other ways of maybe coming to pay for yourself and then working on the side to augment your stay. But I mean, as people have said, that is it's a very, very difficult route. Doable, but very difficult as well because you have to study and work and yeah. But thank you.
Thank you so much. Scholarship is sweet, of course. um, I absolutely agree, but I think I try to be as realistic as possible. And the reason why I'm saying that is not everybody, I repeat, not everybody will get scholarship. In fact, less than maybe 10%. I think I checked it the other day, it was about 10% or less that would get scholarship. So, truth be told, not everyone will, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't try it. Also, please, when you're thinking of scholarship, you have to think, what are you bringing to these people are giving you? Do you know how much it is for them to fund your study abroad? You're talking of thousands of pounds. The tuition fee, it depends on the school, you're talking maybe 14, 15, or even 20,000 pounds. And then they will now give you monthly stipend of roughly around close to the same amount, 15,000. Or because when I was doing my master's, my friend that was doing Commonwealth was on Commonwealth. He was getting about £1,000. I don't know if it's changed significantly since then, but about £1,000 every month. So you're talking 12, 13, 14,000. In addition to your tuition fee, they will pay you your flights, they will pay. There's a lot of different things that they pay. It's a lot of money. These people are not just going to give anybody. So someone comes into my DM and say, Fola, I have a 2-1. It's very nice you have a 2-1, but that might not be enough. What else have you got? You have to be able to be willing to give them something for them to, because there are thousands of people, if not even more, that are applying for these scholarships. What is it that would make you stand out from everybody else. You have to think about it and work towards pulling all of those things together. Scholarship is not easy. Oh. So the same way that funding self-funded is not easy, scholarship is also not easy. It will not fall in your laps. You have to really fight and convince them that you are worth them spending such an amount on as a scholar. I think I was speaking with somebody who's been out of work for over 10 years. They've been out of the what they studied in school. They've not used that certificate. They've been hustling, of course, Niger life, hustling in other ways. And we talked about how much, and I broke it down, and the person was like, "What? That's a lot." And I said, I said, yes, it's a lot of money. Sometimes people try and see if they can add scholarship, because even if it's not full scholarship, however, and the person was like, "Oh, can I get the scholarship?" And I'm like, mm, 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 mm. I'm not going to say yes or no, but it's not, they are not just giving anyone scholarship. Scholarship requires hard, intense work. It's not easy to go and get one. So just push that out there. If you're going to be going through scholarship route, know that you're prepared to do the work as well. It's not an easy way, but it is possible. And I will say try it and see, who knows, an option. How easy is it to change from tier 4 to tier 2 visa in the UK? Oh my God, very easy. It's like one of the easiest things and the sweetest as well. No, it's easy and it's also not easy. And I think the easy and not easy part, what differentiates it is you getting that job that is willing to give you that tier 2 visa. That's just it. If you're able to get the visa, it's easy for you to get tier 2 skilled worker visa once you get the job. But how do you get the job? Now, that is a different ball game, and that is what you need to, that's what makes it not so easy. Before you get any job in the UK, any job that will give you tier 2 has to apply. I'm sorry, has to advertise the job. It's compulsory, it's part of the legal requirement for you to be able to get that job. They have to advertise it. And so that means they have to open it for everyone that may be interested to be able to apply. There's no one-to-one backside talk, my guy, your company. I mean, so anyway, you it will be advertised, and then so there will be evidence of the fact that they've advertised it. Then they would have to, which is where it comes, if you have assessment to do, if you have any whatever test and exam you have to write, or if it's interview, whatever, they do all of that screening process. Then they would have to evaluate you against everybody else that have applied, and they would have to significantly show that you have what some of the other candidates don't have. Then they would have to compare you to the highest performing candidates in home country, the home person, so maybe a UK person, a British national, compare you to whoever it is that has the highest in that group, and you as a international or foreign person, they compare your performance to that person, and it has to clearly show that you still exceed that person before they can go on to you know get you the visa and the rest. I mean, for care worker now is a bit different. All of that is not happening because it's now a special category, and there is all those other skilled shortage jobs as well. But for general, most jobs, this is how it goes. So the employer has to show that you exceed other applicants before they can give you the job. So all of that makes it difficult. But once they decide on you're the one we want, it's very easy for them to give you, like, you get the tier 2 skilled worker very easily once they make that decision. But before it might be a bit tricky, and so that's something to keep in mind, how you are going to impress them. Yes, Ogahan. I hope I'm calling that right.
Okay, yeah, Madam Fola, thank you very much. So, again, I like talking about the tier 2 visa because it's part of what I know a bit about. So times are changing. Of course, in the UK, a lot of things are actually changing and makes things a bit more not easier in quote, but a bit attainable. So there are a couple of things you can get easily now than it used to be back in the day. So why on a therefore visa? You're a student. That's why it's important for you to affiliate yourself or start working with organizations, and you need to be very deliberate about it. Organizations that are also willing to sponsor you. So, the visa is more like the skilled work visa. So, if you're able to work with organizations, apply to, of course, like I said again, prior before this time, the healthcare sector, they're very open right now to give you this opportunity. So it's just left for you to start applying to these, health related organizations that are also offering sponsorship, not just the regular one. They are offering this. So when you get this offer, you also get the sponsorship to get the to, skilled visa. It's easy right now. As I speak to you right now, it's easier. A lot of companies will do that, especially when you're already in the UK. Of course, people even in Nigeria get it. So how much more someone who's already in the UK and have had a little bit of work experience? It's I wouldn't say it's a stroll in the park, but it's something you can achieve within a very short time across the board. You can achieve that right now for those who are in the UK right now and you're done with your study, you have a tier 4 visa, you can easily get a tier 2 visa. It's attainable. Like I said, I work in the NHS. I see quite a lot of people. Some are even students. I've met a girl, Chiamaka. She is a student, and she got her 5-year visa sponsored via the healthcare. So it's something you can achieve, especially if you are in the UK. However, if you're also in the abroad, like you're outside the UK, we keep talking about these things. There are ways you can position yourself properly to get this job offer and get sponsorship as well. I think that should be a topic for some of the day, but really on moving from a tier 4 to a tier 2, it's very, very possible. Right now, it's very possible. Very, very easy. Thank you very much, madam. Thank you.
Thank you for that add-on. Yeah, it is easier than it used to be, is what I would say. It's easier than it used to be. Um, Especially if you're open to health work, which is the care worker visa route, working in the health sector. I think that space is more open than we used to have it. Mrs. O, thank you so much.
Hi, Dr. Fola. Thank you so much for this space. I actually have a question. For those people going to the UK and, after your tier 4 visa, I think the tier 4 visa is the student visa, yeah? So what happens what happens if they get the postgraduate work permit, they exhaust it, and they're not able to secure a job that, transitions them to tier 2 visa? Can they extend the postgraduate work permit, or what does that mean? Does that mean they have to return back? Or what's the implication? Because again, I have a lot of people in the UK whom I've like encouraged to go to the UK instead of staying back home since they can afford it. And the challenge they're having right now, they keep saying that, on social media, everybody is saying go to the UK, get a job, transition to tier 2. And man, the guy has been there with his family, a lot of them, and they're not even able to get this tier 2 jobs that would enable them transition. And the guy keeps saying, it's easier said than done. I mean, nobody said it was going to be easy, but I don't know what are the specifics to getting those kind of jobs. Like, I have a lot of people in the UK right now, and that's their challenge. They keep saying that people say home care, you can get a job, personal support worker, people in the health industry, but they are like currently there. They've been there for like months now, and they've not been able to get those kind of jobs while their spouse is studying. They have been hustling to get all of those kind of jobs, and I'm wondering. I mean, you guys are in the UK. Like, what's happening? What is it like? Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs.
Thank you,
O.
Miss.
I think obviously different everyone have their experience. So I wouldn't say those people they don't, I mean, they know where they've been trying, they know where they've been searching for these jobs. We know for certain that it is better than it used to be. And I'm telling you this because when I came to the UK years ago, we didn't have post study visa. So I couldn't even the option of thinking of tier two route wasn't that easy like it was now. And that's why the question earlier that Ogaha helped us to answer, I said it's easier. So it's not like it's easy, it's going to just drop, but it's easier. Now, coming to your question about the post study. So the way the policy is around that study visa is that when you finish your 2 years, you either get a tier two job, or a job that is willing to sponsor you for tier two, and you move on to that, or you can further your study. However, you are only eligible for that if you're furthering your studies. For example, you want to do another master's, you will not be given that post study again. So you can do another master's, but the post study is you've done it, is exhausted. And your question about is it extendable? No, you can't extend it. The 2 years is 2 years for masters, and the 3 years for PhD is the 3 years for PhD, and that's it. But what we are saying is that it is easier, especially within health setting. Maybe the person is not really interested in looking at health setting, but if they are open to it, and I can understand because it's not the nicest of jobs, right? But if they are open to it, those ones have higher opening and more requirement for international applicants. And so we are having people come from, I mean, imagine people are coming from Nigeria to come and take some of these jobs. So if you are in the UK and you are not hustling it, then I don't know. But it is easier. It's also so when we say it's easier, we're not saying it's just there. But based on experience, we've been here for years before now, we can 100% tell you it's easier. I tweeted the other day about someone I know who's just rounding up masters and getting a job that's willing to sponsor tier two as an engineer. Those things don't before now, it wasn't that often that we get such an information. And the reason, one of the reasons, I think, is because of the whole Brexit. So many of these European hands that used to be here are no longer here, and so more and more companies are opening, but that doesn't mean it's going to be a jolly good ride. You still have to push in. So I hope they are pushing in the right direction. I think Olga had, then Mrs. O, then Tio had hands up in that order. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry again, I have to just drop my 2 cents on this matter. Now, is it very possible? So I'm asking this to everyone. You're abroad, wherever you are, even in Nigeria. Is it possible that you could have a 2-year postgraduate work permit and not able to secure a job that could sponsor you, or a job that could make you stay permanently in the UK after the 2 years? Is it possible? Now, what I'm saying this is a lot of people, cast aspersions. A lot of people are always very negative about things like this. They say quite a lot of things, and they're not actually putting in the work. Now, just like Fola rightly said, except you're looking for a particular kind of job. Maybe you're looking for one specific kind of job, and you've been looking for it. You've been looking at it for over 2 years, and you're not getting what you want. But if you spread your net a bit wider, you will get what you're looking for within the space of 2 years. It's not even possible. Like for me, I've worked a lot of clients. I've seen situations. I have not heard that, I stayed in the UK after after I graduated for 2 years. My 2 year maybe it ended, and I couldn't get anything. I'm packing my load and going back to Africa. I have not heard it. And I keep meeting people over and over. Yeah, it could take some time for you to, pin down a particular thing you're looking for, but you most definitely get it. Meet the right people, connect with the right individuals. I used to have a couple of groups of spouses in the UK. They call it something spouse in the UK and all that. They help themselves get jobs. Move into more rural area. And Solomon talked about living the heartbeat of the city. Go to more rural areas where they need people to actually work. Don't go hang up in one part of the city and expect them to move into more rural areas. You will get more opportunities. More of the organizations in those rural areas are even actually begging you to come work, and also finding way to give you what you want so you can work permanently for them. There are quite a lot of them in the UK sky around. So let your people meet more persons, apply to more jobs. I was speaking to a friend, D1. People look for scholarships, but they don't put in the work. People who apply to 200, 300 scholarships every week or even more, you can't compare yourself to that person who just applies to 5 scholarships and I don't tired. This is not working. Let me find someone, and they keep complaining. These are the situations. So right now in the UK, I keep saying it and I'm emphasizing it. It's easier than it used to be. I have students who are not even done with their studies and been able to get their 5 years title visa on the side. There are also people who came in with their spouses and been able to, within the space of 4 months, gotten their title visa separately from their spouse who is on a study visa, and they are living on their own terms with their 5 year, title visa. After which they can get their indefinite leave to remain. So it's open. Tell them to apply more and mix up and engage with other people who are also in the UK. It's going to be easier from there. Thank you very much. I need the mic.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, absolutely. I do agree with all of that. Like I keep saying, if you're coming to the UK, you're not selective. The keyword selective. If you're open to a job, so long as it's job, you will get. And once you get that job, you get your tier two, your mind is settled, you can start applying for that tech or engineering job that you actually want. And the thing is, this was something somebody told me. Your tier two, once you get the first employer to vouch and be ready to sponsor you, honestly, the rest becomes work in the part. So once you just use your care, if it's care, for example, use it to get your tier two. Start applying to that tech job that you want. The fact that they can see you have a tier two, there's an employer that is vouching for you to stay in the country, it makes it easier for them to be open to you as well. So rather than trying from up, maybe start from a relatively lower and then go all the way up. Mrs. O, please.
Thank you so much. That was very insightful. Okay. So regarding the topic of the conversation about how people can scout for money for admission. So thinking scholarship. I know Aaron mentioned that, and you're also saying, money from friends and family and all of that. So I'm also asking, are there like companies in the UK or financial institutions in the UK that's like give international students loans for like to study in the UK? Are there like companies that do that? I know there are like few in Nigeria that do that, but I don't know about not in Nigeria, maybe in the US or stuff and stuff like that. But do you know if there are like anyone in UK that people can utilize? Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. O. Oluomo, do you want to?
No, no, you can say it. I'm just no. I've never heard it before. I don't think that's possible. Because one of the first thing happens, obviously, as an international student, if you come to the UK, is obviously have a credit history. I mean, and then obviously that's how most companies will give you a loan. So I don't know, maybe maybe someone else, maybe there's another way people can borrow money. But the most important thing is for anybody to borrow money in this part of the world, you have to have a credit history. So I mean, you have to like open a bank account. And obviously, if they're going to give you a loan, they also want to make sure are you working. So if you're going to get that loan, they don't obviously check your IDs, check your pay slips, and make sure you obviously can repay that money. But I think the most important factor is that they have to have a credit score. So there's no way if you're going to come to the UK, you don't have no credit history. I think it's very unlikely any financial institute to borrow you money. Read the mic for now. And Mrs. Oh, I was just going to ask you, you said some of your friends in the UK. Where about they based in the UK? And I'm surprised why they're struggling to get a job at all. Where are they based in the UK?
I'm not exactly sure. I'm not exactly sure, but I know they are scattered all over the UK. So I have one in particular that attends it's a Coventry University.
Coventry, okay.
Yeah. So he's there with his wife. In fact, the wife went to join him a couple of months back, and she's still struggling with the job thingy. She's applied for like all the home care. I mean, even right from Nigeria, she's been bent on. I don't mind. I can take any job that comes my way. So I don't know if there are caveats to this job. Like, it's not that she's not getting the care job, but getting those ones that would sponsor her for the tier two, that's where the challenge is. So most of them just want you to work, as per you have the work visa, the spousal work visa, but they're not willing to get you to that tier two visa. So what they do, they just use students, and once the student is like going, they take another student and all of those stuff. So that's why I asked the question. And then, regarding the loan, so I was referring to organizations like, I don't know if you guys have heard of MCAF and finance. is it Prodigy Finance, something like that. So I was just wondering if there are companies like that, because those companies give loans to international students without credit scores and all of those information. So I was just asking if they were like those kind of these companies are based. I think they're based in the US for sure. I'm not exactly sure. But yeah, they give loans to like Nigerians to go study in the UK. So I was just wondering if there are any of those kind of companies in the UK. That was why I asked that question. Thank you.
Yeah, if your friend is based, can you just move your mic, sorry? Yeah, thank. I mean, if your friend is based in Coventry, I think there's some companies in Birmingham, Wolverhampton, which is near where she lives in Coventry, and I'm not sure about Coventry, but I know definitely there's some companies who can help. A lot of Nigerians is that when you go to care homes, you don't just tell them straight that this is your intention. Of course, these people are not stupid too. But when you go there, you show your work ethics, you show that, yes, I'd love to be part of this team. You work there for maybe 3 to 6 months. The management itself will come to you and say, hey, Shola, what's your plans? Please, we'd like to keep you for the next 2, 3 years. We love the way your work ethics you come. But you're not going to just come there 2 months and expect them to just give you stuff. It's not going to happen that way. They're not going to put food on your table. You have to work for yourself. Show that you're good enough, that you're good enough to be part of this team. And once they see that themselves, listen, they'll be the one begging you to stay. And at that stage, they'll give you anything you want. I've seen too many people that way. I mean, like I said, I run a corporate company myself here in Derby. I've sent people to go and work in different places. After 3 months, they will tell us that, hey, this person, even some places, they said, don't send anybody, only send Tony only. They ask for this person. There's a girl who worked in a place in particular. She wasn't at 6 days in a week. So I said to the manager that she needs a day off. So no, no, all the members of staff, they're not good enough. Only Tony is good. So are you telling this story now? The management will not do anything that will favor her. So it's for you and yourself. So this your friend, they shouldn't just go to place and think, oh, they're gonna open this for them. No, it doesn't work that way. Go to those places. I mean, walk your ass. Show everything. They'll be one themselves begging to stay. And that stage, you've got it where you want them. Say, hey, for me to stay, I need A, B, C, D. There's no problem. I use the mic for now.
Thank you,
Thank you so
Oluomo.
much. Paula, sorry. Thank you.
Yeah.
That was a very good point. Yeah, I think that makes sense now. So you make a lot of sense. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. O. Thank you, Oluomo, and everybody else. I have to agree 100%. When I was doing shift, I'll keep telling months after I stopped working in support, I still get shift invite, and I'm like, I'm no longer working. I'm now a lecturer. Like you would still. I that time during those periods, I used to have the manager bring me the rota, like he would just call me into the office. Okay, tick tick tick. What days you want? So I will be the one to select days that I can and can't do, and they just send it to the agency and tell them Fola has been booked for from now till that period. So much so that when I left working with them, they still would contact me. Can you still manage? Like, I've completely left. I'm done. I'm not coming back. No, it's not a it's not like I'm reducing, I'm not working at all. And I still even get random messages. Somebody will like, oh, I didn't know. Like, for how many months have you not seen me? I'm not working. So imagine if I had applied for the skilled worker visa was sorry, the care worker visa wasn't there at that time. But imagine if I had applied at that time. And this one I'm saying is not just one person, because I worked for like what 6 years during the whole of my study, my master's, my PhD, and even beyond that. So sometime during that period, there are different managers that have worked, different places that have worked, that have gained their trust, that if I had requested, if this was available, if I had requested, I'm very certain they would give me. And that's how it's one way of getting that. The other way is, people apply. I know too many people that are applying from Nigeria. These things are there, the adverts are there. Go and apply. They can also apply. They don't have to have worked in that place before. There are so many homes that are putting out job adverts for international applicants. So why not someone already in the country? Use that network, impress them, and also apply just in general. Look for any job online and apply. And I believe they will get if they are open to such. I thought they are not open, because I know some people, they come into the country and they're like, no, I'm never going near care. And that's understandable, it's their choice. So I thought that was the case. But if it's no, I think no, they should get something very soon. Thank you, Mrs. O and Oluomo and Olga Han. Thanks for the contribution. Someone says here, what if the school itself offered 50% scholarship to the international student? Are they eligible for post-study stay? Yes, they are. that is not a problem at all. Once you, it doesn't matter if school has given you that scholarship of, you can definitely have that. Please, would I, please, I would like to know how much can I save up to secure a cheap postgraduate study in the UK, and what are the possibility of getting scholarship? Okay, I had a breakdown tweet that I tweeted a while ago about how much you need roughly. This depends on the school, the location, and so many other factors. If you're able to process your funding through sorry, your fee through the Nigerian banks, that would also reduce how much it will convert when you convert it, in terms of how much you would need. But roughly, we I think yes, Oludayo is here. He also made a tweet that I saw the other day on rough estimates. The one I made, I said around 11 to I used a school, I used University of Wolverhampton, and he felt we got around £11,000. I used University of Glasgow, that was around about £8,000. Um I didn't convert it to naira because if you're able to use, for example, bank to pay your fee, it will be cheaper. Or if it's black market, it will be more expensive. And so many, and what the exchange rate at the time would also determine exactly how much. But I think give or take about the people that are personally estimated for would be roughly around 5-6 million naira. It might be a bit higher depending on if you get scholarship, for example, that would definitely reduce that amount. So, for example, if you get 50% scholarship, if you get maybe 25%, and there are some schools that offer that, especially for Nigerian, they have country specific discount or scholarship as the case may be. I know Bournemouth University, Dr. Tio is here. I'm sure he can testify to that. They offer 25% scholarship if you have a 2-1. And so that means whatever your fee is, I got that because I went to Beaumont Uni, right? So I was able to get that when I came in, when I applied, they just checked my degree classification, and automatically they gave me. If you can apply for 50%, that would also obviously impact on it. So it depends on what scholarship the school is willing to give. And obviously, there are some scholarships, school specific scholarship, that are even up to 100% or 75% or even more. So, depending on which school and how you can get those scholarship, your final money or this amount you need may reduce significantly. So it will be for you to check all of this information. Which school is cheap? First of all, I always tell students or applicants, don't just focus on the overall fee of that school. So you see a school of £10,000 and another school of £12,000. Guess what? The £12,000 might be cheaper depending on, if they have a scholarship for your country, and also maybe if they have the payment, if their payment plan is easier than the £10,000. So you have to consider all of this in addition before you make a decision on which school is better for you. Just to mention that. Thank you. um I want to ask, if I'm not on scholarship, can I move to another master's after the first one? Yes, you can very easily do that. I know quite a few of my colleagues then, they couldn't secure anything keep them in the UK, and they just decide to immediately put in for another master's to give them that time, as the case may be. Please, Ma, I have a lot of questions. Okay. Please, I want to come to the UK and work. I'm a graduate architect. I need your advice. Please, I'm feeling so depressed. Oh my goodness. I hope, please don't be depressed to begin with, Abby. What can I say? Please don't be depressed. This is not the end of the world. People are in Nigeria and they are making life in Nigeria. I know it's not the easiest, but it's doable. And always think about the fact that there are worse places in this world outside Nigeria. So don't think about Nigeria as like, oh my God, my life is. There are places that you're not even sure of where you will get your next meal in the next, 2 hours or something. And there are places that you even go out to look for your daily bread, and you're risking your life because it's that dangerous. So please, let's not think Nigeria is like the worst place on the continent or in the world. Saying that, your question, I can't even respond. These are the kind of things that I struggle with when I have some of these questions. Okay, Please, I want to come to the UK and work. I am a graduate of architecture. I need your advice. How do I advise you? You need to be specific. It's good when you ask me specific question. My general advice is not going to be much of use. Is to for you to look for tier skilled worker visa in your field that you can apply for. I think that's all I can say. But it's of no use. But when you give specific question, because right now it feels like you have not done your homework, you have not checked for jobs that offer skilled worker visa for your field. You have not given specific. You need to do all of those. Google is our friend. Does that needs to be done first? And once you have that done, then you can now, Dr. Tio, when you're going to contribute. I think Dr. Tio is not with us.
I was going to contribute to Mrs. O's question, but I think it's been sufficiently addressed. At the moment, I was just surprised that she was saying that she's got people around here and they are struggling to get job. And I was just going to say that practically, I mean, I've got students and I'm just tired of writing recommendation letters for them. Because they all went, at least they got care jobs, they all got some things doing. Just within, at least the first 2 months of, starting the course, they all got things doing. At least care, they all got that, to the extent where now, I think last 2 weeks, one basically who is a radiographer got, a bank job with our local NHS trust, and is going to be working as a radiographer 20 hours per week, and is going to be paid at that, good rate. So yeah, it's really surprising. And then that it came to me that, it just, dawned on me that probably it likely dependent on, where these people are within the UK, like, other speakers have said, or they are just being, a bit more picky. But I think all that has been addressed now. So, yeah, you just have to, not be so picky. You just have to be really open to opportunities that come, at least for the start. And gradually you can just, rise back to the thing that you are trained for in your field. Otherwise, you are just going to struggle, really.
Thank you, Dr. Tio. I absolutely agree. We start from somewhere. I used to do care. I mean, and I'm not ashamed of it. I can't even be ashamed. It's my money. He helped me through my master's and my PhD. And so, in fact, it was the care money that I used to get my visa when I got my tier 2 visa. Dr. Tio, I think, would you mind muting? Thank you. So, yes, so it was my care worker visa money, the work I did then. I saved thousands of pounds. So my job, when I got lecturing job immediately after my PhD, I was told I needed I will be sponsoring my visa myself. My school is not one of those that sponsor visa for you. So I just went into my care money that I've been saving, and I funded my visa application. It was about almost £3,000 at that time. So I can't even be ashamed of it anyway. I'm very proud that I've done that. So, and now I am here. Obviously, I started from somewhere. Everyone you see on this stage started from somewhere. So if care is not you're like, nah, I don't, yes, that's fine. But take it, because it's going to take you to somewhere. You have your eye on a target. You're going somewhere. Use that to get to that place. If you get your care worker visa, you work 1 year or less, even it depends. You're able to use that time to volunteer for a tech company or for an engineering company or for a bank or whatever, or you get a part-time with them, whatever. And before you know it, you're able to gain their trust, you get the experience, you apply for a proper bank job, they give you drop your care visa, move on to a new visa, happy life. So just to say that. Ogahan, your hand went up first, and then Mrs. O.
Okay, yeah. So I just want to give a response to. So let's give a response to the guy who sent you a message, and who is depressed and who also wants to work abroad and all that. So let's talk about that guy. But before we go ahead, I just want to say here that certificate of sponsorship, as far as the UK is concerned, is a big deal. Nobody wants to hand that over to anyone who doesn't have any kind of experience. Even if you're here in Nigeria applying to jobs abroad, the people want to also know if you have the requisite requirements to undertake that particular job. Nobody wants to hand you, he said, because it costs them a lot of money. So nobody wants to hand that to you on the platter. So you have to have some work experience before an employer will give you a sponsorship, as it were. That being said, for the guy who wants to work in the UK, first, I don't know if you're hearing me. Do you have experience? What work experience do you have as far as the architectural space is concerned? If you have some work experience, then fine. Go on Indeed, search for jobs in that area in the UK, and check the requirements. So if those guys have posted openings, they have requirements on the job. Check the requirements of at least 4, 5, 6 companies in the UK, and use that as a balance for yourself to see if you have those requirements. If you don't have those requirements, then start working on getting those requirements or those certifications, as it were. Then come back to apply for those jobs. That's how a lot of people got jobs from Nigeria. You know, applied, got the requirements, applied for a job, got the offer, and came to the UK. That's your first assignment. So, do you have a work experience? Go Google on search on Indeed, which is one of the most popular platforms to check for architecture, whatever you want to apply for. You will see quite a lot of job openings. See what they are demanding for. Now use that to assess yourself. If you have the requirement, then start applying for jobs almost immediately. And if you do that consistently for the next 1, 2 months, I dare you will get some interviews, and of course you will get an opening. I think that's the first thing you need to do. Do that first. Sir. Thank you very much. Are you the mic?
Thank you, Ogaha. Absolutely. I think I said it in one space. I can't remember which one. You have to map your skills to the requirements of, even right now, if I'm applying for a job, I still would map my what I have to what is required. So for you, especially that you're out of the country, mapping it to see, well, is there this approach, is there this method they are requesting I don't have, quickly go and see how you can add that. But it's not an easy route even to get a job in the UK, let alone to get in Nigeria. You have to be willing and ready to put in a lot of work. Mrs. O.
Okay, so yeah, I'm back again. Just to clarify, so I was specific about the kind of job that I said it wasn't easy for people to get in, which is a job that avails them that tier 2 visa, right? It's not just any job. Of course, people can get any kind of jobs as a student, 20 hours and whatnot. But specifically the tier 2 visa, which is like the whole target at the end of the day. But like okay, what's Oluomo said rightly, you can start with those ones and, give it a couple of months and, you start to look at that direction. So that makes absolute sense. Anyways, my question is, so you get into this, say any care job or whatever the job is, not on tier 2 visa, but, for you to just work. I don't know what that visa is called. Maybe that's the tier 4 visa, but I think tier 4 visa is for the students. So, for example, the spouse of the student gets that job that is not, confirmed to be okay. I'm going to sponsor you on a tier 2 visa. So what happens if they are just there? What happens if they are just there and then their visa expires? Would they renew it? What's that visa called? I don't know if this question sounds stupid, Dr. Fola. I was just thinking. So, for example, someone gets a care job that is not willing to sponsor them like immediately, and they are on that job, and whatever visa they used to get in expires, but they still have the job, but still those people are not willing to, do that transition for them. Can they renew and still remain there?
Okay, thank you,
Okay, thank
Mrs.
you.
O. I think
I
that,
think
why am I hearing feedback? Hello? Hello?
I can hear you.
Okay, I was just getting feedback. Thank you. So there are, okay, let's break this down very quickly. There are several. First of all of us, I think all of us on this space, I mean the speakers, I think most of us agree, and Oluomo is not here on the stage, but I'm sure he too agrees that you would hardly is, I mean, I feel like it's almost too slim for you to work as a spouse dependent, for example, for almost for a year and even more, depending on the length of this person's program and not get a care job that will sponsor your visa. Honestly, Mrs. O, this is going to be very hard for me to believe right now. Previously, yes, I would agree is, but right now it's almost not possible. I mean, obviously
I
not.
mean, sorry, I'm cutting you. It's just for like worst case scenario because these people are like,
Okay.
so what happens? What happens? What happens? So I just want to know like what's the worst case. I'm hoping that they get a job. I mean, I'm wishing them well. They get a job, and I trust what you guys are saying that they're gonna get a job and all of that. But let's just say worst case scenario. Let's
Okay.
just know the extreme. Yeah.
All right. Worst case scenario, they finish their program and there's no job yet. The one thing they can do is to either go for their post-study visa, and that's 2 years, I believe, if they're masters, or even 3 if they're PhD. So the tier 4 person can go for their post-study visa, and that extends their time for 2 years, which we hope they will be able to get. Now, let's say another worst case, they still are not able to get the job, which by that time maybe they should just go and beg. Is it Boris Johnson or is it Prapti Patel, whatever, whoever is in charge, to just give them directly that visa. But let's say even after that 2 years or 3 years, they are still not able to get. Another worst case that can happen is, oh, sorry, just to quickly mention that where they are working and you are working 6, 7 months and they are not giving you, you are not hearing any green lights that we will be able to sponsor you, or that means that place is probably saturated with staff and they are not desperate for hands. I would advise the person to quickly drop that, or at least reduce their hours in that place and go and look for some place. There are some places like Ogaha mentioned, rural places that they are in there, like they will literally give you almost not anything, but like they will be ready for you to just come and jump in. So if you are in a place where it's saturated, then you need to leave that place or reduce your hours there while you go and look for other places that would be willing to take you up, right? So that's another one. Then worst case, let's say 2 years after the post study, they are still not getting. The thing that most couple do is that they now swap, and this is legal. That's why I'm saying it on this platform. They now swap. That means husband have done his tier 4 and post study and no job, which is almost impossible, but let's say it happens that way. Then they can now swap, and wife can do the post study. Sorry, can now put in for a master's, and husband go on the dependent, and he then hustle out a job. Hopefully he does a better job than the wife would have done, and then he go on to get a job or to look for a job while she goes on to the tier 4 visa. Now, where there's even worse case after that, which at that point maybe they should just go and, if it's pastor they should pray pastor, if it's monks they should call on imam. But let's say that even happened very quickly. Worst case, why not go to Canada? You have the money, because I believe they will have the money by that time. You have your, you being outside Nigeria is a point for you. Why not put in for Canadian PR? Put your funds together, go into the system and enroll. That would be like another, but I mean, it doesn't even get up to this place. But just to say that, Mrs. O, you had your hand up. Is it done?
Thank you. I changed my mind. So I think I think I get it. I get it now. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Prof. Sunit, have you got something for us?
Yeah, so thanks, Fola, again to join in this space. Just I would love, because I thought this is the right platform. Although I am not going to be very specific about UK, but because people, there might be students or faculties who could, get benefit out of it. So there are very many fellowships in India too, from the World Academy of Science, and for masters and PhD programs for the developing country students. And especially the university where I am almost 100 years old, that is Banaras Hindu University in northern part of the India. University is also giving its own fellowship for the developing country students. So this is something which one has to really look for. And if I am needed, I can be, contacted either through direct messaging or through email. Another thing which I wanted to add follow because yesterday I was, on some other platform. So the purpose of any education, whether a student from India is going or Africa is going to any Western country, I think the main purpose should be the to have education, let it be masters, let it be PhD, and I think then certainly I cannot guarantee 100%, but at least 40-50% should come back to their native country in order to serve that country where the levels of education can be enhanced, even the technology, whatever they have acquired, those can be shared. So I think this is something very much important because if everybody is going to settle in UK and USA, then I think after some time these countries will have barren lands. So I think purpose is to get good talent, good skills, good technological advancement, and come back at let it be whatever time and serve the country and improve the economic condition, improve the technological advancement, improve the educational status. So I think whatever young lad, whether it is from India or from Africa, they should certainly sometime come back to serve the country, and I think that's what I wanted to share with. I don't know whether these points are very much apt for this platform or not, but anyway, that's what I wanted to share. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Prof. Sunit. That's you've literally just put a different spin on everything and the questions that have been asked before now. And we absolutely agree, right? We have to agree that going back to home country and really putting what you have learned into use is essential, and are absolutely are for that. And also just to mention that it might not seem like it, but most students, because there was a time, I think there was one time during you in the UK, I can't remember exactly what year, when they were arguing about removing international students from the net immigration in the UK and the rest of that, and they actually found that most international students do go back to their home country once they finish their program. So it's the amount of people that stay back as not as many as the amount of people that return. But obviously, a student that comes in, especially with the climate that UK have, a student that comes in and have the mindset of they want to maybe further develop themselves, further get more working experience in the UK, certain years, give themselves 2 years, 5 years, whatever, is their choice, and they can explore if they are legally able to do so. Obviously, if they are not and they are run out of their visa, then they have to go back to their home country and carry on from there. Ogaha, Mr. Ogaha.
Okay, so just to support what the professor just said, everyone who is here, we just need to have it in mind that, of course, we need to go back home to build Nigeria. So, in line with Mrs. O, for those of the people who are trying to get a job in, of course, settling in the UK, when they have tried out the option and it didn't work, after 4 or 3 years, they can go back to Nigeria. It's also a good call to come back to Nigeria and help us build and strengthen the failing country. Because the truth is, regardless of where we are, Nigeria still remains our base. And whatever we're doing here, abroad, for me as an individual, I always have it in mind that it's to come to a point where we need to touch home and, of course, impact. Just exactly what Professor has said, and that should be the standard mindset of every individual who is, of course, Nigerian now, who is abroad. That should be the standard mindset, and it's really something I really, take very seriously. Thank you very much, Professor, for bringing up that perspective to the matter. So, Ms. O, take it back to those your friends. If it didn't work, they can come back to Nigeria. It's very important. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you so much. I hear the mic.
Thank you. Yep, we like such valuable contribution. Thank you. So here I have very quickly, do you mean we should differ? This person is asking about the September conversation I had. Please don't differ your admission based on the account that I said January is probably a better time because you will be able to have more time to work because you have, this is me just telling you what's happening in the UK. If you decide to differ, that's your decision and your choice. But I'm just telling you that if you have the option of January and September for the same course, the same university, for example, a January start might be a better one because you would have the summer period in between that where you are allowed to do your full-time work. But I came in September and I mean, I think I did okay. So I'm just saying if you have the choice, but I'm not saying go ahead and defer. If your plan has been to September, then carry on with that. Dr. Teal.
Hi, Fola, it's just another perspective I just want to bring on board. So this is a case that I've had with a student. So most students think that, the post-study visa is just, an easy way, it's just an easy get. But, there are conditions that you need to fulfill, which is to have successfully completed your program of study. We had a situation where a student actually purposely, from my understanding, um, you know, decided to fail or not to perform well on a particular course just so that he could stay around on that purpose and then get the post-study visa on top of that. So this is a student who just basically, I'm talking to because countryman just basically told me this. And, it is not the best way, it's not the best, approach to it. It's better you try as much as possible to successfully complete your program, and then know that, you are cleared to go on to, acquire the post-study visa. So just kind of like just to highlight that people are coming, you have all these strategies to make additional money, but also be aware that, there is that condition to have successfully completed your course. And so try as much as possible to strike that balance so that the main purpose of coming, which is acquiring your education, is also not it doesn't suffer, so that at least you can get the post-study visa at the end of the day, if that is what you want to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Teal. Absolutely. Yep. I mean, why would you intention? That's even can't even comprehend that. But no, it's yeah. Try not to intentionally fail your courses because you want to stay longer. Like I said, there are options. One is if you can check if your program is available for 2 years. Like I said, some university will give you the option of 1 or 2 years program, and the 2 years will be that the second year you will either have a placement or like a work experience type of thing within the school system. So if that is available, that is a better route if you want to stay for longer period than for you to intentionally mess up because you're also messing up your degree classification. I mean, what's the sense of spending thousands of pounds if you're going to come out with a third or something? So please try to avoid doing that. It's not going to help in the long run. A very quick question here. How do you always get all the like different places? Wow, I can't even comprehend this, but I think this person is trying to ask connection. Hope I'm not going to get lost or hooked looking for shift. Oh, okay. In terms of work as a student, well, I mean, we've mentioned it prior here. You would have to put in the work. No shift is coming to meet you at home. You have to go out. You have to hustle it. You have to bustle. You have to grind and do everything possible. But what we're saying is there are, and it's sort of a bit easier than it used to be. So but you still have to go out and look for it. And some cities, like Oluwamo was mentioning earlier, there are some cities that have maybe a bit more demand than others, so maybe that might be something to target. But also keep in mind, some of those cities would have maybe slightly more expensive. It might be a bit more expensive depending. For example, London, we know demand is high in London, but it's also expensive in London. So there are some locations like Birmingham, I think, like maybe Sheffield, that they are in between. They are not too expensive, and they also have demand for students. But there are other places outside. I stayed in Bournemouth, and I was able to work. During that time, I was able to make significant amount of money to support my program. So it's just for you to sort of like check in terms of balancing which place you can work and also sort of like save a bit more in terms of expenses. Whilst driving, which is prominent, automatic or manual, or do we need both skills? Okay, so this is I was speaking with someone a few days ago, I think, and the person was just like, because I'm an advocate for driving. I was like, please learn to drive. You say you're coming to UK. She said, yes. I said, go and learn to drive before you go. And she's like, oh, okay. And then I can't remember who. I think someone was beside her, and the person was like, you that is automatic. I was like, wait, it's automatic. Because I just tell people drive. I didn't think that automatic manual. Yeah, so I'm going to answer the question now. With the UK, and I'm sure Oluomo and maybe Ogaha, you guys will know as well. Manual is more common. If you go on, I tell you, I said, if you're buying car, go on, what's it called? Go to auctions. If you're going to these places, you will see several manuals before you see few autos. That's just how UK is. We are still in that stone age, if you want to say that. We still like our cars manual, and honestly, I love manual. I mean, I don't mind driving automatic, but I think manual is I just enjoy it. So manual is more common in the UK in terms of car type. However, there are automatic vehicles as well. What I would suggest is that if you're looking for cheapness, manual is cheaper. You will get cheap manual cars for cheaper amounts than you will get automatic vehicles because there are not as many. Also, to mention that with manual, for example, if you're doing shifts, and this is me going back to my years of working as care and support worker, especially support. When you're doing support, you would have your clients that would have their car. They would have their cars, the government will buy car, or their social worker or something will get car for them, depending on their requirements for mobility and the rest. So where they have car and you're not, and most time this car will be, most time they will be manual. Like most time, although they might be new models, but they mostly will be manual. So if you also are able to drive their car, because there are some places I go for support, then they will just merely you get there, they'll be like, can you drive? Yes. Okay. Not that can you drive your car? Can you drive our car? That's what they mean. So when you're able to drive their car, which most likely will be manual, then you get more chance of getting booking, of getting shifts, of getting demanded. They will demand for you rather than somebody else. That was one of the, I told you, my driving was not for, I didn't learn to drive because I wanted to. It was a necessity. I needed that money, right? So when I got, truth be told, when I got my first car, the first car in the auction that day, the first car we got was an automatic. We didn't know. I didn't know. The person I went with, he just said, buy this one, bid for this. And I did, and they gave me the car, and we got to it, and we realized, oh shoot, it's automatic. I asked him, and he said, if you learn with manual, with automatic, you're not going to learn manual. And I was like, no. There and then, it's not like I had the money flowing, but there on that spot, we went back. I said, no, we are getting a manual. We went back and we bid for another car. And then we now got the manual. The reason why I did that was I knew I wanted this thing to be able to fetch me money as much as possible. One, most cars in UK are manual. Two, if I go to a client's place and they are asking me, can you drive? And I say, yes, it's automatic. And 90% of the time, their cars are manual. I'm half useless still in that regards to an extent. So I said, I have to go back and learn and get another car. So we bought two cars that day. And don't think it wasn't a lot of money. I mean, these cars are, it wasn't a lot of money. Under £1,000 was what we spent that day, and we got the two cars. And obviously, we disposed the automatic one afterwards, and then I now use the manual. So, long story short, if you're going to learn to drive specifically for this, I would advise it be manual in UK context. It would help you way better than if it's automatic. If your own personal car, you can have automatic, no problem. But if you know how to drive both, anywhere that you're required to drive, you can easily, switch from automatic to manual without struggling, rather than if you learn automatic, as the case may be. I think in the US is more automatic, so you might not, and probably Canada as well. So it might not necessarily have much implication for you learning automatic in those places. But UK, we are still in those 1800s, and that's manual for us. Um, how? Yes, please. So how easy is it to get undergraduate scholarship? Okay. I mean, I think we've said it before, and I'll say it again. There's no scholarship that is easy. Don't be using scholarship and easy. I don't know if those two words go together. Nothing is easy, but it's possible. Upper house, how do you talk about undergraduate scholarship? Yes, I do talk about scholarships, any scholarship that I come across. But the thing is, they are not as common as a postgraduate scholarship. And I think the reason for it is because with a postgraduate scholarship, it's easier for them to fund several scholarships, right? On postgraduate, masters, for example, than they would one person on undergraduate, because you're having 3 or 4 years, depending on your program, compared to a 1 year or less, or 2 years master. So there are more funding for masters and PhD. And obviously with PhD is because universities actually use PhD to, there's so many things they use PhD for: to increase their profile, to get funding from government, to get funding from other organization, funding bodies. So that's why PhD, even though PhD is 3 or 4 years as well in UK, that's why you have more PhD funding than you would undergraduate. With undergraduates, you're just coming with your A levels. There, I guess they are not very certain yet of your performance. So, but there are, but it's just that they are not as common as your postgraduate ones. Aaron?
Yeah, just responding to that question of scholarship, undergraduate scholarship. I think an easy way to navigate around undergraduate scholarship is sign up to websites that send newsletters for scholarship. There are many of them, and I gave example of jobs.ac.uk or scholarshippositions.com. Like Fola mentioned, there are array of undergraduate scholarships and many more at postgraduate level. But a way to stay aware of those scholarships is to sign up to those. There are different 1,001 scholarship websites that send newsletters. I still receive newsletters from scholarship positions and jobs.ac.uk because I signed up for them many years ago, and I still get a lot of scholarship opportunities. So just sign up, get a really good one. You can start with the two I mentioned, and just sign up for the newsletters, and you can filter it by your field and by the course you want, and you will get regular updates about the scholarships that are open or that have been advertised recently, and that will be a good starting point. You might just stumble on one that you did not even plan on. That's the good thing with graduate or signing up for those scholarship newsletters. It goes a long way in putting you a step ahead in your scholarship and your postgraduate and your academic search. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. I do agree. I For now, I still have several of their emails that I'm subscribed to, that I just follow for scholarships, especially PhD and masters that I sort of like share with people. So you can do that yourself. You don't have to wait for me or anyone on this platform. You can subscribe yourself, start getting notification, check out anyone. Hopefully there will be one that's sort of like in your field and you can apply for. Somebody said very quickly, when is the right time to apply for scholarship? I have said this before on a different space. The earlier the better. In fact, when if you see a scholarship and that is when you are applying, when that's where you're planning to apply for it, you're already late, in my opinion. These Most of these scholarships roll over every year. You already know Commonwealth is coming this year, yeah, for next year intake. You already know Chevening is coming. You already know ESRC is coming. Get them ready, as in start pulling your documentation, look at their requirements from um previous opening that you've done. Start pulling your documents ready so that you already know that September this year Commonwealth is going to open up. I should have this ready. It's opening and putting in. So it's not so there's no time. I won't say this is a particular time that you should get ready, or the best time to start to prepare for scholarship. I would just say start now. Now, as we are talking, start. Target few scholarships or several scholarships and start working towards them. Even if they've closed for the year, work towards them for next year because they will most likely roll over for the next intake. Good afternoon, ma'am. Please, I am a Ukrainian student and a woman in the UK wants me to come over, but don't know how. Please, what do I do? Hey! Okay. Oh. I don't know. Please ask the woman. I'm sure the woman would, so long as the woman wants you to come, she will find a way. She knows the system. She's in the UK, so let her tell you how she wants you to come in. Unfortunately, because I am limited in how, I don't know. I don't know. The woman will be in the best position to answer this, I think. Can you allow me speak? I have something to share on the space. Please, if you want to speak, request for the mic. I haven't seen your request. Maybe that's why I haven't accepted it. Thank you for the space. Please, I have my cousin in the Montfort University, came in January and was told she can't work in the summer because the school is still in school term. What can she do? Well, if the school is still in school term, that means she still has program going on with the school. So that means she either has um courses that she's taking in class, or she has what's the name of that thing, or she has her projects. Yes, a project going on. That means they have a term 3 during summer. Well, if that's the school's policy, and that's why then she has to adhere to it. And that's why I said you should always get the school calendar. I work with my school calendar then, and if I'm a student now, that's what I will still do. So you pull out school. All universities have calendar. I can literally open my university now and show you our calendar. So you can go on your university website and get your uni calendar for the year, and you will be able to see when and where the school is on break or not on break, and when you're allowed to work and when you are not allowed to work. So hopefully, unfortunately, if the school have said she's in term time, that means she is actually in term time. That means she's doing something with the school, like I said, either a course, in class course, or a project. Then she can't unfortunately do beyond that. How is job opportunity over there? I have admission in Robert Gordon University. Woo! Well, I mean, I think Aberdeen is roughly a big place, but I don't have, I can't say this is exactly how. I've never lived there. I've not even been to Aberdeen. I've been to Edinburgh, but not Aberdeen. So I am limited in how much I can say. Ask the students that are in that school. I think that would be my best, your best shot. Go on either Facebook or Instagram. Most of these universities would have those platforms. Go and or even WhatsApp. There are some, they have WhatsApp group. If you can't get into the WhatsApp group, go and ask them how job situation is in those places. They will probably give you better insight than I can, because I've never lived there. What is the probability of getting a job a teaching job in the UK post graduation. So I am a language teacher in Japan. I am applying for PGC at Plymouth University. Okay. Is it really worth pursuing? I don't know. I don't know. Long story short, I can't say yes or no. But what I would say is with the PGCE, is it going to give you post study? Because PGCE that I know, I'm not sure is for me. When I did my PGCE, it was for a year, but that was on part time. If you're coming in for it, it might be full time. Is it up to a year? If it's up to a year, then I would say, but I don't. It can't. That's a diploma. For you to be able to get the post study, I would yeah, I'm not too sure. PGCE should be below 1 year. It should be a few months. And if that's the case, you can't get post study with it. And I wouldn't think that's enough time for you to be able to get a teaching job in the UK. It's quite slim. Aaron, do you wanna?
Sorry to sorry to take us back and maybe deviate from the context of the discussion. But this person who asked about undergraduate scholarship, somebody, one of the scholars who here with Australia, here with studying in Australia, just posted, tweeted about a few scholarships, which also included undergraduate scholarship in some Australian schools. I mean, this is not the UK, but it might help. And I've just retweeted that. So you can just have a look on my timeline now and then see. I'm just digging. There might be something there for you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that information. For the person that I've asked, I would hope that you jump on that one. Obviously, you should be following the speakers, everyone on stage, because everyone and Oluomo, even though Oluomo is off stage now, they have been dropping information that are going to be useful. And so I would hope that you're doing that. We post some of these scholarships. I post scholarships as I see them, and I'm sure other people are doing the same, or any useful tips for you to stay in the UK, or for you to, like we said, strategies of making money. Many people are posting them, so try and follow them to be able to keep in touch in terms of the conversation that we're having. So hope you are good, and thank you for hosting this place. Please, is it safer and cheaper to stay within school hostel or private accommodation while studying? Okay. With this one, I would say that it is safer to stay on uni accommodation, only because before you get into the accommodation, you would have to have your uni card to be able. So it's safer in that sense. However, if it's cheapness you are looking for, not uni accommodation, no. Or am I wrong? I don't know. If you think I'm wrong, please correct me. Me, from my experience, uni accommodation is like extremely expensive compared to, if you want cheap, and you are not selective, you are open to cheap, then outside accommodation would definitely private accommodation would definitely be the goal. So where you can have, very basic room, average, small, share a flat with several people. The rest of that, they are cheaper. Depends on where you stay. You can get, I mean, let me not make call an amount, but you can get cheaper than you would a university accommodation. But it still depends on the location. I think there are some uni accommodation that are actually cheap too. There's one person that went to Middlesbrough. The accommodation, when I checked, was actually not bad at all. So yeah, it depends. I think it was Aaron that had hand first, and then Akin Tunde next. Aaron?
Yes, I agree with you. I studied in Leeds, and that was the same thing with us. I mean, and then in my uni, I had friends who started off with the university accommodation, but they had to move out for various reasons. One, it was more expensive than what some of us were paying in accommodations that were not owned by the university. And again, there were some restrictions within the uni accommodations which they could not cope with, and they felt that accommodations that were not owned by the uni had more flexibility. But I mean, there are pros and cons to these things. Sometimes I remember when I started leaving, when I got to the UK, I was on a scholarship and I was staying in an accommodation that was owned by a company. And I remember, because I had not opened my account, my scholarship stipends have not got into my account. I had really serious trouble having to pay that amount, and I got a lot of threats from the the accommodation, for instance, and it got me to go look for somewhere where I could borrow money, fortunately, from a few friends, and I sorted that out. But that wouldn't have been the case if I was in a uni accommodation because that was owned by the university. This university was part funding my scholarship, and so my friends who were there had less troubles because the university knew that this was the situation. So there are pros and cons to these things depending on what you want or where you're going. But in terms of my context in Leeds, where I studied in my school, accommodations that were not owned by the universities were cheaper. Thank you.
Thank you. A- Akintunde, sorry.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks for organizing this spaces. And I think Aaron has actually spoken my mind. I mean, when I studied at Sussex, I stayed on campus, and that was in Brighton. And I think, even though it's expensive, I most likely would always advise international students to opt for uni accommodation for the first few months of instruction for few reasons. One would be that a lot of landlords or house owners would always require that. So most of the time you are in Nigeria, and apologies for non Nigerians there. Most of the time you are in your home country before you travel, and they would require you get guarantor and all of those things that are always not available, that you're always not able to get, before you travel. So most of the time, and if you are opting for uni accommodation, that won't be the challenge. You automatically get that. That's one. The second thing would be that a lot of how landlords also have interesting rules. I don't want to call them terrible rules, terrible regulations. So that makes life almost unbearable for international students. So when I was going to move out of campus after my program, it was difficult actually, getting a place out of campus. There was one where I got and they were giving me rules about how I must be vegetarian or something, or if I want to cook meat, I should make sure that my housemates are not in the kitchen at least 2 hours before I cook, and they must not be in the kitchen 2 hours after me. Yeah, that was really really uninteresting. And also I've got people who says that. While they were saying, with their living, I also want to say something. If you want to stay out of campus because you don't have the financials, and you think, I mean, staying off campus is cheap, try to always avoid leaving landlords. This may not be the best experience for you if you are living with your landlord. It's sometimes not always interesting. A lot of my friends who had that experience were not happy about it at all. But another interesting experience that would be for you when you stay on campus would be that you are easily able to form community and you are easily able to have access to a lot of things. When I was on campus, I stayed 48 hours, at the studying center, just chilling, studying. And I would just throw back to my flat to eat. I will throw back to the study center. That was actually easy, and of course, you are also saving yourself the stress of paying transport fee, which is about £3.47 as of last year, because you get a student discount. So that would be the point I would make for people who want to stay on or off campus. But generally, about strategies to make money, I think. Why I know that this basis has been on for a while. I just joined like a moment ago. I just wanted to mention 2 points that I think folks can make money. And one thing would be that I don't, sometimes when you're studying, you are having access to a lot of, interesting insights that can be turned into analysis. A lot of organizations in Nigeria, even in the UK, they like to have expert analysis on issues. And if you write articles, for instance, you can decide to write on, freelance basis, or you identify platforms where you want to write for. And this is not just for people who are journalists or people who are in the media. If you are studying health research, course, and there are NGOs or there are think tanks who always want to have expert idea of stuff. If you write in the UK, for instance, I know that the least you would get for 1,200 article would be about £300. About £300, you know. So that's one interesting way to make money. That's like, I mean, you write 10 paper anyway, and your 10 paper is almost around 2,000, 3,000 words. If you turn your 10 paper to an analysis that will be published on a reputable platform, maybe in the UK or a platform that is foreign but is domiciled in your country, that's some cheap, some free 300, 250 pounds for you to get on. That's one. The second thing would be that I know that I don't know if they have said it, but you can always get agency work. I don't know if it still exists. There is Indeed Flex. A lot of people I didn't do it, but a lot of people use Indeed Flex to get financial. So Indeed Flex is an agent is like an e-agency platform where you sign up and you identify the kind of work you want to do and you decide when you want to work. So once you sign up and you're verified, they will ask you, and there is like an opportunity for you to do stuff. They will tell you how much they are paying per hour. You go there, you sign up, you accept for it, you accept it, you go to the place where you have to work, you do your work, you sign in, you sign out, and you make your coupon. That's one. There are also agency work that you can do. Then one other interesting area that I think people can explore, excuse me, would be to explore the career website of their university. I don't know if I think almost all the UK schools have it. Sussex had it. It's called career website where you have a lot of on-campus job opportunities. That would be like you being a bank worker, working as a porter to relieve a lot of receptionists or porters who are not able to work, right? So what you are doing is that, for instance, there is Easter holiday now, so a lot of staff would be going to their family to mark holiday. If you are staying on campus and you apply to be a bank worker or a receptionist, that means you are trying to make up for them during this time where they've gone for holiday. And what you are doing is that you are earning cold cash. That's one. Two is that a lot of universities have connector programs. Connector programs are programs where I was an international student ambassador at Sussex, and I get paid for everything I do for the university. Maybe applying on Zoom conversation, Instagram live, or writing about the uni. I get paid for that. So there are connector programs where even when people come to the university, there are some people who want to, like I think in Europe, when people want to start university and they've done research, they want to come to the university to review what the university is like. So they come with their families, and you are able to take them around the unit, show them the building, and they ask you questions. The number of hours you spend with them, you get paid for it. That's another way to make money. Then there's another way to make money, which is by there are a lot of cafeteria within university that you can apply to be maybe a kitchen porter or a cleaner or something. And this is it. Abroad, nobody will make jest of you when they see you do this work. Nobody will make jest of you. I was on scholarship, so I didn't really do those work. I didn't do those work. I was doing most of writing actually. But you can always launch on that process. So that would be my point. But your career of the university career of is a very resourceful area that you can trust me that you can always go to. If you subscribe, if you go to the platform, I try to go to the platform every other week, and they keep updating it. They keep updating the jobs that are available on campus, off campus. Then a very popular work that people do would be the care job, right? A lot of people do care job, and it's interesting because people make money from it, right? So all the best to everyone who are planning to go study in the UK. It will be a good experience for you. Trust me, studying in the UK is an interesting experience for me. But I would say if you're able to try to make sure that you apply for scholarships. Even if it is not fully funded, you can apply for partial funding where you can get £3,000 off here, £3,000 off there, £1,000 off there. When you add it together, it makes your burden of balancing your tuition really, really easy to flow with. And if you get the fully funded scholarship, that's also one interesting way. That was what I want. I know Aaron also got Commonwealth, which was also fully funded, and that pretty much just makes things easier. And any other money you are making by the side just becomes a plus because your stipend will definitely cover up all you probably need to do. All the best to everyone, and thank you very much for hosting and for co-hosting. Appreciate it.
Thank you. So many gems being dropped there. How to make money. Hopefully, one or two people, or even many people, not one or two, have gotten something from that. Olajide, thank you for joining us.
Hi, Dr. Fola. Hello, everyone. And interesting topic today. I just joined a couple of minutes ago. I see the discussion is, those that have talked have focused on the UK, but I will talk from the standpoint of someone who is in Canada right now. I don't know if anyone has mentioned it, so I'm going to talk about some ways which students can make money. Right, of course. The number one strategy where you can make money is, of course, scholarship. So that's an important way you can do that. But I won't flog too much on that issue because it's something we discuss a lot on the timeline, and we open spaces and we talked about all these things. So scholarship is the number one way. So if you want to be financially free on campus, but of course, for anyone who can't, get a scholarship or they don't really care about scholarships, there are other strategies, especially in Canada here, where they can get funding one way or the other. For example, people say this thing. They say, okay, I want to come to study in Canada. I have funding for my first year. Can I come to study and fund my second year? Right. So, if that question is posed to me, sometimes I would answer with a yes or no. Yes or no, in the sense that one, it could be quite challenging here in Canada to get a proper student job that can help you fund your second year of study. Let's say 7,000, 8,000, or 10,000 for that year. But of course, let's assume a student can come in a fall semester, let's say September. They study from September to December, then the second semester, winter, from January to April right now. Then from the summer semester, that is off school, they can, if they can get a proper job. When I say proper job, a proper, let's say, co-op, that's an internship. Internships that pay, let's say, $2,000 per month. So, right, let's say you're a student in the field of tech, engineering, or in the field of in the medical field. They are really high-paying internship job that you can do for 4 months, right? I've seen internships in the summer here in Canada that pays even up to $4,000 per month. But it depends on what you have, the skills you have, and how you can clinch those type of jobs or those type of internships. So there are internships that pay up to that. So if you can do that for 4 months, you will see that it will be more than enough to pay your tuition for the second year, for example, and then even have some left over to take care of other affairs that you have. So that is the way to go. Off season, off school, in the summer, you can always make money, right? But you need to get a really high-paying internship job to be able to fund your studies. Let's say you want to continue for the second year. Another strategy which people do is, okay, before summer comes up, right? So maybe you could be working on campus. Don't forget that when in Canada, on campus, you can work unlimited hours on campus. So there are really good paying job on campus. Let's say, for example, library assistant, or let's say administrative assistant, or let's say communication assistant, that are open to students in form of, let's say, student work programs in your university. So this is why I love what Akintunde said the other time, that you need to check the career website of the universities, because that is casual jobs that are off campus. I'm talking about when school is in session right now. So you see some of those jobs that pay $20 per hour, $25 per hour. All those assistant jobs, and you can do them for 30 hours. Depending on the type of contract you sign, your availability, and all of that. So you can start making money as soon as you land on campus. You can even be a tour guide. That is something Akintunde also mentioned. I mean, I could remember during this session I saw an opportunity just in my university here, where you have to be a tour guide in a particular, let's say, a facility reactor. So it's a huge building in my campus. So people come around for tours, kids from all about the place, they want to learn about science. So you will be a tour guide, taking kids around, especially if you are related to that department and you know about all these things. So you can take them around per hour, maybe $20, $25. Off season, you start, making money, gathering money. Then off season, you will be intentional about getting a really high-paying co-op job. So that will be your target, and that will be a way which you can make cool money and continue studying in the second year of your program or whatever it is. And another strategy which people use here in Canada is, one, they come in for the first year of their program, let's say in a college. College, some of those colleges, they have low barrier to entry. So people come in, they study for the first year. But when they arrive, as soon as they arrive, they start making intentional connections, networking, right? In fact, some of them would leave their campus, their college, go to nearby universities, right? So they go to nearby universities, they visit professors in their offices, they speak to them, right? So that way they speak to them, they show up, they tell them what they can do, blah, blah, blah. They set up an appointment. And the professor said, okay, you can join my group, you can join my research group, and I'll fund you for a proper master. So once that happens, you see some of them, they will leave their college program prematurely, or maybe they even complete that. Then the following session in the summer, they move to the university that is funded, and they start, studying. So in that case, they don't have any issues in terms of funding anymore, right? They already broke the barrier, which is coming into the country in Canada here, meeting one-on-one with a professor where, you try to send emails from back home country and it didn't work out. So I've seen someone did it, he moved to my university here, from just a neighboring city. I was like, how did you say, networking, just connected, met the professor and things like that. So that's another strategy which you can use to fund your studies abroad if you know that you're coming and you don't have any money to continue. But please always play your cards right. Don't just depend on that, just coming into the college and thinking, okay, I can just get a professor in a university or just work in the something. You need to play your play your cards right, strategize properly, and ensure that you don't become stranded. People get stranded when they come to Canada here. They can't continue funding their study. They have to leave school. They have to do a lot of other stuff, and they probably break the law. So please plan properly, and I wish you the best. Thank you, Dr. Fuller.
Thank you so much, Olajide. Very valuable contribution. I think, Aaron, you've got your hand up. You want to add to it?
Yes, Dr. Fuller. I tried to stay away from marketing Australia, but since my foundational brother Olajide has begun the discussion around Canada, maybe I can bring in a bit of Australia a bit and try to also market the pros for people who are considering coming to study here. So for Australia, unlike some other places where there are some kind of restrictions, it seems to be a bit easier for international students here. So I have, most of my friends who are studying on master's degrees, most of them are funding themselves, and some of them as undergrads as well are funding themselves. And I would say why it is not entirely easy. It's easier for them compared to maybe places like the UK. And these experiences are subjective. But so, for instance, Australia, if currently because of COVID, and I'm not sure if that has changed recently, because of COVID, every student is allowed to work whatever hours. There are no work restrictions for students to work during COVID. But before COVID, people who were doing PhDs, for instance, and I think masters by research, particularly PhDs, you don't have work restrictions, so you can work whatever number of hours you want to work, except if you have some restrictions from your university or from your institution. Most students here who are funding themselves, one of the ways they do that, and I mean, most of my friends are into this, working as, just like the UK, as disability support workers here in Australia. And that is pretty easy. The minimum wage in Australia is pretty good, although that is subjective to, again, different factors, standard of living, where you're living in Australia and all of that. But the minimum wage in Australia is, I argue that it's one of the best among some of the countries that, maybe think of the UK, think of Canada. And again, different factors will determine different things why people, but the minimum wage it's better. So most students who are working, so Australia allows you, most schools you can pay part-time, and you can pay part of your fees, and then when you come into Australia, most students just get jobs as, for instance, disability support workers, and they begin to work and pay. So I'll give you an example, and I've given this example as well in other spaces. So because the minimum wage is pretty, in Australia works, payment is usually every fortnight, so in 2 weeks. So you have, I have friends who are working as disability support workers, working like 2 jobs, and these are master students. And some of them, depending on, so they take, for instance, $34 an hour, right? And the disability support work usually, for them, I think I it's around, for instance, maybe like 8 hours, 8-hour shift, 8 hours, depending on where you're working, but usually 8-hour shift. They take like $30, some take like $34. Some who work in other spaces take up to $40. If you do some kind of certificates as well, you might even take more. Some of them, and these are some of my friends as well, that they could make as, maybe working like 2 jobs. Some of them make as high as between $4,000 to $5,000 a fortnight. So I'm talking 2 weeks. So do the maths, basically. And if you do the maths by somebody making like $5,000 a fortnight, that's 10 grand a week, and maybe 10 grand a month. And you have people who maybe their fees they have to pay, the balance of the fees they have to pay maybe in a semester is maybe $8,000. So they work to pay $8,000 for a particular semester, because maybe they pay in a semester. Some pay up to $16,000. But what it means is that you can raise that money in 2 months. If you're working the studios and making an average between $4,000 to $5,000. I mean, I have friends who are doing master's degrees, and they came in that they're not on scholarship or anything. Some of them are already building houses in Nigeria. And so I'm like, seems like you guys who are even not on scholarship are kind of benefiting more. But then they put in the work, and it's really stressful combining work with school. But yeah, that's an average of, most of my friends. So it's pretty easy. I just had a friend who is a medical doctor from Nigeria, and he just came into Brisbane just a few days back. And he left his job. He paid his school fees. He paid like $8,000. He got like 30% scholarship. He paid $8,000 part of his fees. He's here trying to get a job now, and then I think he has to pay another $8,000. But once he gets a job, he's able to raise, for instance, like $8,000 in a month or 2 months. And in fact, I have friends who are as radical as combining up to 3 jobs, and some of them make as high as $7,000 a fortnight. 2 weeks, guys. So in Australia you have some of these benefits, and post-study visas, for instance, for master's degrees, now it's been taken up to 3 years. From what I heard, I haven't confirmed myself, it's been taken up to 3 years, and I think for PhDs around 4 years. If you have a partner, if you have a family, they are also allowed to work, whatever hours they want to work. Other routes as well, if you're considering maybe living in Australia permanently or some other things. But yeah, most of my friends, and there are other jobs, for instance, process jobs, working in factories, working in some other places. But the most lucrative, in my experience, from the friends I have and people in myself who work as disability support workers, and they make really, 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 really good money. I had a friend who I was speaking. He's on a scholarship. and he didn't have any restriction from his school to work. But my school, for instance, gives me restrictions to work, so I'm only limited to work the number of hours maybe within the school. But this my friend was able to work at this. He's a medical doctor in Nigeria. He came in on a scholarship. He was able to work as a disability support worker during the period of his PhD. And the last time I spoke with him, he's like, all the life I have lived in Nigeria, I've not seen this kind of money. And what he told me he had in savings was at least, the last time we spoke, at least $300,000. I mean, this guy has spent money. I'm talking what he has in savings. And this is money he just saved between 2018 or between 2019 to this point. I mean, do the math, that's over 100 million. I'm talking this is savings. And he had it easy. His wife was working. He was working. He was on a scholarship. He was not paying fees. He had stipend. So whatever he was working, he was just saving. So yeah, there are a lot of benefits, especially if you're thinking, okay, I don't have money. This is also a place you could consider. But again, like every other place, there are pros, there are cons, and it's just weighing these options and seeing what works best for you.
Hey, finally, Australia have come. Just completely knocked us out of the waters. Wow, $300,000. Okay, oh, Australia is calling people. If you want to go, off you go. It's just that, I mean, it's literally the other side of the world. But I mean, at 300K, if not, why not? Thank you so much, Aaron. That was,
Doctor,
yes, sir.
sorry, please, a follow up before we let Aaron go. Put up his mic. Sorry, just quickly. Aaron, you said people are working on limited hours right now, due to COVID, but is it sustainable? Think of someone who plans to come in the next fall. Do you think they can have this type of benefit?
Yeah, so to be honest, it's not sustainable. But what I have found over time, right, and this is not encouraging anybody to do this, what I found over time is, I mean, most of the people I read, most of the friends I have, I mean, the hours for people who work is usually, I think, 40 hours a fortnight or thereabout. And what I have found is most times, some of them, even before COVID, most of them were working way above those hours. I mean, some people were working way above those hours. But I mean, immigration says you need to work within these hours. And many of them did not specifically have issues. And this is not in any way saying, I mean, this is the way to go. Many of them did not even have issues at all in terms of working way past those hours. And there was, I mean, talk around people that it's only when you have issues that, immigration will begin to flag you. Some of them finished studying, even working those crazy hours, and moved on to get their postgraduate visas easily, moved on to get their permanent residency easily in different states. But I mean, different strokes for different folks, right? So answer your question, it's not sustainable. But even working within the remit of the law, working within those hours, people are still able to pay their fees comfortably. Like I mentioned, the minimum wage is really, really good. And just like Fola mentioned, for the UK, there are other things you can do that the money is not extra cash. That's maybe you do some things if you're very handy in doing some things with your hands, or maybe making hair, for instance, or for different kind of skills. Some of these things are not. You take your money on your hand, just by not going through accounts and all that. So there are other extra things people still do to top up those monies. But yeah, it is not sustainable because who knows, this laws change, and I assume that maybe in the future they're gonna revert the law back to the way it was. But yeah, you never know.
Thank you, Aaron. Yeah, Australia on the map. I think it was. I'm not sure if it was Naya or Ben, but Naya, would you like to go first, and then Ben after?
Yes, hi. Thank you, Dr. for that. And okay, so funding your study abroad. So I just wanted to add a little bit to what everybody has been saying. It has been a great conversation, and basically coming from the angle of maybe studying in the United States. One thing I would say is that scholarships are good. Getting assistantships of some form. There are also ways you can make money. But it's important that you know that once you get to graduate school, whether as a master's or as a PhD student, I think that you'll be doing yourself a favor. If you're looking at maybe scholarships, fellowships, just some form of money that would come to you based on merit, if that's what you're looking at there, once you get into graduate school, you need to start working on making sure that your CGPA, I know most schools would require you as an international student to have like 3.5 minimum over 4.0. But just if you can put that burden on yourself to say that I'm not going to come down from a 4.0, you are actually putting yourself on a very, you're making yourself attractive for free money, basically. I call it free money because most times, it's not supposed to replace your original funding. So, like for instance, sometime last year, one of the semesters, when there was this COVID relief fund, so there were some categories that this fund was actually partitioned or categorized into. So there is the one that is for merit, the one that is for emergency excuse me, emergency funding. So like so for you to be able to get the merit fund, which was like $3,000 free money, basically, you needed to have a certain CGPA. And of course, even if they say it has to be 3.5, if you're on a 4.0, you are putting yourself at you're going to be at a better advantage to get that money, right? And so I'm just coming from the angle of you positioning yourself for those opportunities. CGPA is not the only thing, but trust me, it's very, very important, extremely important. So whether you're doing a master's with PhD, I know PhD is more of research, but at least you're in the US, you do some form of coursework before you go into research. So just make sure you stay on top of your game because that way you can get some of these opportunities. And some of my professors will always say there is money in the email. When you get to graduate school, when you keep getting emails day after day from different organizations that are affiliated with your university, from your universities, maybe your college or your college secretary or something. They send you these opportunities and you need to read through the email. Even though being an international student, there are some opportunities that you may not qualify for based on your status, right? But there are actually some that you qualify for. And, some of these things may take some time for you to actually apply, get recommendations. And hey, another thing I wanted to talk about, apart from getting your CGPA up and making sure that it stays up, you need to be intentional about relationships that you form with your professors because recommendations go a very, very long way in getting some of these things as well. Even if it's internship, co-op, whatever it is you're applying for, you need people to speak good of you when the opportunity comes. And that's why you need to make sure that those relationships are well nurtured. On you from your first day, you need to be able to make sure that you form those relationships and that you can reach out to there are at least three professors that you can reach out to and tell them, oh, I have this thing I'm applying to. The deadline is in 4 days' time. I mean, I'm just exaggerating. You need to give them time, obviously. But I'm saying, even if it's an emergency that kind of needs them to write your recommendation, they can actually do that because you have nurtured that relationship. And when I say nurture, it's not like you go and be buying things for them, giving them money. No, I mean, it's going to show in your quality of work, like how you when you have the opportunity to like maybe work with this professor, you are able to deliver. You show that you are a student who is eager to succeed and who would do everything it takes to succeed. And just making yourself that kind of person that is reliable, basically. That's how you nurture this relationship. So that's what I would say. And then, so there are also some like when I talked about fellowships last year. I mean, I had scholarship from my school. I have full funding. I have my stipend and everything. But there was this fellowship too that was just additional money. It was like $15,000 annually. You just needed to go through the application process, get someone to nominate you, get someone to endorse you, and things like that. And then whether you can actually qualify for that kind of thing. So I would say make sure that you're looking at your emails, make sure that you're looking at because okay, and then there is this thing that one of my friends was also doing. It's called they were tutoring like high school students mathematics, and I think they paid them about maybe $10,000 per semester to actually do that. I'm not very certain of the figure, but I think something in that line. So like that is also an opportunity. And I know when those emails were being sent at the beginning of the semester. So if you're not looking at your emails and actively trying to apply to these things, you may never get to know that they actually exist, right? Of course, there's a limit to the number of hours you can work during full semesters, like maybe fall and spring. You cannot work for more than 20 hours a week as an international student. Then during summer, you can work for more than 40 hours a week. So the person that was talking about Australia, I think is a bit different for the US. But you can actually maximize that 20 hours that you can work for. And also the scholarships that I mentioned, because scholarship doesn't require you to work. So it's just money that you get based on merit, or based on some form of maybe community service or leadership, something that you have done that kind of stood out, or even based on your research too. That part is also there. Then one last thing I wanted to say is, don't waste your summers. Like, make sure that usually, if you're looking to get an internship, a meaningful internship during the summer, let's say summer 2023, the time you start applying is from July, August 2022. That's when you start actively applying. Most schools will have career fairs. My school always has career fairs in like spring and fall semester. Career fairs is where companies will come to your school to recruit. So when that opportunity arises, make sure that your resume is up to date. Make sure that you have everything you need and that you present yourself in the best way that you can, and try to secure those internships, because like you can work 40 hours maximum. So that's a lot of hours to work in a week, and you are able to actually get a lot of money by working or doing that. And then even when, like, let's say in the spring semester or fall semester, you can also do like co-op if you're opportune to like maybe get that, maybe with the same company or a different company. So those are just some ways you can actually fund your studies in the US, to the best of my knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Very valuable, Thank you so much, Naya. Ben, we got anything?
Yeah, hello, Fala. Fala, what's up? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Please go on.
Well, I'm not actually that. Well, my name is Ben. Now, can I introduce myself? Yeah. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Please,
Can you guys hear me?
yes, we can. Please go on. It's a bit noisy, though. It's quite noisy where you are.
Oh. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, do you
Okay.
want
My
to
name.
quickly get
Okay.
on so we can, yeah.
Okay. My name is Ben, and I'm from Nigeria. I'm currently in Nigeria. I'm also currently schooling in Nigeria. A student of University of Undergraduate, and I am studying. I'm currently studying I'm only studying natural philosophy, and I've just fluttering through what you guys are discussing about here. That let's talk about funding studying abroad. Well, as for me, I have a plan of studying abroad as soon as I complete my BSc degree here in Nigeria education. Well, I would say that like it's a nice thought of funding. It's a nice thought of funding capital towards opening
Please, do you have a question? Sorry, Ben, do you have a question or comment? Can you get to it quicker?
Okay,
It's
okay,
quite noisy where
okay,
you are.
okay. Yes, I have a question. Absolutely, but I was trying to get through what you guys were talking about. But it's not issue. I have a question. So the question I have is that, Fola, well, I see you a very young lady, but I don't know how come you are attending a PhD. But anyway, it's all turns to good. And the question I have now is that how can one actually get the finance to study abroad? Because I just want to make it plain. Though I lost my dad. My uncle is the one funding my fees studying in Nigeria.
I am sorry. I am sorry, Ben. I had to do that. I'm sorry. I mean, first of all, please get to a place that is quiet. It's like it's hard get I struggle throughout hearing you, and it's just and I believe the other people on this platform can agree that it was struggle getting you. So please maybe go to somewhere with less noise. Also, I mean, I don't know if I should like my PhD. I mean, come on, come on. So I'm too young to no, no one is too young to have a PhD. So um I would take that as a compliment rather than anything else. So thank you.
Sorry, Fola. I just had to come on it because at least I was listening to that guy and I was laughing out at the audacity. I mean, what's up, Fola? I mean, Ikimuchi no story. How dare you come on there? I mean, I would have kicked him off time ago. I mean, you were even too patient. He kept on going on. Listen, I would have removed him time. I mean, oh my God. Even me, now as a listener, I was boiling. The audacity. Show you how we're ready. You know, how dare you? Anyway, I hope you removed him from the space, by the way. Honestly,
I
like,
I just took him off the speaker list, but
oh my gosh. I mean, the audacity of the guy. I mean, blimey, what's going on? How dare you? Let me talk anymore. I'm just, I mean, let me use the mic someone else.
Thank you. We are here talking to help ourselves. I mean, well, thank you. I would take that as a compliment. But like I said, there are way younger people that have PhD. It's not about age. It's just life. So hopefully you get and even achieve beyond that if that's your goal too. I think it was Summer's hand first and then Aki today next. Summer, would you like to come on?
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Fola. Sorry, I'm still laughing, yeah, because the previous speaker was making me laugh, and then all of them now came to scatter the table. So yeah, I was still like laughing. Anyway, let me just jump in because Olajide has spoken about Canada, and I'll still talk about Canada because that is where I am. And let me start first. I'm very greedy. What does that mean? I love money, right? So which means I like to apply for anything that will give me funding, whether it is 1,000 or whether it is 2K or whether it is 5K, I will apply. Now, I applied for my master's in Canada and I got a fully funded scholarship that will last me for 2 years. But when I came here, I still needed more. And I applied for 3 more and I got the 3. They were even higher than my the one that the university gave me. So when I say I like money, I say I like money because I cannot come here and be stressing myself and looking for ways to make more money. Now, it didn't still end there. I decided to apply for teaching assistant positions and research assistant positions to build my CV. It's not just adding money, oh, you got award for this and award for that. I needed to build my profile. I needed to work on my experience, right? So I liked my type of scholarship in the sense that it's not attached with teaching or research assistant positions. What do I mean by that? Most universities will tell you, oh, you're on a fully funded scholarship and you have GA positions or GR positions, right? What does that mean? It means that you're going to be working for them and they will be paying you and you add that to more like your stipend or something like that. But for me, it wasn't like that. So what it meant was like a professor can come around and put out a position. Oh, I'm looking for a research assistant. Anybody can apply. If you qualify for the job, you get that's extra money, excluding the scholarship that you're being given. So that's what I did. You can get money through that, either by teaching or by doing research. So let me speak for January to April. So between January and April, I've worked for 3 different professors and I have 2 other positions. So how was I doing? I was doing research work for my supervisor in Faculty of Law, and I was doing a research work for another professor in civil engineering or an environmental anti-justice program. And I was teaching for a professor in law. That's research and teaching assistant position. Still in this same 4 months, I was also the program assistant for Faculty of Graduate Studies, where we were organizing the 3MTs, 3-minute thesis competition for the entire University of Victoria. And it was a 200 hours job. So which means it's on a contract base for 3 months. I was working 200 hours for just that particular project. And if you listen to Olajide, he said that when you work inside campus, there is no limit. That's why I'm able to do all of this, right? 200 hours for this one,
this one, that one, plenty hours here and there. That's because it's inside campus. It's not outside the campus. Now, while I was doing that, I was recently elected as the GSS, as the chair of Graduate Student Society, and you're being paid. Like, it's not for you to just come and be doing. It's not, no, because there are a lot of work that go in there. So I know how much that we earn. I know how much that every other person in the executive board earns. I know how much that the GRC committee earns. So because I'm the one that has to approve the fund, I'm the one that has to pay everybody, right? So I know that if you come into any university, try and aim for all those kind of positions. Go for GSS chair, go for Senate. They pay you. When you sit in boards, they pay you. And when I mean pay you, it's like over 1,000 Canadian dollar a month. And it's not, and it's usually like for 1 year. So just imagine, if you're just doing this on the side, and they don't care how many hours you work. You could do it 10 hours a week, you could do less. I know someone that doesn't even work and she's being paid now. So try and consider that kind of position. Then for masters in law, I'm speaking for law because I heard a lot of people talk about co-ops, and I know that in law, if you're doing your masters, there are no co-ops for us. For UVic, I don't know about any other school, but there are internship positions that you can apply for. I have a classmate as well who got a fully funded scholarship as well, but he never worked inside school. He worked outside school. And it would interest you to know that there are he doesn't have, I know they said you have 20 hours to work outside campus, but sometimes, now I wish this was not recorded so that you can not see that I said, but well, this is something that most of us do. So sometimes you discuss with your employer, and some negotiations can be done, and you will be paid. You'll be paid for, maybe if you work 40 hours a week, you'll be paid your 40 hours a week, but 20 hours, oh God, just get this, just understand what I'm trying to say. I'm trying so hard not to like kind of say a couple of things, but those things happen. During the summer, you can work more than 20 hours a week. I know, because I think one of the beautiful thing about my type of program, which is a research program, is that if you're studying, in quotes, if you're going to class, in quotes, if you're writing an exam or whatever, you are not supposed to work more than 20 hours. But once you're currently just doing your research, that's your thesis itself, there is no restriction whatsoever. Because when they look at your transcripts back to back, they will be showing you that you're not going to school. There's not like you're just doing your research. It's going to take a long time, probably 4 months or 8 months to be done. So it's also allowed. I think it was Naya that said you should kind of have a good relationship with your supervisor. That's very important. So the job I got for civil engineering, imagine me, what's my business with civil engineering? I'm in law, right? I was recommended by a professor who taught me a course during the summer. And of course, I did very well. And she sent an email. When the email came down, she forwarded and said, Summer, I think this is something that could interest you. You can apply. And when they call you for an interview, if you do so well, you get the job. And when I applied, I was skeptical because this is civil engineering. Even though the project is on anti-racism and environmental justice, I was also skeptical because I don't really know anything about groundwater and all of that. So, but I was like, shoot your shot, it doesn't matter, right? So I did that. And when I did, I went for the interview. There were PhD students, there were postdocs, and we were just two that were selected. Me as a Black person and another lady who was even in undergrad as an indigenous person. So sometimes you just need to get the right contact. I wouldn't have known about that interview if Professor Bao did not nominate me, right? She didn't say, I think you should go and try this out. So that was how I was able to get a 1 year. So even if I decide I don't want to work, I have scholarship from different places. I have I have jobs that will sort that out. And then this particular research is for 1 year. So it's not like, I will start thinking of anything because I cannot even stay without working. This is me personally, right? I like to work. This is what I like to do. And I like money. Do you understand? Because in this country or abroad, you need money to actually survive. I know that most people say, they had fully funded scholarships and they probably did not work. I don't know how they were still able to cope because I feel like there are some things that you need to still do. There are some people come now because you're abroad, they say, please, I want laptop. Or like say, please, can you give me 5K? If the only money you have is the money they gave you for rent.
right? If the only money you have is it's already paid for your tuition, how would you be able to help people, or how would you be able to do other things? You heard Aaron say his friends are building houses. How would you be able to do any of that if you're only relying on scholarship? So I feel like when you're coming abroad and you're on a fully funded scholarship, don't relax. Trust me. Don't you see that energy others that are not on scholarships are using to go and work? If you can't do it, and it never affected my grades. It will shock you to know that I am it did not. That is why I'm still applying for funding and I've gotten it. In short, I applied for a scholarship for a PhD program. I still never get PhD admission, and at the time I applied for the funding because of my current CGPA in my masters. It was approved. Like people were shocked. They said, no, you don't. That they hardly give people this scholarship except you've already gotten an admission, you've already started your first year, entering your second year. But I got it even before starting the first year. Why am I saying this? Apply. You need good grades. You need to have good grades. Without good grades, nobody will look at you because, see, I don't mean nobody will look at you, but they will kind of be having doubts. If we give this person this money, how are we sure that this person will represent us well? Because trust me, people are looking for people to represent their brands, their foundations. So you need to think about that. What kind of jobs can you do outside school? Personally, when I was coming here, I said, I'm not going to work in McDonald's. That is me. It's like, no, don't, you can't be me. There are people that work there and they're making a lot of money. But I felt like it was going to, distract me. It was going to remove me from who I am, which is I want to be in academia. I want to be a professor in future. I want to teach. So I did not want to shift. But I have something else that interests me, which is project management and all of that. Yes. So that's another thing that you can do. If you have, so I mentioned about Google project management course on Coursera. Go and take it. See, that was what helped me to land my new job that is going to start in June. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this because you don't need in quotes and unquote, you don't really need to be in academia alone. You can do other things. Project management pays very, very well in Canada. I just know how much that I'm going to earn for just a 3-month contract that will turn to a full term. And see, I'll be juggling it with my PhD. I don't care. Do you get? So just make sure that you know what you are passionate for. There are a lot of remote jobs. If you say you don't want to, okay, fine, you don't want to leave your house, apply for remote jobs. Look at Indeed. I'm sure there is Indeed in the UK. In Canada, type indeed.ca and you'll see tons of jobs. When I mean tons of jobs, in each province, in each city, anyone that you want, you would see them. If you're a content creator, if you're a content writer, if you're a social media manager, there is money. I know what I saw when I was looking for, remote jobs that I wanted to apply for. So please and please don't rely on just funding. Apply for as many scholarships that you can apply. If you apply for 3 and you get it and you're okay, fine. Me, I was not okay. Because first of all, where I'm staying, my province is very expensive. It's the second most expensive province in Canada. So I cannot be normal, and you have to also invest. Do you understand? Don't just rely on the little money. See, that money they're giving you is peanuts. And I'm not. Let's not forget that we are seeing that it's big money. It's peanut compared to the kind of stress and the mental breakdown you go through. So why not make more money while you're going through that stress? Thank you.
Hey, hey, thank you so much. Wow, wow, wow. Look at that. More money. So this obviously this space we started it with those that are funding themselves in mind. But I mean, I like the fact that Olajide and Soma and even Aaron have added to the element of even when you are on fully funded scholarship, is not even Neye as well added to that, is not enough for you to fold your hands and watch life go by. You can still make more money. You can still help yourself to get to that goal. And as someone have said, she has now even linked it to her career goal, which is I'm going to be within this space, but I'm going to make money while I'm in that space, improving myself and adding to my career and so on like that. So thank you so much for all that input. I have loads of questions, like loads. So I don't know if I can just sort of like sweep through them as quickly as possible, or if there's anybody else that want to add some things before I do that. Obviously, as I'm speeding through it, if you want to pull me back quickly because you have more to add to it, please happily do so.
Sorry for that.
Okay.
Sorry, just wanted to. I wanted to make some point. For someone stole the show, and it's. I mean, someone is always great. I just wanted to mention that in the UK, when you are working on your dissertation, it is still, according to the law, you still have to pay attention to the 20 hour working. I think it's a little different from Canada and in the United States. I'm not sure about Australia. Here, everyone is able to speak, but in the UK, some people do it, but the goal is not to be caught. Because I remember I was working with the uni, and I asked the supervisor at the time about that provision, and he told me that according to the law, until you are even when your dissertation period, you still have to pay attention to the hour limit. So that's something I just wanted to mention, so that people who are coming to the UK, because I know a lot of people who want to fund themselves, they end up going to the UK because UK is perhaps the easiest country. To get admission and get your student visa if you are funding yourself. So I think you should just pay attention to the laws and look at what is obtainable in that country, and before you get on that kind of. I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Yep, very valuable. Thank you. I think somebody was asking if 20 hours during their, yes, it does affect during your dissertation, as he has mentioned. Naya,
Yeah, Dr.
thank
Falasha, I
you.
just wanted to say, what he said is really important. And that's why I said, in the US, like the person who talked about Australia, I said there's no limit. The US, there's limit. And you really don't want anything coming on your record. Your resident permit, or even. So just make sure that because it's not going to be worth it eventually. When you're done with your program, you know how much you're going to be earning. It will be way more than whatever it is you want to risk your status or you being able to get that. It's not worth it. So just make sure that you stay within what you're allowed to do. 20 hours maximum a week during when you squeeze in session, and 40 hours maximum when you squeeze not in session. How you kind of complement that is by the scholarships that I mentioned, the scholarships and the fellowships and all those things. That's how you make up for, because scholarship doesn't require you to work. It's just basically free money rewarding you for your excellence. That's why the CGPA is important, right? So just make sure that you're following those things, because it's very important, like you said. I just wanted to emphasize that. Thank you.
Thank you, Naya. We all agree fully. Is this Summer? I heard another voice.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
Summer, go for it.
Okay, just quickly, I forgot to add, there's something called the work study program, yeah? I don't know if it's applicable in other countries, but it's applicable in my school, and I'm sure it's applicable in other schools in Canada. So what the work study does is, let's say whether you're on scholarship or you're not on scholarship, and then you apply for the work study, they'll ask you how much are you earning in a month? How much is your tuition? So when you're done, they'll do the calculation and know how many hours they're going to give you to work on that work study. So there are different positions by different faculties, different organizations in that work study. Now, I know I enjoyed from the work study in my first year, because I wanted to get research experience, really. So when I saw that they gave me, I think it was 130 hours to work. So I applied for the position and I was interviewed and I got it. So that's another way, work study. If you're thinking of Canada, work study is another way to kind of get jobs. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Lovely. Akin today, Juna.
Yeah, thanks. I just remembered it's the story of a friend who was, constrained by the 20 hours in the UK, but who got remote jobs in the US. That I just remembered. I just wanted to mention it. So I think we now have borderless talent, where you can be in Nigeria and be making money from the UK, from the United States, from anywhere in the world. So you can also be studying in the UK, and I particularly talk about the UK because I have listed experience in the UK. So most of my talks are mostly in the UK. So if you are in the UK and you are restricted by the 20-hour work limit, I think you can also apply if you have some skills that are globally transferable. You can maybe like someone talked about project management. You can be a remote project manager, for some countries in the UK, from the countries in the United States, right? You are in the UK, you are getting your stuff, and that makes sense. So by that way, you are making sure that you are not exceeding 20 hours for UK, but you are also doing your stuff cross border. And that's one. I remember a friend who was doing that. He was doing some remote tech stuff for US companies, and he was just doing his thing in the UK, making sure that 20 hours is not violated. I just wanted to mention that.
Yep, very important. I think at the start of this space, we mentioned about some off the record type of jobs that you can do, and you will still be within your 20 hours limits in while you're doing all of that. And definitely remote work would come under that, as it's not within UK, as the case may be. Thank you. Just very quickly, someone is asked here, do I need a distinction in my degree program? I don't understand. How do I apply for my master's? I've mentioned that before. Please go to whichever uni you're interested in, see what their courses are. Just Google it. Start by Googling. If it's, for example, engineering, Google MSc Engineering, UK, US, Canada, and start from there, hopefully. Can I carry my 6-year-old child with me? Within UK context, you can bring your child or children or your family, immediate family, of course, nuclear family, you can. But I did mention earlier, you have to keep in mind how you are going to manage to keep that child well secured, safe while you're studying. So there has to be an elderly or an adult with the child while you're in school, because if not, you're going to have major trouble if they find out or if anything happens. Yes, I think today.
Right. Thanks for that. Just the question someone asked before your last point, which was about do they have to have a distinction? I think the question most people ask would be that do they need to have a first class to graduate with a first class before they get scholarship opportunities? I just thought that would be the question that the person wanted to ask. If that's it, I know the question is no. The answer is no. We've said it time and again on most of the spaces that we've, I've personally been privileged to be part of, and I never had a first class. I mean, I got a fully funded scholarship. So one thing that people should pay attention to will be that you have to be strategic in your search. You have to be strategic in your search. If you know that you can't, fund yourself, on self-funding, and you only want to study abroad with a fully funded scholarship or a partial funded scholarship, then what you have to look at will be that you have to be strategic. Identify courses you want to study, the school, the country. There are countries that have that generous in funding. That's US, Canada. US generous in funding. Now, most of the times, a lot of people don't graduate with first class, not because they are not smart folks, but because they've got other issues that make them graduate with whatever they graduated with. Now, there is always an opportunity for you to show that post-graduation, you have been able to do something that makes sense. If, for instance, you graduated in 2018, and between 2018 and 2022, you have been able to do, maybe you've been working in an organization and you've been able to, do great stuff. That professional competence that you have gathered over time can be your own talking points, and I know that a lot of scholarships, some of the scholarships that we have now, they ask you to write 2 different essays. One would be on your academic accomplishment, and another would be on your professional competence. And you can always latch on what you have to your advantage. If you had you've graduated with like 3.4 or 3.5 CGPA out of 5 points, that's a 2-2, right? And you have been able to maybe work in a company where you have done research for them, you have been able to even teach people, and so you have showed capacity beyond graduation. And you can say that because the reason why they want to make sure that people who have good grades get scholarship opportunities will be because they wanted to be sure you can cope with the rigors of graduate studies, right? So if you have been able to show competence and so whatever you have speaks to your advantage. Some of us who got fully funded, we latched on our professional competence, right? And the kind of things we have done beyond school. Your leadership experience while you are in school would be a great stuff to talk about. Your professional competence while you are working would be a great stuff to talk about. So you don't always have to have first class. If you have a first class, great, amazing. It makes the journey easier. But if you don't have it, you don't have to cancel yourself. I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you. Yes, if you don't have it, don't cancel yourself, but please have something. I would always say you can't, if you hear everyone that has had scholarship or that currently have scholarship, you will hear they always say they have something. You have to have something. Where I struggle is when somebody just, it's almost like you're starting from ground zero. You have to be able to give them something like Akintunde said, to latch on for you to then hopefully secure that funding. Summer, thank you.
Just add very briefly. I did not have a first class in undergrad. I had a 2-1, right? And I'm sure Jide, Aaron, and others will also testify that there are people who had 2-2s that also got fully funded scholarships. You just need to know how to package your documents, know how to write, work on yourself. Just like Akintude said, I don't want to flog it, right? But I think the issue is that most of us don't actually know how to start, where to start from. And that's why I wrote this graduate school 101. Just got my pin to it. It's free. Just download the PDF and read through it. I'm not sure you remain the same after reading it. Thank you.
Okay, lovely there. Please go and check out that tweet. Like I said, I hope you're on here and following everyone speaking, because although these spaces are limited in terms of how much we can share, everyone on stage are always share valuable information. If you're on that journey and you want to be serious about it, I'm not talking about those that are just like, I want scholarship and that's it. If you want to be serious about it, I shouldn't even have to say it, to say go and follow everyone on this stage so that you can. I would hope that you're already like, okay, I'm hearing good things here. This is not the end of it. There's other valuable things that are being shared that they will continue to share. Let me go and attach to them and see what I can get from it. So please do that, very, as it's essential and it's important you do for your own journey. Aaron.
Yes, very quickly, just to mention again about Australia, for people who are also thinking in this direction, there are other people who have come into Australia for studies, not through undergrad degrees or not through master's degrees or PhD. Australia has an institution that is called TAFE, TAFE, and you can Google that. So basically, it's where it's like in comparison to maybe in some sense to the polytechnics we have in Nigeria. I mean, speaking to the Nigerian audience, I know there are other people from across the world listening, but it's a place where you can get like a diploma in rather than a BSc. So I've had friends who have come in through that system, coming to do, for instance, a diploma in IT or a diploma in nursing or that kind of thing, and they go on. After that, the idea is when you come in, you can do a diploma. Sometimes a diploma courses up to 2 years, and then when you finish, the idea is you move on to do like an undergraduate degree, and then you go on like that in that route. So some people come through that route. Again, they're also confined with work hours, but I mean, not during school. Outside school hours, they're allowed to work, and because of the minimum wage I mentioned, outside school hours, many students are able to raise just the amount they need or even more when there's no work limit within outside school hours. So that's another route some people have come into, and it's worth considering for others. But I'm not entirely sure about scholarships in that through that route. I've not heard of any, but that's not to say that there isn't existing. Maybe because I've not done a thorough research within that space. But yeah, if you're listening and something that is kind of in the picture for you, you can just Google the TAFE Australia or TAFE Queensland and see what is there for you. You might just stumble on something that might be life changing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we'll take that into consideration for those of us that want to come across the world all the way to Australia. Yeah, I've just just to mention quickly, I'm seeing a lot of like I said, a lot of requests. Please, if you're on stage and you want to add to this conversation, happy to have you join it. Angel.
Hi everyone. I just want to add, thank you very much for Dr. Fola for hosting the space. I wanted to add in sense of internship. So I school in the US in San Jose, current junior. And some of the things I've been seeing is a lot of students are going through as like quick money, getting menial jobs like working at McDonald's, working in Starbucks. And I'm an avid cheerleader of people getting internships. Um, and the internship process is actually pretty competitive. But if you do get an internship as early as sophomore year, you're almost guaranteed a full time job after you graduate with your F1 visa. And most students don't know this. They just want to get the quick money and get quick money. As a result, after graduation, that forces you either leave the country because you can't find a job in less than 1 year in the States, or they're stressed. So if you're a student right here and you're about to come to the States, please do note that. Try and figure out, first of all, try and learn a skill in Nigeria. Like, it's almost like very important to like learn a skill that's transferable, like a tech skill, or if you're UX design or coding or whatever it may be, just learn a skill. And then when you do get here, try and look for the area you want to, like, try and know the area you want to go into. Let's say I want to go into banking, I want to go into tech, know that area, and start looking for the internships, companies you would like to work in. That's the smartest way to get funded. And when you do know the companies you want to work in, start looking for people in that area, people who work in that field already. It could be your alumni. Like, the most people don't. It's actually the most underrated strategy. Go to your school's alumni directory and find people in that areas, in the area that you want to be in. Contact them, ask them for a conversation. Most people are going to blow you off. They're not going to reply you. But some people are really nice and they will actually have a conversation with you. Some of them might even hire you as an intern. I have been hired as an intern like that, like just by having a conversation with my school's alumni. So do that, and actually, I think that's the easiest method. And finally, get an internship. Start looking for internships your freshman year. That's the first year when you was college. Internship with big companies, and then yeah, I think that's the way. And if anyone here wants to study in the US, just hit me up. I'm happy to read your essay. I would never ask you for any money. Happy to read your essay. And also, just keep showing up to these rooms. And yeah, if you have any questions about Sound State University, which I attend, reach out to me and I'll help you out. Thank you.
Very kind of you, Angel. Thank you so much. So anyone, if you are interested in US, obviously do try, and like I said, everyone on stage, we all share valuable information. I wish I had anything remotely close to what you guys have now. When I was applying, I literally applied right in one corner in my room. I had no idea what I was doing, but I guess it's just God that directed the process. But now you have a lot of people that are willing to share information to support you. So please do take advantage of all these resources that we share. Thank you. So just to say quickly, I've got so many questions. I doubt we'll be able to go through all of them because this has been going on for over 4 hours and it will probably go for another four. And yeah, I'm not sure. But anyway, just I will try and go through them. If there's any question you want to add something in onto, just let me give me a shout and I would be happy for you to do that. So this person is there any guarantee I'll stay back after coming in for a master's in the health sciences? Unfortunately, no. I can't say that there is a guarantee. There's no guarantee. We're only saying for UK context right now is a lot easier than it used to be, but no one is guaranteeing you that that is going to be the outcome. So I hope you plan yourself as the speakers have said. You have to strategize. These things are there, but they are not going to just fall out. You have to hustle them. Please, is it good to do placement with your MSc program? I heard you won't be able to get a lot of jobs. You will be tied down to the firm and you won't be able to do any other job. And is it a must I attach my CV employment reference as part of my visa application? Wow. Okay. If you have well, UK context, in fact, if you get placement for your MSc, you better take it. Paid placement, just take it ASAP because they don't come that often. It's not, you don't get all students, most students, in fact, maybe half, if not even more than that don't get placement. So when you get it, hold it firmly. I don't really buy into it to tie you down. What do you mean tie you down? You're in placement, you're getting full, getting experience, you're working for them at that period. What do you mean by tie you down? I'm not really clear with that question. But the other part, must attach my CV and employment? Nobody is asking you. I mean, for UK visa application that I'm aware of, no one would ask you for CV or employment references or a reference letter. So that is not part of it. Maybe I don't know. My people in US and Canada, maybe US, Canada, or Australia does, but for UK, no, you are not. In fact, they specifically list out the documents you need to attach to your visa application, and no CV or your employment reference letter is there. Um, US and Canada, is it the same or different? Should I carry on? Yeah. Okay. So, is it possible to get a scholarship with a 2-2? Yes, we already talked about that. Without a master's degree, yes, we already talked about that. But we also added the fact that you need to add other things like Akintude and Soma mentioned. You cannot just expect a scholarship just based on your degree classification alone, especially if you have a 2-2. You have to add other things, and that is where your work experience, your voluntary roles, your civic engagement, your community, everything like that just comes in. So I'm a vet working in Nigeria space, recently got admission, public health, leads. My concern though is I'm sourcing scholarship and I'm wondering if I can be able to work in the public health field after studying, even being a vet. Well, I mean, after studying, sourcing for scholarship, I don't think we need to delve much into that. So I'm going to say best of luck on that one. The easiest way for UK especially is for you to have to target a particular scholarship and then maybe use that to apply. Sorry, you have a scholarship, for example, like the Commonwealth or Chevney, where they would ask you to then apply to different schools, and you submit those schools as part of the admission, as part of your application. So but for right now, if you already have a your admission, it means you're not applying in addition to a particular scholarship. So my suggestion would be, see if the school have any discount or some scholarship funding that may be available for you to apply. But if not, yeah, that's about how I will go about it in terms of the scholarship. Now, I'm wondering if I can be able to work as a public health in the field of public health, even as being a vet. I can't although I am in public health, academically in public health, not in practice. I have to put that out there. But I can't say you will or you won't. I think it will be for you to start searching the kind of public health jobs that are within UK. So why not just go on Indeed, jobs.ac.uk and the rest of that, and just start searching public health roles, see if there are vet options that are available in that regard. You can go to NHS as well, although NHS is usually human health, but they might be able to carry some of those vet openings if available. Ma'am, fundings for my master is in my brother's account, and I don't know if I can use this account for proof of fund. My suggestion, I think we tweeted about this 2 days ago. My suggestion will be, oh, Aaron, you've got your hand up. Do you want to go for that before I answer the other question?
Yes, it's just about the last speaker about public health jobs. I don't know if it's the same person who mentioned leads. Is that the same question?
Yes, it is. Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay. I think you said public health in vets, but this might not help. But I mean, it might also help. So I studied in Leeds, although on the Commonwealth shared scholarship, and I mean Leeds is very student friendly. And while I was studying, I was also volunteering with an organization. So my interest is in the field of HIV, right? And so I volunteer with an organization that it's around that does stuff around HIV in Leeds. And I remember when I was finishing, one of the staff there was mentioning, "Are you kind of considering to kind of work with us?" They had an opening at that time, and one of the staff was like, Aaron, are you considering applying for, this role that we just opened? I mean, it looks like you're in a great fit. The only reason why I didn't apply to that was that I had a caveat on my scholarship that needed that mandated me to go back to Nigeria. So that's the only reason why I did not apply. Else that was like a straight route for me to, get a job, and then who knows what could have happened after that. So I would suggest that is a way to go. I mean, volunteering is a really, really helpful strategy. It has worked magic for me in my career, and it might also help. I mean, you're in the vet field, but if you get into leads, look at organizations that are doing stuff in your space of vet, if I heard that correctly, and just volunteer. Put in your best and do the best you can. You never know what's going to happen. It might just be somebody within the organization putting out a word for you or referring you to someone. Or who knows, an opening might come up and they're like, do you think you can do this? And that might just be the route. So volunteering is a really, really great way to go to start with. It worked for me. It's still working, and it might work for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Absolutely. I mean, volunteering is the route to the money. um, Ma'am, the funds for my master's is in my brother's account, and I don't know if I can use his account for proof of fund. Thanks. I think we tweeted about this few days ago. I would advise you get that money into your account. That's the easiest route, and the safest. We have been told that you should have with your parent, that I know is allowed, and definitely your spouse if you're married. So, but with family members, I think, and employer, yeah, if you're employed, you have a company that has employed you, and they are willing to fund you. Obviously, it would be good if they are known company, that's easier. But even if not, they can show evidence of you being an employee for certain period with them, and they would like you to go and further your studies. But with family and maybe extended or closer, i i, I would say be very careful, be really careful about this. If you have ways of establishing the relationship, good. Also, you need consent letter from them to show that they are happy for you to use their account. But the safest for me would be that you should find a way, if he can transfer that funds to you. Ogaha, have you got your hand up for addition?
Okay, yeah. So thank you very much. I just want to give a little bit of opinion on the sponsor account question that you just raised. So yes, of course, for the UK, you can opt for a family member in terms of sponsorship, yes, but has to be a very close family member. Just like you said, your brother can sponsor you. Now, there are several angles to this. Fola was trying to suggest the person moving the funds to your account. That's also a bit tricky. Now, if, for instance, the fund you're looking at is 10 million naira, for instance, and I move the 10 million naira from my account to your account, I'll be asked, the embassy will want to know exactly how that money came about and why I'm receiving that huge amount. Even though it may appear that, it looks like it's a sponsorship paying, or it's for the study. UK as a country get very, very sensitive when it comes to funds and how you move from one account to the other. So it is best you establish that this person is my brother, which you already know. Now put up sponsorship letter to that effect, stating the reasons why this your brother, in quote, is sponsoring you for the study. And the brother should also indicate that he is doing this willingly and give reasons why he's sponsoring you, and also indicate that he doesn't have huge responsibilities on his shoulders and he's going to stand in for you financially throughout the period of your study. A sponsorship letter to that effect should be put out, and he should attach, of course, if he's working, his pay slip, other work documents to show how he
had gotten this money or what he does to sustain his financial, financial stand throughout the period. So employment letter, pay slip from the company he's working with, or maybe the business he's doing, just to back up, the reasons why he's sponsoring you, standing in for you financially. So your brother can do that for you, but he has to show how he gets his fund. But trying to move the money to your own account is also tricky, because if that money is in your account, you have to also show how you got the money. And you cannot put that, my brother sent me money. No, he doesn't stand in well. He can stand in for you as a sponsor and does that for you. Now, you can also have your own little money. Say maybe the sponsor account, the sponsor fund should be like it's 10 million for instance. In your own personal account, you may present to the embassy. You should have say like 2 million, 3 million. Why this is important is they know someone is sponsoring, but they want to also see that you have a little bit of money you can easily access any time of the day. Whether be it at 12 midnight, you want some money, you can easily just go into your personal account and search for that fund. This is very important, especially when you're applying for MSc programs. Your personal account that have at least 2 million, 3 million should also be attached to the sponsor account. This is very key for people who are going for master's if you're using a sponsor, because they are well aware that you may have immediate needs, and the sponsor would have to, before the sponsor sends you money and all that, so you need to spread an account that has a little bit of fund you can already access any time of it. I just really hope this helps. But all in all, this person who is your brother, like you have said, can actually sponsor you, but you have to prove that relationship, just like I've explained earlier. Thank you very much. I need the mic.
Okay, thank you. I think I would just say quickly that you can get because UK only requires 28 days of your bank statement. And I think when I was coming, I know it's way past now, but it was years ago. But my sister just got me the 4 point, I think mine was like 4.5 million then. She just transferred it to my account. I definitely don't have anything close to that before. And it sort of panned out that I was able to use it because I only printed the 28 days and sent it to them and move along. But yeah, long story short, your family member can, but I would be very careful with that. You need all the documents to establish that relationship and their consent of they're happy for you to use their account and the rest of that, as Ogaha has mentioned. Do they still have I good morning? Okay. Do they still have fully funded scholarship abroad? I hope they do. Yes. Thank you for that question. Moving along. Can someone with HND apply for any masters in any school in the UK? No, sir. You can't apply for any masters and you can't apply for any schools, but there are certain schools that you can apply for their masters and depending on the course as well. So I would advise, I think I tweeted a while ago about and I think other speaker have also tweeted somewhat around that. So please look at those tweets about with schools on schools that are happy for you to get masters with your HND, but not any school. That's just what because you said any school, any course. We can't guarantee that. I think it was Akintunde first and then Neye, if I'm correct. Do you want to go for it?
Right, yeah. I thought that. So you answered the question aptly. Just wanted to say that if you have some schools in mind, it is always interesting. You can just shoot the school an email to ask them what they do when it comes to that kind of thing. I think it's kind of reduce the confusion that comes with it. I know people who studied at Sussex with HND, and they got on. Or just email them first. So if you have XYZ schools that you have in mind, it's just shoot them an email to ask them what their requirements would be like, and I'm sure that they will respond to you. Not like Nigerian schools where you wait for eternity to get response. They will respond to you, and that makes sense. Just wanted to add that.
Thank you. Yep. Neye?
Okay, yeah, definitely, like you said, definitely email the school to get information. But something else I would say is, if you have an HND, then just go through West to convert your transcript from Nigerian standard to a, a 4.0 scale, and definitely that would suffice because HND is still higher learning. So it's actually, I know a lot of people with HNDs that are doing their masters. So West definitely convert your transcript through West, then you can now start applying. But like Akintunde said, it's always good to, reach out to the school and get that information. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you so much for that addition, Neye and Akintude. Thank you. My question is, I am planning on coming to study in the UK in January. My wife has an MSc in sociology in Nigeria. Can she apply for scholarship when we get to the UK as a social worker? And what are her chances of getting it? She can apply, but because she's dependent on you, so she would have to hustle her scholarship like any other person, right? Her chances, I do not know, unfortunately. I have no idea. I can't say. It will be because it will depend on her qualifications, her skills, her work experience, and everything else that she's done prior to coming to the UK or even when she gets to the UK. So I would advise she looks at the job adverts or scholarships that are for social worker and then see if her previous work experience and skills can meet match up to that and then use that. But it will be for her to try the process. I can't say what her chances are or not. Oga, have you got addition?
Just, okay, thank you very much. Just in addition to, I think I have a tweet to that regards on social work. For anyone who wants to, study social work in the UK, usually the requirements, again, you also have to, don't take it from me, hook, line, and sinker. You also need to mail the school to also get their own perspective. But across the UK, most of the schools for social work, you just need at least 2 years work experience. If you're not within the social work, if you don't have a previous degree around any of the social working courses, with 2 years work experience from wherever you're coming from, then of course a 2-2 will do you good. You can apply to a social work department and you get an admission for social work. At least 2 years work experience, wherever you are, you can get into the social work space to study, of course, in the UK. Again, you also need to mail the school to get their own perspective on that. But be sure that if you have more than a year experience, working experience, and you have at least a 2-2, you can get it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I also would like to very quickly add that social work is one of the hot professions in the UK, and so I can tell you for my university, they have a space for 40 students, and you have over 600 applicants. It's not a joke. You have to, I mean, be strategic about it. And this person added scholarship, so it's not just that they want social work as a course, they also want you to be on scholarship. So you really have to be ready to fight the good fight. And best of luck on that one. So is it possible for a dependent to get tier two visa while the student is on tier four? Absolutely. And we talked about it earlier about the fact that some people, while their partner are on tier four, they may get what's it called, they may get like care worker visa or even any other job. It doesn't have to be care and be on tier two, and they can easily swap. The partner can leave tier four and join them on their tier two as a dependent or continue with this. It just depends on how the family wants. So, but yeah, it's possible. Long story short. Is the lecturing job tier two? Yes, lecturing job, most lecturing jobs are tier two because they meet the requirements in terms of the payment. So there's a minimum threshold. I think it's about 24 or so thousand pounds. And most lecturing job would, if it's full time, of course, would be beyond that. What I would say is once you get the job, before you even get the job in the application, they would ask you if you require visa for this job, and you would have to click yes. And then when you are given the job, because that's what they will now use to decide. You remember, I have explained this, so I'm not going to go over it again about how they make decision on which candidate, especially when you are not a home applicant. So once they decide it's going to be you, they call you and offer you the job, you have to now tell them, you remember I have a if they don't remember, remind them, I require a sponsorship. How do I go about it? They will just link you up with the HR team that will sort that out. So if you get a full-time job lecturing, you most likely would get tier two visa with it. Easy peasy. And I think lemon squeezy. And I think that's why some academia is like one of that space that your tier two is almost guaranteed if you're going to be there full time. It's almost no question. Like literally, when I get my job, the first one I got, I just told them I require. Yeah, okay, yeah, there was no question about it. The second one, it was same thing, and so and any other one after that. And I've always said the tier two, the difficult part is the first one. Once you get your first tier two, the next employer is comfortable enough to trust the fact that for someone, for another employer to have employed you on this visa, you have what it takes, and they don't, and you have not violated your visa and the rest of that with them. So they are not going to be as skeptical to give you the job as they would be if it's the first one. So the first one is the hardest. Once you get the first one, the rest becomes, freeway. And you remember, once you stay on that for 5 years, you get on your permanent, and you don't even need the visa after that. Is the health work open to anyone or just people who studied around that health field? I think it depends on if it's the care worker visa, that's open to anyone. You just need to, do some courses, do some training. Maybe if you can get experience, have your experience and you're good to go. But if it's the NHS one that we talked about, some courses that they don't have 20 hours limit on them, that one has to be specific courses. And I think maybe I will get the list out because there's quite a lot of them. I remember there's biochemical, biomedical, there's nursing, of course, and some other courses like that you have to be in that field, and you can work more than 20 hours within NHS, of course, and still be on your student visa. Can you recommend agents, that will help me secure a job from outside UK? I have no idea. I do not do that. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma. You're welcome, ma. Good day, ma. Please advise me school that accept HND holder for masters and all to go with it. I can't remember all of them right now, but I have tweeted, and I think Olajide did tweeted about it as well. So please just check out those tweets. Maybe go on our pages and search for HND or HND schools. You should be able to find something. I've just completed MPH, looking out for PhD opportunity, don't know where to start. Jobs.ac.uk. I think that's where I would say you should start first. Find a PhD as well. You can check that out. Um, there are so many schools. ESRC, yeah, have a look out for ESRC. That is also a PhD funded um, scholarship, and they actually are very much interested in health sciences, no, not sciences, social sciences. Yeah, so social science research and the rest of that. So I would advise ESRC, jobs.ac.uk, find a PhD, and hopefully any other thing that I may have missed. Hi, Doctor. Oh, this is a lengthy one. Look for internship job. This is lengthy. I think I'm just going to skip through. Oh, okay. Also, the visa allows you to work for at least 20 hours. If you're on scholarship, are you still allowed? I think we've answered this question. I feel like I've sent this question before now. So I'm just going to write through it. Yes, Aaron, do you want to help us while I figure this question out? Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm just going to speak to the MPH person. I mean, public health is I argue that it's a well-funded field. But that would depend on what area of research you want to do. So I guess the place to start with is what is your interest? Because you're doing a PhD, it's important that you figure out, or maybe have a bit of an idea of the field that you're very much interested in. And as you will know, there are different routes to getting a PhD. It's either you are proposing your own topic and your own research to a proposed supervisor, or you want to key into an already existing project or that is going on in a particular school or under a supervisor. But a great place to start is to figure out what interests you in the field of, public health. It's wide, it's big. Public health, Dr. Fola is in public health, but we're doing two different things. We've got different interests. So that is a place to start. Think of what interests you, or I imagine because you've done a PhD, you would have had an idea of what you want to do, or at least a sense of what you're interested in. So you might start with drafting a proposal, a research proposal, and have that handy so that you are able to begin to look out for supervisors, which is usually where the PhD hunt starts from in most cases, looking out for supervisors. And I would advise that please just spread your eggs really, really wide. Don't just dwell on the UK. Think Canada, think Australia, think US. The US has, there's so much money there. So yeah, begin to draft a proposal and begin to look out for supervisors, and also look out for topics that you can key into if your skills and your interests align with them as well. And then be very strategic in using websites that will help, like jobs.ac.uk and many, 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 many others that are there online. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Summer. Thank
Yeah,
you.
Dr. Sorry, I think I heard you talk about volunteer opportunities or internship opportunities. I don't know. Was there a question around that line? I'm not sure.
I possibly, but please help us if you have any information. I'm sure it will be useful.
So I think that most of us have actually posted all these things. So the easiest way to find any tweet that anybody has made on this Twitter is go to the search button. It looks like a microscope, right? Just after the home button, depending on the kind of phone you're using, go to the search button. Type, if it's HND, type HND at the name, the username of the person you want to check if this person has written something in that. So for instance, Dr. Fola says she has done that. So just type HND, then just space, then at PGR researcher. Trust me, everything that she has written on HND will pop out. So that's the easiest way to find anything, so that you don't keep going back and forth as to have you written something on UK schools and all of that. Just do this like that and you get that. And so that's the same thing for the volunteer opportunities and internship opportunities. If you just put it now on internship opportunities or just internship at Summer or Kibe, you see tons of opportunities that are posted, stuff like that. It will help you. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you so much, Summer. I did say that everyone here have been posting and they will continue to post, I believe. Just go. This is why I said if you are not following all of us, well, good luck with your scholarship or internship or whatever journey, because this is how you get information. We I didn't have this while I was doing mine, so just make good use of it. Search everyone's timeline, you will find something valuable that you're looking for. So as Summer have said, go and search her timeline and see what she has on voluntary and internship, and I'm sure there's a lot of stuff there. Can anyone do care in the UK? Yes, you can if you are in the UK. But if you're outside UK, well, you still might be able to, but it requires a lot more than when you're in the country. I got an admission DMU, but I'm unable to get funding. Wow. Is there any advice on gathering fund, what to do not to lose this admission? Is there any company offering loan in Nigeria? Please, I need advice. We talked about loan earlier with Mrs. O. I am not aware of any company in Nigeria, but there might be, but I'm not aware of them. When it comes to companies in the UK, I actually I stumbled on one. Honestly, I should have written the name down, but I can't remember the name. I know I tweeted it, but I can't remember the name. They said they can fund people even outside the UK. I mean, I'm sure there are still some clause that will be around that, but yeah. And I think I've always said this, that it's always better to either not maybe get the fund itself, but know how you're going to get the fund, have a plan of how you're going to get it before you apply for these schools. Because you do all these applications, you get, and you're now rushing yourself on, oh my God, how am I going? Why you not look at what are the companies, loan companies, for example, if that's what you're interested in, before you now start apply. I mean, UK schools, they are like the easiest to get admission. Within days, you will most likely depend, but you get admission very fast. Why not get have a map out of this is how I'm going to fund it, then go and apply rather than this opposite direction. Because I get a lot of people who ask this question. Um, Summer, your hand was up, but it's down. I don't know if you change your mind, but if you still want
Yeah,
to
I
add,
changed my mind.
please.
That's, yeah, you said what I wanted to say. Like to apply to UK schools is very easy because you definitely get admission. But what is your plan on getting funding? Most of us think of the funding after the admission comes. You should think of the funding before the admission comes, before you even apply. Think of what kind of scholarships do they have. Do they have scholarships for international students? Do they have scholarships for African students? For instance, I think it's University of Kent. These are schools that have lots of scholarships for African students. Yeah, so I think that we should think of how to apply for scholarships in those universities first before we apply. I think today I'm sure that in the UK, I'm sure like there are tons of scholarships, for instance, at the University of Sussex. So maybe you can just tell us about it because I've seen people who have gotten admission in the UK, but they are now looking for funding. It will not come like that. It doesn't really work that way.
Doc, let me quickly come
Yes.
in. I've had my hand raised for a while. Um,
Sorry, it's not showing Olajide. I don't know why, but we can't. I didn't see it.
I guess it's my network. Yeah. Quick one. For those who want to look at loans, I always say that loans should be your last resort, right? The most interesting thing is that the most interesting thing about UK schools, for example, is when most schools have their scholarship cycles run from fall, that's September, November, December, and they close as early as January. You will see
Yeah, I think it's the network. We can't hear you.
can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, please go on.
Okay. I think I'm not close to my mic. So I said scholarships in the UK, they are just there lying, following one of the websites of the universities, specially made for African students from developing countries that people are not looking to. And some of these scholarships, they have closing dates up till May, June. So if some of you are late to the party, you can still find those scholarships available in different universities all across UK. People don't know, just go check individually on the website. When major scholarships are closed by January, February, you still find some UK schools that are offering scholarships, all the way to May, June, right? And then before you know it, in September, you're able to start your program. But of course, if you want to go for a loan, by all means, you can check out 8B Education Investment. I don't know them, so I will advise you to do your research properly, right? So 8B Education Investment, I've seen them around. They offer loans to students. So you want to check, all the requirements, the repayment plan, the interest rate and everything before, you go for it. But please and please always look for scholar, even if it is partial, the ones that can, at least defray your tuition or a huge portion of the tuition, and then you can go for it. Then also to the West stuff, please, West evaluation is quite expensive. It's not that when we talk about HND or tutu, it's not that everybody needs to rush for West. Always understand the requirement before you start going for West or rushing for West. No, there's an university. If you like, do West. If you like, let it help you fine tune your CGPA, and then you have something nice. They will still tell you that they don't care. You need to submit your original transcript from your university, so you don't waste your money on West. First, understand where am I applying to, where is it applicable to, before you start, putting in hundreds of dollars into West. For example, if you do West USA and you bring it to a university in Canada, they will not accept it, right? West USA is different from West Canada. In fact, most West Canada evaluations are used for immigration and not for admission, right? It's quite different. So if you do West evaluation and you bring it to Canadian schools, they might not accept it. In fact, they will almost not accept it. They want to see your original transcript. So before you do that, please think before you start doing the West. And even if you want to do the West, West is well accepted in the United States, but also not all schools. Some schools will accept West if they specifically stated it. So if you are trying to use words to bump you up your grade, think very well before you throw a lot of money into that. I yield the mic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Angel, I think it was your hand next.
Yeah, so some people asked about some companies. I do know some companies. I wanted to mention them. So Prodigy Finance. Obviously, loans should be your last resort. Like, don't go to loans first. Go to scholarships, income sharing agreements. But that should be your last choice. So I would name the companies. You can write them down. Prodigy Finance, Lendwise, Empower Financing, MentorWorks Educational Capital, Talent Venture, and Future Finance. So these companies provide loans or income sharing agreements. And the other one you can go to find scholarship, bold.org. They have great scholarships around the years. Thank you.
Thank you. Very helpful. Ogaha, thank you.
Okay, so thank you for that. Can anyone get the job opportunity as a carer in the UK? Well, one of the questions you actually raised. I was picking on this because I'm in the health sector here in the UK and I work with the NHS, so I know anyone can get access, but in recent time they are very specific about what you're bringing to the table. Now they want you to, prior to this time, what flies around on Twitter is you don't need anything, just apply. And trust me, a lot of people have been frustrated because they just follow that advice hook, line, and sinker, and just keep applying, and you're applying without any major, you don't have nothing, you don't meet up with the requirements, you don't have no experience, and you just keep applying, and you keep getting, we are sorry, and all that. And you know how you can get frustrated with all those. So anyone can get into the care job, get into the health sector in the UK. Now, for those who are in Nigeria, I just want to, just a summary of what you may just need to help you pin down this opportunity if you're interested in it. Again, I'm a huge advocate for the Type 2 because that's the category I came in with. Study is great, but Type 2 is also fantastic, where you just come into the UK and immediately you hit the ground running, you're working, you don't have to go through any rigor or trying to write one exam or the other. Is also great. Now, for the Type 2, for those who are in Nigeria, the employers want to see that you have some certain level of experience, at least for them to bring you into the country, give you a job offer, and of course that comes with a certificate of sponsorship. I mentioned earlier on that COS is a big deal in the UK. Nobody wants to give out COS to just anybody who does not meet up with the minimum requirements. So for those who are in Nigeria, first and foremost, you need to write the English test exam. Now, they need to also understand that you can communicate in English language. Yes, we know we are from Africa, but they want to have a paper evidence to that effect, that indeed this individual can communicate to the English language. So you need to go write IELTS. And the band is not so much. With band 5, band 6, you are great. Anyone can get that. An SSC student can get a band 5 in IELTS. Anyone can do that. You get your IELTS. Now, also go get a little bit of experience, 3 to 4 months experience with any care home or a hospital in Nigeria. Just rudimentary part of what care is all about. So when you are facing an interview and you're asked certain questions, applicable questions, you can deliver. Again, you need to get at least 4 months, 3 months care experience. You can get that from anywhere, a clinic, any hospital, even a care home, you can get that. So when you arm yourself with that, then you can now get little certifications which are also online. You can get online certifications in little area like autism, care for the elderly. Though I think about these things quite a lot. So get those certifications just to beef up your CV, to make it very presentable and attractive to your prospective employer. When you're able to get all these 3 things, you are ready to not start applying to employers in the UK for these opportunities. And your search should be those employers that are offering certificate of sponsorship, because that's exactly what you want. So with these little things you have and you apply consistently, in less than 2-3 months, you'll be able to have gotten several offers. And of course, you can come into the UK on a title visa and hit the ground running and working and living your dream life. I want to use the mic here. Like I said, just a summary, but this is basically essentially what you will need to start applying. Don't just start applying because someone told you there's no requirement. I am here. I know nobody wants to give you that opportunity without you presenting something on the table. Thank you very much. I use the mic. Cheers.
Okay, thank you for all of that. Right. So what's the next thing? Da, 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 da. Somebody wants to study in London, but live outside London. Is that possible to cut costs? I wouldn't advise it. I mean, for those in the UK, if you're on the platform and you want to add to it, please do. I wouldn't advise it because most of those places outside London, there are some places within London. I think it was Akintunde that mentioned some of them. um I live in London, but I honestly don't know this London. I feel like I live in Bournemouth. Since I came to London, it was COVID, and I've just been in one space. So I'm not, although I live in London, I'm not a Londoner. I can't claim that I know, spaces in London and how, expensive or not so expensive spaces are. However, I know some places are relatively cheap, not too cheap, but at least relatively compared to every other space within London. I think Croydon will be one of those places that's relatively cheap to stay, but it's not necessarily the most ideal. It depends on what part of it. But outside Croydon, if you want to stay outside London, as your question have stated, I wouldn't advise it because two things would happen, or even more. The first one is that you will spend the money on transport. London transport is expensive. It is a lot to transport yourself to and from uni every day as you will be going. So at the end of the day, that amount you're saving on rent, you will be spending it on transport. The other thing is you would also be at the mercy of London tube and train services, which sometimes can be like the most annoying thing. I mean, they are very good, they are very efficient and all that, but sometimes when a train breaks down, when one service line, one of them, when it either have whatever issue that they come up with every now and then, and you are stuck at one point and you're not able to move forward or go back, or that thing can be frustrating. Sometimes the services are disrupted significantly and it just messes up your day, and is the stress for me. I wouldn't say it's not worth it, so I wouldn't really encourage it. I would advise calculate how much you're going to get in terms of rent outside London, add how much you're going to spend on transporting yourself from that point into London, into the school that you want to go, and then see if you can get a room or a space within that price, rather than go out because it's cheap and then guess what, you spend all that money you have managed to save on transport and also the time. How can you be on the tube? Some people are on tube for like 2 hours. It's just I don't think it's efficient, good use of time, good, and even your money that you're trying to save. If you can get accommodation to somewhere that you either cut completely transportation, so you're walking to school, that would be your best bet, even if it's slightly expensive. But if you add it to the time and the amount that you're going to spend outside London coming in, you might see that is actually better. At least you get your, even if it's, let's say for example, it's 500 in and out of London, but at least you are not staying 2 hours on the train to still spend the 500 pounds. So try and get somewhere that is relatively close and as much as possible cut transportation, because transport is expensive too in London. So walk to school, even if it's half an hour. I think Nigerians don't like walking. Is it just me, or I kind of found out when I came to the UK and I went home for visits, and my sister would just be like, take the bike. And I'm like, bike? It's just to the bus stop. Why would I take the bike? And she's like, every time she's always, why are you walking under the sun? Take the bike. And I'm like, it's just outside there. It's 15 minutes walk. And she's like, 15 minutes? That's a lot. I'm like, oh, wow, okay. Maybe since I came to, we work here, we work in this country. So if you can get a space around 30 minutes from school, I would say take it and walk to school. My cousins came to visit me two, literally today is Friday, no, Saturday. Okay, so Friday last week they came, and they got to the train station, and I was like, oh, just wait, I'm coming, it's just few minutes, I'm coming, I'll just come and pick you. And so I got there and we started walking, and they're like, we're going home. So I said, it's not far, my house is just, let's go, let's go, let's go. By the time we got home, they're like, this is far. And I was like, oh, you see? Because to me, I mean, I walk it every day to school and back. I walk to the train station, take my train, 2 stops, no, 3 stops, I get to school. So less than 10 minutes on the train and I'm in school. So it wasn't anything for me because I walk it every day. But apparently to them it was. They were like, this is far. The next time we left the house, we had to take the bus, which I normally don't. So if you can cut that and just be ready to trek and walk, and it's good for your health anyway. So if not, why not? Um, is Australia better than UK for Nigerian students? Aaron, are you still with us?
Yes, I am. I mean, that's a very subjective reason, and I can be biased with that because I'm currently in Australia. I lived in the UK for a shorter time during my masters, and comparing that, I currently enjoy Australia more for the very many reasons I've mentioned earlier. But maybe because I was in the UK for a shorter time. So, for instance, in the UK, I mean, I couldn't even drive in the UK because I went there to do a master's very quickly, and that here I have the opportunity to drive. I think I'm more settled here in Australia than there. But I mean, there are a lot of factors you will consider too. For instance, I have my family here. I didn't have a family back then in the UK. So I think it's subjective, but both places have their good sides. I mean, we mentioned a lot of things that the UK is good for. I've also highlighted the great things that Australia is great for. Other people, summer, and eventually I've mentioned about Canada. And so I think it's just what works for you in terms of maybe what you're after, your course, the prospect of maybe living there, or maybe the choice of maybe work permits, all of those kind of factors. If you have a family, if you don't have a family, and a lot of things come into play in terms of that. And it'll be my response will definitely be biased because I'm here. But I think you just have to weigh the reasons that we all have given and just come to a choice. All of them have their pros and cons, and it's just what works for you in terms of what you are looking for, your field, and there are a lot of reasons that you consider. So that would be my response to that. Sorry, that might not be as exhaustive as the person wanted, but I'm not sure entirely how to respond to that other than what I've just said. I hope it helps in some way. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. I mean, that was an interesting question. Is Australia better than UK? See, anywhere is better than anywhere, depending on how you make it, what you make of the opportunity of, even if you get to Australia and you're not making good use of the opportunities that are available there, my dear, it will not be better than UK. So even if it's UK as well, if you're not making use of the opportunities that are available within the environment, imagine the way Summer was talking about, all these different internships, programs, jobs that she's able to add to her scholarship. Some people are in that same country and they are not even getting 0.001% of what she's managed to get. It's because she's able to source for those opportunities and make good use and make it better. So there's no space that is better than anywhere, but it depends on you and your situation and your interest. And the person added, just want to say this for laughs, please tell Mrs. O to open a DM. Unfortunately, I can't tell her to do that. Ogaha.
Okay, so when you're considering things like this, for me, I had options of the US, for instance, but I had to opt for the UK because of distance factor. I thought about it. The US was a bit farther from Nigeria. The UK was just about 6 hours from home if I use BA. And for me, I felt, what, this is better for me. Let me just stay close to home where I can easily just pick my bag one day and just, take a 6 hour flight back to, Nigeria. But if you're talking about Australia, for instance, looking at the distance, there was a time we checked on a flight from Lagos to Australia. We're seeing something within the threshold of 700k to 800k. I was blown away. So these are also the things you also need to consider. But if you don't care, then you can go further. But Australia is just more like at the end of the world. So if you don't mind, fine. But you need to consider things like this as well as Nigerians, really. Thank you very much.
Okay, this is getting interesting. Is there an Australia UK tug of
Yes,
war about to begin?
Yes, I'd like to respond very quickly. When people mention issues of Australia being far, I ask a simple question. You go trek, come Australia, and you fly. In the end, you have to fly to take a plane. But yeah, that's a very genuine reason. I know very many people think that is a huge factor for people considering coming here. But I mean, if you want to chase your dreams, I honestly didn't even have Australia in the picture. I was looking for scholarships in the UK because it was the UK I was very comfortable with. I was using jobs.ac.uk, a UK website, and I stumbled on this scholarship in Australia. And for some reason, I didn't get a scholarship in the UK, and I'm here in Australia. But yeah, it's a very genuine reason for many people. But for me, I mean, I was looking after scholarships wherever it was offered, even if it was in a hole, I was ready to go and just do the study, and I'm here in Australia. But the distance is a serious factor for many people. I remember the flight we paid for my wife before she came was, I mean, you mentioned 700k, but at the time we paid it was over £1 million. So yeah, there are a lot of factors to consider, and distance is surely one for some people. But hey, if you're looking for that scholarship and they give you in Australia where it's known as the end of the world, in the end, they're going to pay for your flights maybe to come here. So you're not going to walk to Australia. In the end, you'll fly. Yeah. So I look forward to welcoming you here.
Thank you. I think what I said and what I would always say, because I've been saying it, is follow the money. It doesn't matter if it's in UK, if it's in Canada, if it's in Cyprus, if it's in, so long as it's a genuine valid scholarship that would add to your career dreams and goal, please go with it. I mean, like Aaron said, Australia, you're not going to trek to it. And even if you're going to trek, so long as they will fund that trek, please get get on and move on. This question, I don't know if I should read it, but I will, just to add to something else that I've received prior to now. This one says, "Good day, Dr. Paula. So. I have this qualification, that qualification. We are dying because of frequent strike. I need your help personally to be able to travel to UK and start job, and then further my education. Any jobs I'm willing to do and ready to stay in any place to be able to assist myself. Please." I mean, how do I even respond to this? To begin with, I don't have any personal power to bring anyone to the UK. And the reason why I'm saying this is because I received a message one time like that, and the person said, "Dr. Fola, this, and can you?" I can't remember. The question was somehow, I can't remember the exact question. So I asked for that. I was like, "What do you mean? What do you need?" And the person said, "Can you send me sponsorship?" And I was like, "Wait, what?" I mean, I don't have anything I can do within my own power. If you want to come to UK, I can give you information. I can advise you, as I would have loved someone to do when I was trying my own, but I can't give you anything. Personally, there's nothing I can do. I'm as helpless as anyone else, even maybe even more helpless. So information is what I can give. How you use it, well, God bless us all in that regard. And also, someone telling me, "I can't invite you to the UK. I'm not going to invite you." Not this is not for this very question or this person, but I received one, and I completely told, like, it's almost Why would I invite you? I can't invite you and I won't invite you. Also, just to say quickly here, this is I'm going to link this to when you're sending out cold emails. I mean, for example, all I hear from this person or this request is personally help me. I want to travel, I want to study, I want to do any job. What am I going to get? Let's assume I have that power. What am I going to get? When you're sending out cold emails as well, you need to think about what you're going to offer the person. You're not just going to help me, give me scholarship. I want a PhD funding. I want to come and work in your lab. What would I get from you working in my lab? What's going to be your addition to my lab? For example, you have to have something that you will share with them. I can do this, I can do that. I have experience in A. I think it will be valuable if I add B or C to your lab. I would also appreciate if you can mentor, if I can train under you. Then I've said it before, it's sort of like a symbiotic relationship. You're giving them something so that you can get something, not for you to just tell me, Fola, do personally bring me to UK. I don't have the power, but if I do, what am I going to get for bringing you to the UK? So it helps for you to think about. I'm just saying this when you are in the presence of someone that is probably going to be able to help you in terms of bringing you or getting you funding for scholarship. Try and not make it sound about just help me, help me, help me. Try and write it in such a way that I can also support this way. Okay. I will be glad if you can give me one or two advice regarding PhD interview. I recently got interview for a university. I look forward. Wow, this is going to be a long one, and I think I'm not sure if we have that time. PhD interviews is like a bucket load of conversation on its own. Yes, please, Summer.
Okay, I think the person can also check my tweet. Just that same information I gave about going to the search button. Just type interview and add Summer Okibe. I'm not sure if Jide posted as well. Jide just give thumbs up or something. But you can also check. You can also check interview ads. Then put Jide. Yes, Jide also posted, and I think Dr. Olumuyiwa has also done something like that. So, and I think what's this guy Sam the Great. Sam the Great also has a YouTube video on that because I don't have time to do YouTube for you guys. So go and just put ads. Then put Sam the Great's what's it called handle. You will find the YouTube video where he talks about how you can apply, how you can attend those interviews and what you should expect and how you should respond to them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, Aaron, you change your mind? I
Yes,
Yes.
I'll just, someone mentioned, I share, most time when they ask me about PhD interviews, there's a very great thread that Dr. Lumiwa did, and I always share that thread with people. It was really great. So yeah, just follow what Soma said and do the searches. You'll stumble on it.
Okay, thank you very much. Please do talk about undergraduate admission in the UK. That will be for another day. I would hopefully have another time to review that because we have been going at this for a long time now, and undergraduate admission is going to take probably a longer period to really delve into. At least that's what I think. So let's keep that for another space. Long story short, let me quickly go over it very briefly. You're supposed to go to I mean, some schools, it depends on the time of the year you apply. Most schools would have you go through CAS, sorry, UCAS. So you go through UCAS and you select the schools. I think UCAS you have to pay certain fee, not that much, but you have to pay something, and you apply to several schools at a time. They will be the one to request your references. They will be the one to do all of that and then send it to the university for decision. So the universities would come back to you with different decisions or same decision depending on what their decision is, and then you can decide which one you want to go for. That is the short length of it. It can be longer, but that's the short form. I use a postgraduate result to apply for master's. Can I use a postgraduate result to apply? Thus, I graduated with a third class and currently doing a postgraduate degree. You would have to use all of your qualification, your third class, and your postgraduate results that your currently on. You have to combine them because it will ask for your qualification, your educational history. You cannot leave one out. Add all of that. And I think you having a postgraduate degree would definitely support that undergraduate one. So don't take it out. Add both on your application. Thank you. Let me know if you can drive Uber. Please kindly talk about other opportunities, professional opportunities. Most have been about care. I mean, there are tech. Oh, there's Abby. There's tech job. There are tech jobs. Oh, if you, it's not just care. We are not telling you to just go into care. Go into care. There are tech jobs that you can do that would they are able to sponsor you. Engineering, I told you about few people that I know that have that got engineering. If you have, this one is dependent on, if you have what's it called, the qualification and all, you can also go for global talent visa. That's something I know one of my PhD guys who got that after his PhD. So there are so many other things. We are only talking care and Abi or Ogaha. It's as if they say we are talking care. We want to put them into care. Oh.
So, yeah, I understand. So here's the thing. We even mentioned this. Remember, for somebody who raised an opinion about architecture or something, and I said to the person that it's easy. The issue is you need to get a job offer. So what you need to do is, if you don't know exactly what you need to arm yourself with, it's simple. Go to Indeed, search for these job openings, and see the requirements the employers have stipulated right there, and see if you meet up. Measure it yourself. If you meet up, fine, you start applying. But if you don't, that should be a perfect opportunity for you to start arming yourself with those requirements. And if you have that, you can apply. See, in the UK, once you apply for these jobs and you have the requirements, trust me, you're going to get a lot of, green lights, calls from the employers, and you're going to have quite a lot of interviews. If you ace it, why not? So why we only talk about right now? Why do we talk about the health thing? Because I am in this niche, I'm the health niche in the UK presently. But I know there are a lot of people who come in through other, professions and other areas. And you rightly mentioned there's the global talent visa. If you're fully invested in tech and you have done quite a number of things, you have, taken part in some activities, you can apply for that. They also do have their requirements. But for the tier two, it's plain open. You have the requirements, apply for the jobs, meet up their demands, and you get a job offer. And of course, focusing on those employers that will offer you a certificate of sponsorship. So it's open, bro. It's open to everyone who needs to. Just make sure you have the requirements. Basically, that's it. I don't think I don't know if I made sense on this, but really, it's open to anyone who can. The UK is open for you if you meet up the requirement, and that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we should not be accused for pushing you into care. You can do other things. There are other jobs. The global talent that my friend actually got, it wasn't even in tech. So global talent is in anything and everything. You can get in poetry, you can get in literature, you can get just about any profession that you have exceptional contribution that you can show, you can get. He got his own in law, so you can get in any profession. It doesn't have to be tech. Me, please go and check all of those. Jobs.ac.uk, Indeed, and CV library, and even the smaller job website. There's one my brother got is he got his grad cracker. He got his engineering job from there, and they are sponsoring him. So the grad cracker, they are interested in their website for STEM students. So if you're within STEM, placements, graduate jobs, and all of that, there are so many other ones, and I think I'll be tweeting out quite a few of them. Please don't. It's not. We are not limiting you to care. There are so many things outside care as well. Now, if I get a job as a care assistant, we're back to care. And my husband is my dependent. What can my husband do? Can he work or he need to school? No, he can work. He doesn't need to school. And you'll be relocating with your family. Yes, he can work as you are working. He's just that his visa is going to be a dependent visa on yours. So it means that whatever happens to your visa would happen to his visa. That's just it. So if on God forbid your contract gets terminated, God forbid, his and your visa is cut short based off of that, his own will be affected as well. But outside that, he can work as long as he doesn't need to school, because they say, oh, he need to, no, he doesn't need to school. He can also work. I mean, it becomes a win-win for the family, innit? Please, I would appreciate if you can share light on how possible to relocate with family through education route, where one of the spouse will be dependent and the other will study to sustain a family of four. My qualification, yep, yep, yep. I've talked about this before. You can come to the UK with your family, and I think that's one approach. I think we were saying it on timeline the other day. And single people like me, I'm single, so I'm not married. We are all like, oh my god, we are in trouble. Single, now single, we no keep saying it. I If you have a partner, it is easier. Come in with your husband, come in with your wife. You people work. See, this is just remember. Nigerian men, I'm sorry, I know this is a space for is beyond Nigeria, but Nigerian men, you guys have certain ego. I'm sorry to say this. There's one huge ego. I was talking to somebody, the wife who wants to come to UK, and I was not like, do you know if you talk to your husband and if he follows you, it will be easy. You can then both of you, while you are in school, he would be, doing the work and supporting you, and life will be easier for you, and before you know, you can bring your kids. And she said, I don't know, my husband, like the reaction I was like, this man is not even going to come. And she was like, I say, hey, is it because of the 300,000 that he's making in Nigeria that he feels he can't come to? I mean, where? So the Nigeria, you guys the youth, I know the youth, the young, guys that are graduating schools, they are willing. But you see those people that have that have family, that are married, and they have some 300,000 job or 400,000 job, they don't even want to. Just be like, nah, it's too beneath me. Okay, anyway, I rest my case. Let me not talk too much. Oga, have you got your hand up? That thing is just painful.
Okay, so yeah. For now, so yeah, the thing, sometimes I sympathize with this situation because do you know what it means to leave all you have, move to a entirely new country and start all over? It takes a lot. No, I'm speaking from that perspective because I'm married. I know what it means. So I sympathize with other marriages. So away from ego, there are quite a lot of factors that surround things like this. And you may not fully understand it, but as a man, there are quite a lot of circumstances. So for him to move everything down to a new country, start all over afresh, that 300K you're talking about is a whole lot too. So I understand the factor, and we need to see it. Sometimes we will not be the perfect position to judge. Just for the woman to appeal to him, say, baby, don't worry, they just follow me, everything will be fine. We will sort out. Say, hey, maybe you go fit, understand and follow. But away from that, the carer thing that came up earlier on. Now, if you come in with, as a carer into the UK, you come with your spouse can get a job doing. In the meantime, trying to work up, a little bit of experience, job experience, because these things are very important in the UK. A little bit of job experience in the UK. That's your spouse can go on to apply to other jobs, maybe in the health, for instance, and get his own COS. And he is now independent on his own. He's not independent. Away from the spouse's visa. He would have his own skilled visa tied to the spouse has hers, so they're independent. So regardless of what happens to the other person is also on his own. This is what a lot of people also do when they come in as dependent. They come in as a dependent and start hustling to get their this thing, when we're coming from Africa, like we are coming with red eye. Everybody, so that's why it's good we have sessions like where people give you clues on how to go about things. And you see, two of them have their, visas independently and can do stuff. So that's on that thing a lot of people do when they come in as dependent. That's just on the side, by the way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so it's not ego. All right, I would take that. But you guys need to, yes, Neye, but please still support
I say so?
support women. Support us. Yes, Neye.
I'll, I'll make you very brief. So, he said it's not ego. I mean, I'm not going to comment on that. And this is not judging anybody or anything, but I think that as a family, you need to do what is best for you. I think that's what it is. Because as whether you're in the position of a man or in the position of a woman, I mean, if you think about it, just even a monthly stipend as a student of $2,000 already triples your 300,000 naira salary. You can say that okay, the rent you pay in the Western country is different from the rent you pay in Nigeria. But if you still live within your means and try to plan properly, you can actually, move forward and actually be able to save and basically meet your needs as a family. So I would say thinking about starting over and things like that. I think if you think long term or even short term, just think about 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 5 years from now. How is this going to look for as a family? How is this thing going to look? Like, where are we heading? How is this going to improve our finances? And I think it will be an easy decision to make. So I don't think, saying things like, oh, how do you start afresh and things like that, I don't think that's actually justifiable. Then on the second part, I would say that as a when you're married, when you're trying to relocate to another country as a woman, the first option you should actually try to explore is the possibility of your partner also coming maybe as a student, maybe also coming for postgraduate study. I think that should be your first option if he has a bachelor's and can actually explore that option, because coming as a dependent spouse actually is very limiting, especially in a country like the US. If you come on F2 and your partner is on F1, you really cannot work until you kind of change your status from F2 to F1. So the first thing I would say is if your partner has a bachelor's, you guys should look at how he can also apply and get opportunities for maybe assistantship to earn stipend or something like that. That's the first thing I would say. Then, secondly, if that is not a possibility for him to come when you're coming, he can actually come on F2, and then when he gets here, change from F2 to F1 by also getting into the school system. Because one thing I always tell people is that the easiest way to integrate into any society that is not your country of origin is through study. That's the easiest route. I know that you can come on work visa, you can do the, but the easiest route is through study. Get education in that country and integrate into the system. That's one thing I would say. And then, so there was this girl that had a situation where the partner isn't educated. He doesn't have a bachelor's. He stopped at SSCE, and she's thinking, how can we move together? She actually got full funding for a PhD, and I told her, okay, if this is the case, you guys need to look at other options. Like when you come to the United States, there is actually the community college that you can attend. Is a 2-year program, like an associate degree. And I know people who did that 2-year program in nursing and actually were able to, kind of from there sit for their become a registered nurse. I don't really know much about nursing, but I know someone who did something like that. So I would just say look at options that can help your partner instead of doing menial jobs to maybe kind of support the family, but options that can help him integrate into the system as well through education being the easiest route. That's what I would say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think the context is different for UK, but I'll let Olajide go and then I can talk on UK context. Especially it seems the person's question is for UK. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. I mean, yeah, it's a very interesting question, but can you hear me? No. A call coming to my, I got a call. Sorry about that. In an era where you have opportunity for students for their partners to work full time, assuming you have someone who's already earning a lot, back home in Nigeria, and in the context of today's situation with COVID and remote, in remote interview opportunities, I think even if they don't want to move right away, with the spouse, they can stay in their job, apply online, especially if it's a tech person or it's something that related to tech and you don't have to be on site immediately. So you can, go for interviews online from your home country. And then if the job works, right, then you can always move. That is for spouses who, one, they don't wish to go back to school immediately, but they still want to support their spouse, to move abroad. This could be the wife or the husband. It could be anybody, right? So if they don't want to leave their job, they should explore and interview opportunities in that way. Keep pushing. Once they have that permit that shows that they have, a dependent visa, whether it's the UK or in Canada, they can keep applying. And their spouse is already there. They have a home address, and they can also get a mobile number, for example, even if they want to do a call or something like that. They can always explore that option. I must agree with who said it. I think it was Oga Hans that it's quite difficult in that situation, leaving everything behind. But if you explore that, yes, of course. But if you have a spouse who is willing to move, for education, for studies immediately, that is all good for you. But also, this is the case where immigration law differs, and then you want to look at your option and move to a place that is flexible, that allows you to do that. USA is not a place that can allow you to do that, right? Imagine coming in for a PhD program, your spouse is not willing to work, to go back to school, and then you have to stay idle for 5 years of a PhD program. That is a tough decision to take, right? Whether it's the wife or the husband, you agree with me that it's really tough. Just staying for 5 years without doing nothing, unless they want to do something remotely and they are growing, right? Maybe for jobs that are remote tech and things like that. It's difficult. But in Canada and the UK, in some countries in Europe, like Germany, like France, like Spain, that allows all these stuff. I think that is something that is, everyone can explore here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Aaron?
Yes, just to lighten the mood a bit, just send the husband down to Australia. I guarantee that once he works for a year or within the 3 years of his partner studying, he will go back and contest for Nigeria's president, because he would have saved a substantial amount of money.
How much is $7 to Naira?
It's about $400, depending on the rate.
And how much is pounds? How much is British pounds to Naira?
I think it's double of that. But I mean, the minimum wage. You can't compare the minimum wage in the UK to Australia, right? But I mean, for instance, I've got friends. Just to share again, I've got friends. It's a very difficult situation for people to just up and leave, businesses or establishments or jobs that they've been really established. It's a very difficult choice. And I had a friend recently, he's here now, and it was a struggle for him. I mean, he was earning about 2 million in Nigeria, and I mean, he sponsored his wife to and do her master's, and the wife wanted to stay back, but he didn't want, because so to just leave that and come, and he was really, but I mean, he put a lot of factors together, different reasons anyways that were personal to him, some of which, I shared in that sentiment. And, he moved, he's here now, gotten the permanent residency, and sometimes he's kind of doing some certifications to go back into his own practice. And he's working as a disability support worker. And he tells me, the money I make now, yes, I was earning 2 million there, but I make way more than that right now. And when my wife was telling me to come, I wasn't seeing reasons with her coming, because I was earning 2 million. But I mean, I was doing this and earning more, and I haven't even started, my practice as in my own field. So yeah, it's hard, but sometimes I guess these are the sacrifices that happens when it comes to relationships and marriages. But in the end, for whatever reasons, I mean, I share the sentiment that in the end, it's definitely going to be worth it.
Dr. Farrell, please, I have a question for Aaron, because quick question, sorry, because he said something like the wife can be in the UK studying and the guy can be in Australia. So what visa is he going to be on? I'm just curious, because I don't know how Europe works. What visa is he going to get for being in Australia?
Or was
is
that a
that
joke?
no for me? No, no. I mean, did I say that? I'm like, no. I mean, he's here. I mean, you being in different continent. I'm not sure how that works. I mean, if your partner or husband, wife is studying here, then you get a visa to study here. I don't know how that the cross cutting thing works, anyways. I don't know
Okay,
how
no,
they.
no. The question is like, assuming she's in UK, so she has a student visa for UK, right? You said
Mhm.
something like the husband can come to Australia. So my question is, what visa is he going to be on? Is it that when he gets a
Ah,
dependent spouse visa for UK, he can use it to go to Australia? I don't know how it works. I'm genuinely asking.
no. That was a joke in the beginning, just to lighten the mood and begin to introduce Australia.
I see. You've been talking about Australia. Okay, good. I see. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Australia and UK conversation.
So Paula, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was talking. I didn't know I'm still on mute. Yes. Just to quickly say there are questions. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Before I go on to questions, this person, the question they asked, so they want me to respond to it. I was going to leave it with my co-host and Dash, but yes. Just to say that within UK, you heard from, I think, yes, you've heard from Australia, Canada and the rest, but within UK, you can come with your spouse. And I think, although we jokingly talked about it, it will be good if you can come with your spouse. When you have your spouse with you in the country, it helps because with UK you are actually I think unlike US, with UK you are allowed to work full time as the dependent. It is the person that is within the school system that cannot, throughout the period of studying. So you can get your spouse in and they will be able to work full time. Now, it seems the context in addition is that the spouse is pregnant and won't be able to study. So I'm concerned that would they be able to work because she owns a business. Well, if she can establish a business in the UK, while you are in study, while you're in school, then that's fine. But if not, no, it's a lot, I believe, for you. In fact, I think it will be easier to be in school. This is just my opinion, maybe because I'm in academia. I know we have a lot of consideration for our students um, that are pregnant and or close to giving birth. So I I I would just for the sake of say, but yeah, another problem is if she gives birth and she needs time off school, which she most likely would, they would have to that would impact on her visa. So if she can work on her business where she can take time off, obviously when she needs to, then that's fine. But for her to, you see those shifts and those jobs that we're talking about, car, no, I can't encourage a pregnant person to chest into, head into that. It's just too much. So if there are ways, if she can work remotely, all these kind of things that we've been talking about, get some remote, then fine. Or if she can do, word of mouth type of business, like you're saying, she owns a business, she can tell people in church, in different community environment, then that's fine. But if she has to do shift type of work, nah, it will be too much. She won't be able to do a lot, and it will be a struggle to support the house. So hopefully that helps in some type of way. I unfortunately, most of the questions I have are like in the DM, loads of them. Somebody is asking for finance scholarship. I would say for finance, it's just the same with other courses. I would suggest you try and look out for those scholarships from the universities themselves. The person said we have not talked finance all this while. I mean, I don't know any finance based scholarship solely based on finance as a program. So I can't really, but there are scholarships for different, master's program, and you can just review. There are different scholarships, right? We've talked about them. There's university specific scholarship. Those are probably the ones that are still open that you should go and review. There are government scholarship, that those ones that are like the Commonwealth and the Chevenix, that come out every year. You can also check them out. They don't limit on, I mean, they have selected courses. I'm not sure if finance will be there. You can check them out when that time comes. And there are also charity organizations that you can also review, but it depends. So I don't personally have any idea of a certain scholarship for finance courses. So sorry. Some university offer distance. Can a student in Nigeria complete distance PhD and secure a job in the UK in teaching or PhD distance? Okay. Distance learning PhD at a UK university. University of Reading and some offer distance PhD program. Students can complete the PhD in the UK. It is less expensive than coming to the UK. Then look for work in the UK with their degree. Well, PhD, I mean, I would hope my student is sort of around, but if it's a distance program outside the UK, that can be less expensive, like you've mentioned. But I think the thing for you to know is that you're not doing the PhD in the UK. So you still would have to match the requirements, job requirements of those that are within the UK. So the job specification that you will get, you would have to match it to make sure that you have those skills that are required. You will be able to get a job with them. I don't think that would stop you from getting a job, but it will be how well you have packaged yourself, in terms of the skills and expertise that you're bringing into the job outside just that PhD certification that you have itself. I actually had someone in my DM send me a message that he got a postgraduate job from Nigeria. I think it's not lecturing, but I think it was a postdoc from Nigeria. He actually got it from Nigeria, and he's not yet in the UK. He will be coming to the UK pretty soon. In fact, he was asking me about salary negotiation and how he can, get more of for his employment, and we had a discussion about that. So it is possible. Obviously the person didn't do their program in the UK. In fact, they didn't even do distance learning in the from a UK university. They did it in Nigeria, and they are using that to get a job. So it's possible, but I can assure you it's not just the certification that the person have. For them to have decide to leave applicants within UK, because I don't believe nobody applied for the job. For them to have left applicants in the UK and employ that person, they definitely have other things they're bringing to the table. So I would suggest you also have other things that you add while you're doing your distance PhD. Add them so you can then get a job once you finish. Is there any no addition, no takeaway? Okay. Most of the questions I have are in my DM. I think that's why. While doing MA social work, can I work in the process? Okay. And what are the chances of getting a good job? You can work, of course. You can work within the allowed hours that we've talked about. And when it comes to getting a good job, well, that will depend on you, on what are the things that you're going to do while you're studying. Or someone have mentioned it, and I think other speakers mentioned it. You have to be willing to add. You can't say this enough. You have to be willing to add to that certification. That certification is not only going to be the thing that is required for you to get a job. While you're studying, although we're talking about money making strategies, you also have to keep in mind that you need to add other things, skills for you to be able to stand out when you make those applications. So for social work, I remember a friend of mine who is right now a social worker. She's actually now a senior social worker. She applied for social work, and they told her, entry role, and they told her, wow, you're well qualified. We will be giving you a senior role. And that's a good thing, right? They are good jobs. They gave her straight up skilled worker visa. Straight up, she got it 5 years, so straight she's going on to her. She's not even going to need to renew her visa until she gets to her permanent residency stage. So that there are good jobs. Mostly local councils have those jobs, where, because I mean social work is literally everywhere, so they have their social work arm where you can get those jobs, but you have to be willing to add to it. One thing she did, because when she also did her social work, she struggled. She really struggled. She couldn't find employment. she now had to volunteer. I think I told her that day, I was like, "Ah, madam, you're applying within this space. Have you tried applying outside the space, the current place that we were at that time?" And she started, opening up. She started applying. No, sorry, initially before she started applying outside, she first volunteered. I think I've said this in a space before. She volunteered every Thursday. I even used to drive her sometimes to that place. She would go there in the evening. I don't know what they do, but I just drop her there and go, and sometimes come back to pick her, or she find that way. So she was doing that, and that was what she used to pull some experience together. She had those experiences, and then she now applied to agency. So it wasn't direct, right? She went on to apply to agency. She was going for conferences, they have their social work conference and the rest to network. And then she applied to agency. Those agencies gave her a job. I think she came to London at some point for some during the COVID period, early phases of period of COVID. She came, and she was able to use that to now get the proper job that she got. So when she applied for that job, after the agency won, they immediately told her, "Whoa, you're way qualified and entry level. We are going to put you on a senior level." So there are good jobs like that, but you could see how she had to volunteer for free. She had to do agency part time. So they are there, but it's not just going to be you have MA social work and you get the job. So I hope that helps. Are there jobs for public health graduates, please? How possible is it to get public health jobs after school? I think I will say the same thing, just almost the same thing I've said with this social work person. You can get jobs, they are not easy to get, they are not freely available. So don't quote me when you say you come in and you're like, Fola said, no, I did not say that. But there are jobs that you can get in public health. Most of them, or many of them, will either be with charity organizations, or they will be with the NHS, the health NHS health system in the UK. So if you can, and there are some certification that you can add to your MPH that can help you. So for example, if you have done public health before coming into the UK, you can voluntary, we always say that in it. I volunteered. Voluntary roles cannot be, they are too valuable for us to ignore. So if you can volunteer for some of those with some of those organizations, charity organization, especially local councils right now, they are interested, they are literally almost dying of help. They need help. Volunteers, if you go to their website, you will see, for example, Newham or Dorset or whatever council you are in, Bournemouth or whatever, you will see their website. They have a section for volunteering, and you can find public health voluntary rules in those places. I can't tell you that you will get a job with your certification immediately you finish, but if you volunteer, that helps you a lot, and you can also add certification to it. Like I mentioned, there's the UK. If you have some public health experience before coming in, you can look at UK PHR, but that is an intense process of 1 year. But if you that, I mean, getting a job almost becomes that fast. Also, you can think of apply writing the Faculty of Public Health exam. It's also not an easy exam. It's also not cheap. And if you fail one, there are two of them. If you fail one, you fail both. You have to rewrite both. So it's not really an easy route, but it's there. The jobs are there, but they are not easy to come by. And I think I would also say with the with the 2 year post study that we now have in the UK, if I had that, maybe I will still go for PhD, but maybe, it will be something to consider. With the 20 hours, 2 years post study, you can really do a lot of groundwork before you need visa for your stay after that. So maybe try and see how you can use that. When can I get auction car? You can get it once you get into the UK. You can get auction car. Just go to auction. There are so many auctions. There is Copart. I don't know if anyone knows Copart. This one is for UK folks. Copart, they sell loads of auction cars. It might have one or two dents or damages. Here in the UK, people don't like cars that have dents. Like, they are very particular. Once there's a dent, it's like So you can go. I mean, we don't mind as far Nigeria. I don't mind. I will rough any dented car. It doesn't matter. So you can go and look into some of those like co-parts, they have some of their cars that are auctioned. There are some auctions within localities where I used to stay. Then we had an auction not far from us. There's a big auction in Reading. I know there's that auction. Like there are so many places. The co-parts, once you is online, you bid for your car online, and then they have it delivered to you. Obviously, you pay for the delivery and stuff. So they can also be cheap, sha. Also, what is the implication of working beyond 20 hours? Well, I don't really know. The one thing I would say is I've heard, I've not seen that if you work beyond 20 hours, you may find it, they may deny you, what's that thing? Post study visa. I've heard, I've not seen. Um, Also, if you work beyond 20 hours and they report you, that's the one that I know. If you're reported, then that can have implication. I haven't seen anyone, although I know some people that have, yeah, we're on the space, but I haven't seen anyone that has been picked up because of working beyond 20 hours. But when they report you, then that, because when they report, the thing is, when if you work beyond 20 hours, I'm just saying what I know, you would be the way they pick it is from the organization that gave you that beyond 20 hours. So they will first get that organization, because why would they? And they find them is about 20,000 pounds for an organization if you offer a student beyond 20 hours. So they find them for allowing you. So it's more on the organization to an extent in that sense. But where an organize so more on the organization than it is on you. But where an organization reports you, then that's where the big ish comes, because that becomes you are the one they literally put you in front of the boss, as they say it. But that's if it happens. um but that's not something I've seen someone get picked on for. But I hope I've said some things. I don't know. Good day. I got an offer at Seaside, married, but I'm alone without the family due to funds. Yeah, what are the benefits of moving your family after starting your studies, and what are the major challenges? Okay, you can come. I mean, yeah, some people, it depends. We're talking about Nigerian men are not coming into the UK, blah blah blah. Obviously, just joking about all of that. But yes, you can come in first. One of the partner can come in first and the other stay back, maybe with the kids or something, and then take time to recuperate, financially, before moving on to the next phase of the next person coming. That's possible. When it comes to funding, I think I can't remember the exact amount. I think I mentioned it's about 6,000 pounds rather than 9,000. I have to please check my tweet. I've tweeted a breakdown of the cost of coming into the UK as an individual, and I added what you can add as a family. So you would just need to add, I think it's about 6,000 pounds ish. You will need to put that in the account for 9 months for your family, when they decide, if and when they decide. For example, your partner, you do that for them when they decide to come in, and then obviously the IHS, the visa fee, and the rest of almost what you've done. The only thing is they are not going to pay tuition fee, and their maintenance fee is going to be smaller or reduced than yours. I think I'm talking a lot. Is there anyone want to add or correct me or take away or review this that I've been saying? And I think it's getting too UK-ish for my able speakers. We need to go to Australia for some minutes. Um, Thank you for the space. If everything goes to plan, yeah, I should be in UK for 2 years. What are the chances of getting retained or sponsorship in company after vocational? I think we have talked about this, so maybe we should skip briefly. We have talked about the fact that if you know, jobs are there, but they are also not the easiest to get. You have to, as you're coming in, you're already planning how you get those jobs. And for one that Ogaha mentioned, I also talked about it in a different space, is that once you come in, start checking the job adverts in the places that you're interested in, right? And start mapping out your skills. Oh, they required someone to be able to use this software. go and learn it. They require so go and find a way of getting it, so that by the time you finish your 2 years, you will be more than ready to then tick all those boxes and then apply. So they are there, but I can't say if what the chances are. They're just there. I have an international driver license, but most care job where I see a full license is preferred. Is it usually a full UK? It's usually a full UK license, yes. But you can tell them you are allowed. How do I go about getting a driver license? Yeah, you can tell them. The thing is, they would always ask you if you have access to car. They are more concerned about you having access to car. That means you have a car and you have a license to drive it. They are not as concerned about what kind of license you hold. But once you are able to switch to the full UK license, please do, because that then sort of like is better to an extent. How do you go about getting it? Well, it's easy. The way you do is you learn UK road signs and rules, then you do your driving training if you need them. If you already know how to drive and you're able to practice, like I said, the cheapest way is for you to get a car. Get one small car, 500, maybe 700 pounds, depending on how much. I got mine for 200 pounds, but there are probably no cars of that amount now. But get a small car and then use that to learn. If you have a driver international license, you can learn with that. Once you learn with that, you come in and you go to your training, your examination point, you apply for the driving test and you pay, you do the test, hopefully you pass, and that's it. You get your license for your UK visa. I think, shall we wrap this up soon enough, because we have been here for a while and I really appreciate you all for taking so much time, joining. I mean, this the questions is like they would not stop coming. Ob- Obviously, I did say this is part one. I did say, I don't know, even know why I put it part one, but this is part one of this conversation. So we can still go on with further sessions on this, and I'm happy to do that. But I think we've been going, this is actually 6 hours. Um, I would appreciate if we wrap this up in the next maybe 10-15 minutes or so. So just to answer this last question, the rest I would try and address them myself or keep it for the next space. Hello, Ma. Please, what is the proof of fund for postgraduate studies in the UK? Wow. I'm sorry, in Bournemouth University. That's my uni. I have a soft spot for that school. For Bournemouth Uni, it depends on the course. I think most Bournemouth courses are like £14,000 each. If you have a 2-1, I've mentioned it, they will give you a one. They'll give you a 2-1. Sorry, what did I say? If you have a two, yeah, I think this space needs to round up now. I'm now just talking rubbish. If you have a 2-1, they will give you a 25% off. So if you have that, that takes you down to roughly around 11,000 or so, 10,005, 11,000 pounds each. And then you would now add that to your POS, to your bank's maintenance. I am definitely speaking rubbish. You add that to your maintenance, which is around £9,200. And if you add that 10,000, so roughly you're talking about around 19,000 to almost £20,000 that you would have in your account for 28 days before you. Bournemouth is actually one of those schools. Yeah, I didn't say this, I tweeted it, but I didn't give you example. Bournemouth is one of those schools that you don't need to submit your proof of fund before you get your cars. So all Bournemouth requires from you, and this is easier than the other schools, so all Bournemouth require from you is to is to pay your cars, your deposits. Once you pay your deposit, they issue you your cars, and then you go to home of visa office with your 28 days bank statement and everything else, and you apply for your visa. There are some schools, like I tweeted, that would, like TSI, for example, would expect you to submit your bank statement before they, so you pay their deposit, submit your bank statement before they issue you cars. And what that means is that you have to have your bank statement for 28 days. You submit it to them. It can take maybe another 2, 3, even longer weeks, depending on the the number of applicants they have and that they have to deal with. So maybe 3 weeks or even longer for you to now get your cars, and then you now take it to your visa application. While all of this is going on, your money have to be maintained in that account and even beyond, of course. But you see, it takes longer for you to get a car to get to visa office than Bournemouth's own. So for Bournemouth, if you can get your deposit paid. Oh, sorry. In the estimate that I gave you, we didn't count deposits. So if you have a deposit of, say, for example, I think Bournemouth is now £3,000. Yeah. So you take £3,000 from that 10,500 or £11,000 after your two. Hopefully you have a 2-1. So that gives you around 10,000 minus three, about 7,000 to £8,000. So you add that to your £9,000, and that gives you about 17,000 or so pounds, let's say £18,000 that you put in your account, and then you pay your deposit, and straight up you get your cars, and you go to the visa office from there on. I would really like to appreciate everybody for listening for this long. I mean, 6 hours is no joke. Thank you so very much. But I think if my speakers permit me, of course, that we should wrap this up at this point. Do I get a yay, nay, yay?
Yeah. So I think it's hard time we ended this.
Okay.
We spent over 6 hours here, and of course, most of the pressing issues have been discussed, and of course, it's something that we can repeat over and over in subsequent days or weeks. So I think it's a good time to end the session, if you permit as well, Dr. Fola.
Yeah, and it's past 3 a.m. here in Australia, so it's a very strategic time to end.
Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Thank you all so much. So would you mind if you just add like 2 minutes wrap up, com, just for this whole conversation, if that's, because yeah, I would really appreciate if you can anyone want to start on.
Okay. All right. So, other hands again. Of course, like, just to reiterate, the study route is great. Coming in through the Tier 2 visa, for me, I always push that because I came into the UK through that. It's easier. You just come in here. If you're able to win the job offer, get this here, you come in here, you just hit the ground running, you start working, you start earning. It's easier for me. It makes more sense. You study that a lot of options, going or coming abroad, as the case may be. Just do well to figure out what works best for you and continuously follow it until you get what you want. Thank you very much. I'm Oga Hans. You can always follow me. I drop tips of this nature once in a while. And of course, thank you very much, Dr. Fola, for giving us the opportunity to share our opinions on this matter. Thank you very much for that speakers. Have a nice day, guys.
Thank you. Yes. Would it be Summer or Aaron or Neye?
Okay, I'll just go. So thank you, Dr. Fala, for hosting this space. And one thing I would say is, if you're looking to go through education routes, when you get here, there's money in the email, like I said, there's money in the email. You're going to be getting tons of emails from your school, from organizations that are affiliated with your university. All these opportunities are there for you to take. Apply to as many things as you can apply to. Anything you qualify for, and no matter how small, could be 2,000, 3,000, 10,000, as long as you're not violating your status as an international student, as long as it's within the, what you're allowed to apply for, take that opportunity. And one thing I tell people is, it's either you get a yes or a no. Nobody ever died from getting a no. And when you get a no, it's an opportunity for you to maybe grow from learn, okay, what made me not get this something, and there will be others that you would likely get, because the more you keep applying, the more you keep writing up all those essays and everything you need, the more you get better at it. And of course, work on your CGPA. That's the starting point. Make sure that you're on top of your game. Have create nurture relationships with potential recommenders, people who are going to be recommending you for this position. And when your school is having career fairs, show up and show out. Be present. Be your best self. Take advantage of these opportunities and don't be scared to, put yourself out there, because that's how you grow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Who's next? Aaron, thank you.
Yeah, I'll just go next. Thank you very much, Dr. Fala, for having us. It's always a pleasure to come here and learn from other speakers and also learn while sharing experiences from the questions that get asked by people. So I'm grateful to be here. I'm from scholarships, and so I'll just say for people who are looking forward to, funding studies abroad, I think the first route in my suggestion is to try to explore the route for scholarships first. And please don't just dwell on one location. Think, widely. Think Korea, think Canada, think Australia, think UK. Think everywhere. Think even your home country if there are opportunities there for you to explore first, because you never know where these opportunities will take you. So explore the route for scholarships first. Like every other speaker, everybody who is on the space, some other persons who are even on the listener sessions, tips and opportunities are being shared every day on our timelines. So try to get hold of this information. You might stumble on one that might just be the life-changing opportunity for you. You never know. It's really great to see that people attended and stayed on for several hours, and we still have a lot of people, over 300, still listening. So it just shows the commitment of people. I can see many people who are even on the space are not actually looking for opportunities, but they're just here listening. And so it shows that, this is working. And so just try to, make use of opportunities like this to always listen and also share your own experiences. And I'm sure in the end we'll all meet at the top. So thank you again for listening. Thank you for allowing us to share experiences and also learn from everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aaron. Really appreciate the time and all the nuggets you have dropped today. Summer, would you mind helping us wrap up? Thank you.
Yeah, right. Thank you, Dr. Fola, for this wonderful space. It has been very interesting and educating as well. And thank you to all the speakers. So I'm just going to pick up from where Naya stopped, because Naya is also, I think she likes money like I do. So she said that you should look at your emails, and that is where the money is actually, because there are so many scholarship opportunities that could be sent from your department that you think you're not qualified for. So always look at the emails and all of that. But let's go back a bit. This is when you've already gotten into the program. So before you apply for master's or PhD or scholarship opportunities, what is the first thing that you need to do? Self-reflection. Ask yourself questions. What do I want to study? Why do I want to study that course? What universities, what countries am I looking at? Do I intend to stay back after study? Which country will give me the opportunity to do that? If you're looking at, I want to stay back and work, you should be considering. I know some people in Australia and UK will fight me, but if you're looking at that, you could be thinking of Canada. If you're saying, I just want to go to the UK and just get this thing done and come back, beautiful. But you should be asking these questions. And how do you know this? You know this by using Google. This is where you get the research. Like, that's where you do the whole work. Most of us might not post everything out there because of how Twitter is. Most of us have YouTube channels that if you go and listen and watch, you will find out that there are a lot of opportunities for you. But you have to ask yourself these very simple questions. If you want to do your master's in law, what kind of law? Right? If you say you don't want to do research, that means you should be looking at the US, who would give you funding, whether you're doing a research-based or a course-based program. If you want to do a research-based program in Canada and you want scholarship, what kind of law, which university will take you in terms of law? You could do international human rights law and you will not get funding. Are you interested in AI, artificial intelligence? Have you figured out how to find supervisors? How do you find them? You can find supervisors on this Twitter that you're using. Just go on the search button again and type Professor in Artificial Intelligence Canada. And all the professors in Canada that are teaching that course will pop out. Now, it doesn't stop there. Like, don't stop there. Pick that name, pick the name of the university, and go to Google. Or go to even Google Scholar. Google Scholar will bring up all the professors' research work. Read the latest, at least 2021, 2020, 2019. Read at least 2 that relate to your area of research. When you look at that, that's when you prepare a research proposal and then send a cold email to the supervisors. Because, for instance, in Canada, once you have a supervisor who says, I'm going to fund you, it is at least 70% possible that you will get in. The 30% is dependent on your profile. How strong is your profile? I don't want us to go back and forth, but like I said earlier, if you really want to know how to prepare for grad school and what it entails and everything, all the documents that you need, just go and download that free grad school 101 document that is on my pin tweet. That would help you, like, so that I don't keep, because these things I'm saying now, I already stated them in that document and it will really help you. So don't come online and be asking questions like, how can I apply? No, you can apply, but you need to ask yourself questions. You need to do your own due diligence. Do you have experience? Do you volunteer? Do you have any leadership role? I mean, you went to the university and you allowed the school to just go through you, but you didn't go through the school, right? So you need to ask yourself this question so that you don't make mistake. Dr. Fola, thank you very much for creating this space again, and thank you to all the speakers, Aaron, Neye, Olajide, Ogahans, and so many other wonderful speakers that came up to speak. I learned a lot from you guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Soma. Thanks, everybody. I mean, I can't thank you guys enough. Several hours on here that we've been having this conversation, and like we said, this is not the end of it. We are doing our bit, but you have to also tag up, stand up and do your bit. We would try and do this again, because there's so many questions, there are so many concerns that we didn't manage to get to, but we can't unfortunately get through all of them today. um all in all, use resources that are available. I don't promote my YouTube page. I actually have a YouTube channel. I don't take it seriously as well. YouTube takes a lot of time. I mean, editing video just like kills my morale to begin with. But there are informations I post there as well as much as I can. The information on Twitter I post, Summer does, Aaron, Ogahan, Nenye, um Olajide, and so many other people that I can't even remember right now that put all these information out there. So I do hope right now you have gone on to follow everyone on this stage, because we've been posting, and so you can check our TLs, and we would also continue to post by the grace of God or the universe, whatever you believe in. So all in all, I would say have a good weekend. Is actually a very nice Easter for those that are celebrating Easter. It's a nice Easter weekend holiday. So do have a good Easter holiday weekend. If you're not, still do have a good weekend. We all have that public holiday, so that's nice in Nigeria and also in the UK, and I'm sure other places. So do have a good weekend. Hopefully we would have another informative and useful session. I hope my speakers will be kind enough to spare some minutes when we do have another one. Again, thank you so very much.
We love you, Dr. Fola. Thank you.
Love you too, darling. Thank you. Bye, all. Thank you. Bye bye. Oh, 6 hours. Oh, goodness. That is a lot of time. How do I stop this? End stream. Okay. Bye, everyone. Thank you.